You must be Nine Tails. What do you want? Came the rumbling reply. Lend me your chakra, said Naruto. Otherwise, we'll both die. The claws that had been futilely swiping at Naruto from between the bars froze in midair, and then without any warning, the being behind the gates burst into a deep and rasping laugh that, as it resounded across the brackish water, raised the hairs on the back of his neck. True, if you get killed here, that'd be inconvenient for me. You've got guts, if anything. Very well then, here is a gift for coming this far. Man, I'm sick and tired of this stupid patrol duty, said the man, making a spitting sound. Naruto felt his eyes narrow. The roiling bloodlust he was exuding was even stronger than Naruto could remember it being just 2 years ago in Yugakure. It could have felt that way due to the sheer vastness and emptiness of their surroundings, but nevertheless, if it had been a single storm cloud before, it was now a tempest. You think I want to be here wasting my time? Replied another man's gravelly voice. Who are you? Name your purpose. Naruto heard Mayu speak up bravely beside him, and he realized she must not have recognized the man. We're not supposed to let ninja in this area, said the man he had identified as Hidan, ignoring the first part of her question. So we're going to kill you. Or actually, Kakuzu, how about you stay out of this and let me have some fun? Naruto slowly began to reach for the tanto strapped to his back, thankful for the darkness. It seemed that Hidan had not recognized them either, but what could he mean by, not supposed to? And who was the other ninja? Hidan had called him Kakuzu, with him. From the sounds of their voices, I doubt any of them would even fetch a price at the bounty office, grunted Kakuzu, sounding wholly dissatisfied. Rai let out a nervous laugh. Whoa, ease up man. Let's not be too hasty. Don't you know who we are? Ha, the boss told us to rendezvous with you guys here, Rai continued, his voice remarkably smooth. Well, he did mean you guys, right? This seemed to give Hidan actual pause. For a split second, as if a dog had just caught the scent of something other than its prey, the thick bloodlust wavered. And in that same instant, Naruto formed the clone seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Accompanied by the sounds of exploding smoke, 10 physical copies of Naruto solidified into existence, each one bearing a readied tanto in hand. Go, he said, and his clones burst forward in the direction where he sensed Hidan and Kakuzu. In response, as they'd practiced, he heard the high-pitched warbling of blue birds as they freed themselves from Mayu's hair and the telltale rustling of paper as Sai drew out his scrolls. 4 o'clock, Rai, Mayu cried out, and from Rei's direction came the sound of hissing, and then the whistling sound of deadly metal flying through air, followed up by a string of explosions. Slightly averting his eyes from the brief orange glows of the blasts, Naruto saw on the floor ink-black snakes wriggling straight into the resultant smoke. In theory, it was a simple tactic. Using his clones to first surround and herd the enemy, Mayu would use her blue birds to confuse them, and in the case where they didn't have any visual information on their targets, to gain intel on their whereabouts. Rai would follow up with exploding tags to further confuse them, and in the resultant disorder, Sai would bind them with his ink snakes. Then, in theory, Naruto and Rai could go in and finish off whoever was left. He blinked, processing the newly gained memory of one of his clones who had just been destroyed. In the fleeting glimpse the clone had gotten from the light of the exploding tags, neither Hidan nor the other man seemed particularly perturbed by the commotion they had just set off. However, Naruto had never expected it to. Now, Naruto said, as the others disappeared using the shunshin, he dashed toward the cloud of smoke with his tanto raised in his hand. In the passing split seconds as he approached its center, his remaining clones began to leap out of the smoke, their tanto at the ready. Naruto's brow furrowed as he urged a current of lightning chakra, now almost as second nature to him as his wind chakra had been, to run through his body, and then simultaneously, he and his clones thrust their tanto into the boggy ground below. Blue and pure white sparks lit up the watery surface, as with a crackling sound, the earth broke into pieces, consuming anything still remaining on its surface. Naruto's clones exploded in sequential clouds of smoke, but Naruto himself had long since flashed away. The night clouds had momentarily drawn back, allowing through a few stray rays of moonlight to light his way. Touching back down and running as fast as he could in the direction they'd been headed, Naruto soon caught up to the rest of his team. With chakra powering their feet, they were running in spearhead formation with Mayu at its head. How much of a lead do we have? Rai hissed, as Naruto quietly drew beside him. Naruto drew another tanto from his back. Not much, he said shortly. The moon's back out, and it'll be hard to lose them in open space. Where are we headed? My birds tell me there's a forest about 3 kilometers ahead of here, said Mayu, casting an anxious eye back. Lifting his head, Naruto looked straight forward, but even with some of his vision restored, most of the horizon was still a haze of dark outlines and blackness. But, why are they even chasing us? I'm not sure, Naruto admitted. Hidan hadn't seemed to have recognized them even after their exchange, so it couldn't be some twisted form of vengeance. And it didn't seem to be out of malicious boredom either. He and his partner had some sort of ulterior motive in mind. Maybe they've given up, said Rai in a hopeful tone. But even before he'd finished talking, all 4 of them stiffened as a voice howled from behind them. And where the hell do you think you're going? They fell silent, straining their ears as if they would be able to hear the approaching footsteps of their pursuers. The wind was blowing in their faces, and Naruto thought grimly of how it must be carrying their scents back. We'll be killed if we only run like this, said Sai matter-of-factly, sounding as serious as Naruto had ever heard him. And killed if we fight them head-on, Rai muttered. We need another diversion, a better one. Until we can reach the forest. I can try staving them off with my birds, said Mayu. No, said Rai immediately in a brusque voice. They'd break you as soon as they were upon you. Mayu, that's the guy who took on Kakashi-sensei back in Yugakure and survived, and this time, he's got a buddy with him. Mayu's control over her blue birds worked best when she was physically near them. While they could instantaneously process information over a distance of up to 5 kilometers, actually channeling her genjutsu through them was only possible when she was within a radius of 100 feet of them. The others had all turned to Naruto for his orders. As his thoughts raced over their options, he felt his pulse rate begin to pick up. If they continued to simply flee toward the forest, Hidan and Kakuzu would catch up before then. But at the same time, Naruto couldn't ask any one of them to stay behind in order to distract the 2 to make time for the others. That would essentially be condemning them to death. But what other choices were left to him then? Should they try fighting head-on with Hidan and his partner, despite not knowing the extent of their combative abilities? Naruto glanced at Mayu and Rei's pale but determined faces, and felt his throat go dry. Well, Naruto, Rai prompted him. This is what we're going to do, he said at last. The Wet Dog was one of the better-known taverns along the pier, with the best sake found anywhere along the coastline, or so the drunk sailor that Jiraiya had interrogated claimed, anyways. And so, he found himself sitting down behind the countertop, swirling warm sake around in a cup while keeping an eye out in the crowd for anyone who looked like they could be by themselves. Soon enough, with a scraping sound, a flushed-looking man dressed in the telltale and rather threadbare cotton coat of a fisherman settled into the wooden chair beside him. Flagging the barman down with a finger, the man let out a loud hiccup. His unfocused eyes traveled across the bottles and flasks of sake behind the counter, before moving on to his neighbors. When Jiraiya felt the drunk man's eyes on him, he looked down at his cup, before taking a sip from it. You a foreigner, the fisherman slurred, leaning his face haphazardly against his hand. Where from? Fire. Hick. Country, by the looks of it. Jiraiya made a noncommittal sound, and put his cup down on the countertop. How about you? Born and raised in Wave, the fisherman hiccuped. You fish for a living. Among other things, the barman had brought him a small plate of fried seaweed and octopus, and he began to chew at it, making an audible crunching sound even over the din of the tavern. Other things, Jiraiya repeated. Crunch. Can't survive. Hick. Here no more doing just one thing. Economy not doing well. Yeah. This place has gone to the dogs. Crunch. Market might as well be non-existent. Lucky to get 100 ryo for an entire shipment of fish, even. Jiraiya let out a whistle. For an entire shipment. Sounds rough. Tell me about it. The fisherman let out a grunt, bobbing his head. If I had anywhere else to go, hick, I certainly wouldn't still be here. Jiraiya traced the rim of his cup with a finger. Still, you sound like you're doing rather well for yourself. Well, I pay my dues, yay. That's the secret to survival around here, if you know what I mean. As drunk as he was, the fisherman had lowered his voice with a furtive look around, but the barman was serving another customer at the other end of the counter. Huh, said Jiraiya, injecting as much admiration as he could into the single syllable. The thing is, hick, everyone knows the daimyo ain't in control no more, yeah. It's the gangs who run the place now. It's all about staying on their good side. The fisherman broke off to noisily pop another octopus leg into his mouth, and as Jiraiya waited for him to continue, he watched as it was crushed into bits between the man's yellowed teeth. You don't get in their way. Crunch, and you give them what they want, and they'll leave you alone long enough to scrape enough ryo together to buy a night's stay in bed and some sake for your belly. The man broke into a raucous laugh, and patted his stomach. Jiraiya followed with a rumbling laugh, holding his sake cup to the other man's face. You seem like a sensible sort of man. Say, you wouldn't happen to know, would you? If I wished to invite some fairer company into my bed without fearing for my neck around here. The fisherman immediately placed a knowing hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, having recognized a brother in need. You need speak no further, my good man. You'll be glad to know that with just one word, you'll be guaranteed a restful night anywhere around here. Oh, and what's that? The man grinned, his teeth gleaming in the sickly light. Akatsuki. Immediately, Jiraiya had to stop himself from reacting to the name, giving the fisherman only a small nod of acknowledgement. With forcibly stilled hands, he raised the sake cup to his mouth, draining the rest of it. Akatsuki, the criminal organization that Jiraiya had devoted so many years of his life to researching, the organization that Orochimaru had joined after defecting from Konoha, could they truly be operating here? In Wave Country, whatever the case, one thing was certain. His decision to stay behind in Wave Country had been the right thing to do. Something big involving Akatsuki was about to go down, and there was a good chance it had everything to do with the current fiasco with Gato. Jiraiya hadn't been sure what he would do after discerning the cause behind the country's ruination. There was a limit to even what he could do, but now that he knew the Akatsuki had a hand in this place, he knew he had to do something, even if that something only involved further intelligence gathering. That was what he had been doing all these years, after all, even going so far as to let down the Third's hopes of him taking up the mantle of Hokage. But inasmuch as it had been his determination to retrieve Orochimaru, it had also been for his home, Konoha. Because no matter how many years it had been since he'd actually been there, when it came down to it, Jiraiya would never let down Konoha, even at the cost of his life. Hey, are you sure about this, Naruto? Mayu asked uneasily, as she took off her cloak. You do know that if they don't fall for it, we'll be sitting ducks. I know. Naruto took off his cloak, and immediately, he felt goosebumps rising on his arms as the harsh wind bit into them. To be fair, that Hidan guy doesn't seem to be the brightest bulb in the box, said Rai, his own cloak already tucked under his arm. His partner gave me some bad vibes though. What was his name again? Kakasu. Kakuzu, Sai answered, and the others turned to him. He's an S-rank missing nin from Takigakure. How do you know that? Rai asked, looking rather taken aback. He's been listed in the bingo book for quite some time now. Rai opened his mouth to question him further, as it were mostly Jonin and Anbu who held bingo books, but Naruto held up a hand. Enough. Later. Focus on the mission at hand now. Are you all ready? He looked at each of his teammates in turn, and with focus refilling their expressions, they nodded. With a nod back, he brought his hands together in the clone seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With puffs of identical clouds of smoke, a dozen Narutos fell into place on the ground beside them, matching their punishing pace. Naruto, the real one, flung his cloak at the pair nearest him, and one immediately tugged the hood over himself. At the same time, Mayu and the others also threw their cloaks at a pair of clones, until there were 4 clones wearing each of their cloaks. With every cloaked clone paired with one without, all 12 of his clones shot off into slightly different directions, but headed ultimately for the forest. See you too soon, Rai muttered, before turning sharply on his heel and heading east, away from the forest. Sai, with a reluctant glance back at Naruto, quickly followed suit. Stay safe, Mayu whispered back, her voice shaking like a leaf in the wind. Naruto heard her step into place beside him as they ran in the opposite direction, west. The forest was large. Even though they weren't headed directly for it, the black mass of trees grew rapidly bigger and bigger as they closed the distance. Without their cloaks, the chilly night wind struck harshly into their faces as they raced along the marsh, the cold bog water seeping into their sandals. Naruto looked back, but there appeared to be nothing there beside the long stretch of marshland they had just crossed. The bloodlust too had faded, leaving behind just the beating of his heart in his chest, and the shallow breathing of Mayu running next to him. Have your birds found them? He asked Mayu, who brought her hands together to make the bird seal. They can't get near without being detected, but it looks like Hidan is headed straight for the forest, she said, her voice tinged with relief. And Kakuzu, None of them see him. Alright, keep the bird on Hidan, but make sure it's not detected, and keep the other birds searching for Kakuzu. Have Rai and Sai reached the end of the forest yet? They've just reached the other end, Mayu confirmed. They'll be out of range soon. Good, keep your birds with them for as long as you. Naruto broke off and his eyes widened. Without even enough time to shout, he raised up his tanto to protect himself. With a grunt, Naruto had just barely managed to raise it in time before a powerful kick slammed into the flat side of his blade, sending him flying backward. Still struggling to hold his tanto in front of him, Naruto dug the heels of his sandals into the ground and felt the wet earth wedging alongside his soles from the sheer force behind the kick. Finally, he came to a stop, his legs covered with cold slabs of mud. What happened? He heard Mayu gasp. The dark figure that had attacked him out of seemingly nowhere hadn't followed him, choosing instead to cross his arms and regard Naruto with an almost leisurely interest. You're quite fast on your feet, said a deep voice. It was the one who had been with Hidan, the one named Kakuzu. It was still too dark to make out his features. All Naruto could make out in the dim light was a dark, bulky outline. How did you find us so quickly? Naruto asked, his heart pounding in his ears. I commend you for thinking of using the wind in your favor as quickly as you did. I'll admit, I was fooled at first, thinking the four of you had split and headed separately for the forest. In fact, I'm pretty sure my idiot of a partner is even now still headed for the forest. But unfortunately for you two, I'm not him. With that, Kakuzu suddenly shot forward, heading straight toward them, but this time, Naruto was ready. He held his hand out before him, urging his chakra together. Rapidly, streams of blue light began to encircle his palm, swirling faster and faster until it had formed a tight ball. Digging his heels into the earth, Naruto sent lightning chakra into his feet, igniting his nerves, and with an explosive sound, he too kicked off, raising his hand into the air to meet Kakuzu. So you're a ninja, big guy. The girl he had fondly nicknamed, Grapefruit Breast, slapped lightly at his knee, rubbing her namesake against his arms. She was dressed in a Chinese-style kipao dress that was slit dangerously high up along her thigh. Gwahahaha, I'm not just a ninja, Jiraiya let out a loud laugh, his face flushed red with sake. I'm one of the legendary Sannin, they call me Jiraiya the Great Toad Sage. Wow, a Sannin, gushed the identically dressed blonde girl on his other side, who he'd tenderly nicknamed, Bubble Butt. She paused, tapping a manicured nail against her plump lips. What's that again, Fukumi? Gosh Fukuyu, don't you know? It's like, you know, that communist guy. Stalin, said Bubble Butt dubiously. Jiraiya had no idea what they were talking about. Women, he thought affectionately. Following the advice of the fisherman he'd met at the Wet Dog, Jiraiya had soon managed to find himself in the shadowy region of the harbor city, where he'd been welcomed with open arms into the private room of a slightly more trashed bar. Guzzling down fried squid and vats of sake with a beautiful woman on each arm, Jiraiya was having a hard time remembering what he'd been so serious about just hours ago. So what are you here in Wave Country for? Grapefruit Breasts had returned her attention to Jiraiya, and was now lazily stroking his chest with her long nails. What else but to meet you ladies? Jiraiya said as smoothly as possible, an effect that was slightly ruined by his missing his mouth with his cup, spilling some sake on his shoulder instead. Oh, you're so silly. Bubble Butt giggled. Let me guess, you're on some super top secret ninja mission, aren't you? I can't say, Jiraiya said regretfully, closing his eyes in sorrow. If I did tell you, I'd have to kill you. And if you two ladies were gone from this world, what meaning would be left to living? The two women burst into high-pitched giggling, clutching at his arms. You can tell us. None of us will remember in the morning, anyways, Grapefruit Breast said in a sing-song voice, this time rubbing her breasts along the nape of Jiraiya's neck. Not after what we plan on doing with you, anyways. Bubble Butt breathed into his ear, her breath coming out hotly against his skin. At her words, Jiraiya's eyes widened and he fell into a fit of coughing. When he'd finally regained his breath, he wheezed, so, where were we? But first, what's the magic word? Grapefruit Breasts jumped up on his back playfully and wrapped her arms around his neck. The magic word, he blinked. Bubble Butt wrapped her arms around his arm possessively. You know, the word you have to say to get anywhere here. Wahaha, oh, that one, he said, thinking back to the fisherman with bad teeth. Grapefruit Breast's cold fingers caressed his face. Yes, that one, Akatsuki, wasn't it? Jiraiya said lightly. Wrong, Bubble Butt hissed. Jiraiya's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, Grapefruit Breast's weak grip on his head immediately turned iron strong and she twisted her hands, snapping his neck. At the same time, with a flash of gleaming steel, Bubble Butt's hand slashed across the front of his exposed neck. Warm blood spurted out, dotting her expressionless face with red. The two women let go of the Sannin and backed away. With a thud, the body dropped to the floor of the room. The white hair fanning around it added a sense of finality to their deed. See, said the blonde, looking down at the body with a slight sneer on her face. There was nothing to be nervous about. Her partner poked the body with the heel of her pumps. Zabuza-sama said he'd be strong, though. Give a ninja a woman and some sake and he's only a man, the blonde said sagely. I guess so. Are you sure he was a Sannin? That would be, is not, was, said a voice from behind them. Stiffening in shock, the blonde let out a cry of alarm, but before she could do anything else, something long and white had wrapped itself around both of the girls' bodies, immobilizing them. Squirming fruitlessly to free themselves, they saw before them the ninja they had just killed regarding them with a grave look on his face. But how? Cried out the blonde. She looked down at the ground, just in time to see the dead Sannin and the puddle of blood explode into a cloud of smoke, leaving nothing behind. Her heart pounding painfully against her ample chest, she slowly raised her eyes to meet the other ninjas, and what she saw there made her tremble. Now ladies, said Jiraiya. Where were we? Missing Kakuzu by what felt like the width of a hair, Naruto's Rasengan slammed into the earth, sending out a great wave of mud. Before Naruto could move out of the way, his face crumpled in pain as he felt a crushing force slam into his ribs, sending him flying backwards. Then even before he'd landed, Kakuzu was right in front of him again, moving as fast as he could. Naruto ducked low below his leg, and kicked out sideways in a leg sweep, but dodging that, Kakuzu jumped high into the air. Grimacing in pain, Naruto propelled himself after him with another crackle of lightning chakra, flashing into the air just above Kakuzu. With his teeth gritted, he concentrated on the ball of blue chakra materializing in his hand, determined to take advantage of his aerial position. The moonlight was just behind him, and in that instant Naruto could finally make out what Kakuzu looked like. Dressed in a large black cloak that was fluttering in the wind, the man's face was mostly covered, but Naruto could see a pair of green pupil-less eyes staring straight back at him. They widened, as Naruto's hand plunged straight for the man's heart. But in a smooth motion that seemed almost impossibly fast, Kakuzu's arm struck out at Naruto's hand, driving it outward so that it missed him, and with another turning kick that connected on his shoulder, sent him crashing down into the ground. With another grimace, Naruto managed to twist on his hands to lessen the impact, which still sent out even more waves of mud in every direction, separating him from Kakuzu. As they waited for the mud to settle, Naruto hastened to clamber to his feet. Seeing tiny stars circling around him, he swayed, and then almost jumped, as suddenly, a raucous sound, was that squawking, filled the air. Naruto, he heard Mayu call out urgently. He turned and saw not only Kakuzu bearing down on him, but further back, what looked like a dense, dark cloud descending upon them. Immediately understanding her intention, he struggled to gather himself together, and then flashed away, dodging just in time Kakuzu's leg. Landing a safe distance away, Naruto saw the flock of shrieking birds set instead on Kakuzu, screeching and nipping at the ninja. Impatiently, the man batted at the bird, ripping it in two, but instantly, the parts recombined back into a whole bird once more. This time, Kakuzu kicked out widely, destroying almost half the flock, but again, the birds reformed, and continued to peck at him. Lowering his leg, Kakuzu made a TS King sound of impatience, seemingly deciding to ignore the birds for now. He instead returned his gaze back to Naruto. I didn't realize, Kakuzu growled, sounding as if he were talking to himself. Whereas he had only regarded Naruto with passing interest before, his concentration was now wholly on him. For some reason, his eyes seemed especially fixated on Naruto's hair. What is your purpose for attacking us here? Naruto called out, with a pant. Kakuzu took a step toward him, and his eyes narrowing, Naruto lowered himself into a defensive stance before continuing. You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Said Kakuzu, not sounding even the slightest bit winded. At least, more so than the last Jinchuriki we captured. Naruto froze. As if an eraser had wiped across the chalkboard of his mind, everything went blank. From a distance, he heard Mayu speak up, her voice tight with anxiety. Captured. What do you mean? Kakuzu opened his mouth as if to answer, and then suddenly, he stumbled. A look of fleeting surprise flashed across his face. What's this? Kakuzu held a hand up to his head, as if holding himself steady. A shadow of a bird's wing flashed across his face, and as he looked around at the birds, understanding filled his expression. Ah, the birds. My birds have poison on their beaks, Mayu said shakily. And once a sufficient amount reaches your heart, it'll stiffen the heart muscle until it becomes so hard, it completely stops pumping blood, rendering it useless. I see, said Kakuzu. His hand dropped to his side. He looked at Mayu, his strange eyes glinting. How fortunate for me, then, that I have multiple. Before Mayu could react, Kakuzu exploded forward. He ignored Naruto, and as if in slow motion, Naruto blankly watched Kakuzu go straight past him. His eyes trailed from the moving ninja to, just ahead, the target, a pale, shaking form with widened eyes. Where have I seen this before? The nostalgia of the scene, as if clubbing Naruto in the head, brought him back into his senses. Mayu! Naruto cried out. With a painful crackle, lightning chakra swept through his entire body, and he flung himself forward. Moving faster than he could ever remember moving before, Naruto got in front of Mayu, but before he could do anything else, Kakuzu's kick connected with his chest, making a terrible crushing sound. The force behind it was powerful enough to send the two of them flying into the air before careening into the muddy ground. With the wind knocked right out of him and his ribs screaming at him, he was fairly certain they were at the very least fractured, if not broken. It was all Naruto could manage to land on his 2 feet. To his relief, he heard Mayu land on her feet as well. With Naruto having taken most of the impact, it seemed that she was unharmed. He felt something warm trickle down his chin, and when he raised a hand to wipe it off, it came away red. Calmly, Kakuzu lowered his leg and looked straight at him. Panting, and with his teeth gritted, Naruto regarded the ninja. The way Kakuzu seemed to always be one step ahead of him and the way Naruto's attacks seemed to be a mere hindrance, rather than an actual threat, it was almost like fighting Kakashi. But in this case, a Kakashi who did not care at all for his well-being. One thing was for sure, Kakuzu was too strong for him. Naruto wiped away another trickle of blood from his mouth. What should I do? Clearly, fighting Kakuzu one-on-one the way he was now would only get both him and Mayu killed. Even fighting 2-on-1 was also out of the question. Mayu was a long-range support ninja, and one of her most offensive weapons, the flock of blue birds, seemed to have no real effect on Kakuzu. Their escape strategy had failed them, and their attempts at reasoning or bargaining with the man had gone nowhere. Worst of all, Kakuzu had talked about Jinchuriki as if he'd fought with one personally before, and as if he knew about what Naruto was. However, that didn't matter, at the moment. What mattered was that Naruto was going to be dead very soon if he couldn't figure out how to take on Kakuzu. But how? Kakuzu was stronger and faster than him. Naruto couldn't keep using his lightning chakra forever to dodge him, and he'd yet to even show his hand at jutsu. Kakuzu was completely out of his league, so how could Naruto defeat him? What did he have that Kakuzu didn't have? That Kakashi didn't have? Naruto felt a cold bead of sweat drip down his temple. He recalled in his mind the words of a year ago, the words of a monster, "You've got guts, if anything." Very well then, here is a gift for coming this far. His hands balled into fists by his side. He'd told himself that he was merely putting off talking to the beast because he was so busy, but the truth was, he'd never wanted to use its power. But now, what other choice did he have left? Letting out a deep breath, Naruto forced himself to relax. Closing his eyes and clearing his mind of everything else, he prepared to set foot once more in the long watery corridors of. What? He heard Kakuzu suddenly spoke up, and his eyes flew back open. Kakuzu had been silently regarding him, occasionally batting aside the birds that still continued to peck at him, but now, his head was tilted upward, as if talking to someone in the sky. After another long silence, Kakuzu bowed his head. Very well, then, as you wish. Kakuzu lowered his eyes to meet Naruto's shocked ones. I'll be back eventually. Prepare yourself. And then without another word, he disappeared. The ship's departure from the dock had been stalled for some time for an unknown reason, but finally, when both the sky and the ocean had become a deep inky black, it set off again. The lights from the cabins cast a reflective yellow glow across the sea, making it an easy mark for Kakashi to follow. Keeping watch from below the stern of the ship, it hadn't taken him much effort to identify the cabin Naruto and the others were in. Naruto must have passed by an uncovered porthole, for Kakashi had immediately noticed the flash of red. It's not like you to let down your guard, Naruto, even if you're returning from a completed mission, Kakashi chided silently. As the hours passed, the wind picked up and the lights in the cabins began to flicker off. Kakashi himself was starting to feel it in his shoulders. I'm getting old, aren't I? He thought amusedly to himself, and he'd been drenched in icy sea water more than once from straying too close to the ship. Finally, only when Kakashi had narrowly avoided being vomited on by some poor straggler at the deck of the ship, did he decide that it was time to actually get on board. Projecting a burst of chakra down to his legs, Kakashi shot himself up along the ship's side, landing silently in the shadowy silhouettes of a stack of wooden barrels. Looking around the empty deck, he made sure that the coast was clear. Though even if it weren't, he doubted he'd come across any real trouble. The ship had some hired guards, but they were at best genin-level ninja who could barely tell apart clones from the real thing. No, the hardest part about this would be hiding his presence from Naruto and the others. However, Naruto's cabin was all the way at the other side of the ship, and it was unlikely that any of them would venture out before dawn, by which time they'd already be at the border of Fire Country. The best course of action, he decided, would be for him to simply sit tight where he was, and then get off the ship before it docked at port. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, Kakashi shrunk further into the shadows, but it was just a stumbling, pale-faced cabin boy simultaneously swearing and hacking up what looked like the rest of his dinner over the railing. Nevertheless, Kakashi kept his eyes sharp and watched the boy, with a final utterance of a curse word, stumble back down through a hatchway. Kakashi wrinkled his nose. Some of the vomit must have splashed onto the deck, for he could quite clearly smell, along with the distinct odor of stomach acid, that dinner must have involved quite a few potatoes. What are you going to do to us? Grapefruit Breasts breathed in a high voice, her eyes flicking down repeatedly to the object he was twirling in his hand. Surely you don't think we'll crack from you tickling us with a feather, Bubble Butt scoffed. She'd recovered face relatively quickly despite being completely immobilized in his hair trap, but the underlying tension was still apparent. This will make excellent material for the next book I'm writing, said Jiraiya with a shake of the feather. It'll take some time, but you ladies aren't particularly pressed for it, I hope. We're not telling you anything. Bubble Butt spat at Jiraiya, but he made no move to avoid or clean it off. He sighed instead. For her own sake, he hoped she would. They were waiting where they had agreed to meet, by a massive oak tree near the edges of a forest along the far outreaches of Tezuna's village. After everything they had already gone through, Naruto had braced himself for the worst, so when Rai and Sai's faces finally came into view, the relief he felt was so immense, he nearly stumbled on his landing. With Mayu helping to support him up, the two of them landed down just as the sun was starting to rise, spreading its tendrils almost shyly through the cracks of the canopy trees. Mayu, Naruto, Rai called out to them, relief spreading across in his face. Leaving Sai behind, he began to run toward them. You're Elri. Whoa, Naruto. Rai hesitantly came to a stop in front of them, his eyes raking up and down Naruto's bloodied form. I'm fine, they're just flesh wounds, said Naruto, deciding not to mention the pain in his ribs. The pain had already ebbed away to a minor throbbing in his chest. Sitting down, he tipped his head back and allowed himself to lean back against the tree trunk. Kakuzu found us, Mayu said shakily, her arms crisscrossing across her chest. Rei's eyes widened. You too, what do you mean? Naruto frowned, quickly turning toward the other boy. Were you caught too? Yeah, that other one, Hidan, he got to us, Rai confirmed with a troubled look on his face. Then, apparently noticing Mayu's expression, he hastened to add, but nothing happened. He was just spewing a lot of crap, and then he suddenly started talking to the air, before leaving. That's essentially what happened with us, said Mayu. Except Kakuzu didn't talk so much. Rei's face noticeably grew in pallor, and this time, it was her turn to add, don't worry, I'm alright. It was Naruto who fended him off right until he suddenly left. As some of the color returned to his face, Rai let out a whistle. Didn't Sai say he was an S rank? And you managed to hold him off? Naruto didn't say anything, but clenched his hands tightly. He looked down at the ground, unable to meet his teammates' eyes. It had been his plan to split up the team and send off decoys, but it hadn't worked. His decisions had placed all of his teammates in danger, and it could only be called a miracle that they were all there alive. Naruto, he heard Mayu start, but she was cut off as suddenly. Rai punched him on the shoulder so strongly, he could have sworn he'd heard another rib crack. Naruto's head snapped up to see Rai looking down at him exasperatedly. "Oh come on now, enough with the gloom," said Rai. "Two insanely powerful lunatics were after us, but the three, well, four I suppose, of us are all here in one piece, relatively unharmed. What more could you ask for?" Naruto paused. "Sorry," he finally said, his hands uncurling at his sides. Rai was right, this was no time to be wallowing in regret. And if it was any consolation, despite Kakuzu's comment about Jinchuriki, Mayu seemed to be none the wiser. "Anyways," Rai said, waving away his apology with a dismissive air. "We did get something out of that Hidan guy. Turns out they weren't just a random pair of criminals walking around in the middle of nowhere. They're involved with whatever's going down in Wave Country right now." Mayu's hand leapt up to her open mouth. "You mean with Gato? There's going to be an event of some sort in 3 days, Sai finally spoke up. It seemed the incident with Hidan had gotten to him, he seemed unusually on edge. "Someone important will be in the city." Rai shrugged. "Well, that's the basic digest of what we thought Hidan was saying anyways. It's probably got nothing to do with us, but..." Naruto got to his feet. "But first things first, we need to get back. We'll decide what to do after we've gotten back in touch with Shirakumo and the others." However, forced to take multiple detours and roundabouts to throw off any possible trackers, it was several more hours before Naruto and the others finally reached Tazuna's home. Ushered through the door by a worried-looking Tsunami, the starving four were promptly seated at the table with platters stacked high with, as one could have guessed it, fish and rice. Once they had managed to get out the full story of what had happened, the involved adults stood around with troubled expressions on their faces while Naruto and his teammates stuffed their faces. "An event in the harbor city in which someone important will be in danger." Tsunami murmured uneasily. "There's only one thing that could be," said Kane flatly. Tazuna sighed. The ceremony. The ceremony? What's that?" Menma cocked his head curiously. "You've got a piece of rice stuck on your face by the way," he pointed out to Rai, who ignored him. "The daimyo and his children will be paraded through the city in a charade of well-being, with the stated purpose of reassuring the citizens that they are doing just fine," Kane spat. "But basically, one of Gato's ways of appeasing the other nations by telling them that he's not trying to overthrow the system. And at the same time, reminding everyone in the country who's really in control," Shirakumo murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. "So is the daimyo going to be assassinated then?" Tazuna asked in a heavy voice. "It depends on whether those two you described, Hidan and Kakuzu, was it, work for Gato or not," Kane said. "But regardless, this doesn't change anything. Risks like this have already been accounted for in my plans." Naruto put his chopsticks down, and looked at Kane. "Plans?" The others had also stopped eating, though Rai continued to chew on some seaweed, as they waited for the gorilla merchant to answer. She looked around at them seriously, her freckles in stark contrast with the morning lighting. "I've already forced you all to overextend your stay for the affairs of a country that have nothing to do with you," she said, with a slight bow of her head. "And I am truly sorry for that. But that ceremony in 3 days is when all my plans come to a head. After that ceremony is over, whether the mission has succeeded or failed, I will ensure with all my power that you are all properly compensated and relieved from your obligations here. And this mission will involve..." Shirakumo crossed his arms across his chest. Kane smiled grimly, and looked directly at Naruto. "How good are you all at behaving like actual, normal children?" Hiramo whistled as he looked around at the messy scene. "This is brutal, Jiraiya-sama." His nose wrinkled. "Is that something burning I smell?" Hiramo was one of his trusted sources in Wave Country, and their mutually beneficial relationship had a long history spanning the many years Jiraiya had spent building up his spy network. The short pony-tailed ninja's best characteristic was, in Jiraiya's opinion, the way he showed up promptly and without any unnecessary questions as soon as he was called for. He was, if anything, efficient and experienced in covering his tracks, making the chance of his being caught and spilling details of their alliance rather minuscule indeed. Jiraiya sighed heavily. If only they'd break sooner. He made no move to wipe his face, which was speckled with tiny flecks of dark blood. It would have been better for them. I assume you got the information you wanted. Some. The one who actually knew anything didn't break quite so easily. Squatting down, Hiramo opened the mouth of one of the bodies, peering inside it with the air of looking at an interesting museum specimen. You had preventative measures to stop her from biting her tongue or ingesting any sort of poison, I gather. Yes, Jiraiya said simply. He chose not to mention how he'd chosen to end her life as soon as he realized that he'd gotten everything he'd ever get out of her. A loyal one, she'd been. She was working for Zabuza, who was in turn, working for Gato. Hiromo nodded in confirmation. Yes, I've heard multiple reports about Zabuza being spotted as a bodyguard for Gato. He's not exactly a difficult man to miss. But is that it? She didn't seem to understand the significance behind a certain word they were using as a code name for suspicious individuals such as myself, but perhaps you could shed some light on their connection to them. This certain word being, Hiromo said curiously, Akatsuki. Akatsuki, Hiromo repeated slowly, tasting the word with his tongue. His eyes had lit up like a child that had just caught sight of a favorite toy he had put aside at one point, and then forgotten about its existence. I'd heard rumors but dismissed them. Rumors about, Jiraiya prodded him, about a growing organization that was supporting Gato from the shadows, or even controlling, perhaps, Hiromo said. Then with a thoughtful look, he added, there's been a confirmed recent sighting of Kakuzu at one of the bounty stations along the coastline. Jiraiya folded his arms across his chest, processing the information. Kakuzu was one of the more frequently spotted members of Akatsuki, showing up from time to turn in a ridiculous amount of bounties in exchange for money. However, there was nothing Jiraiya could do about that. Bounty stations were strictly black market, and while information regarding Kakuzu's visits could be bought at a price, his visits were indiscriminate and without pattern, making them impossible to track. Hiromo got up, wiping his hands clean on the sides of his pants. Was that it, Jiraiya-sama? There was one final thing I got out of the interrogation, Jiraiya said distractedly. They were supposed to report back to Zabuza at some sort of big event soon, in the harbor city. Do you know anything about that? That'll be the daimyo ceremony for sure, said Hiromo without any hesitation. Ceremony, out of the way, kid. In the fat man's hurry to get to the front of the crowd, he reached out with an impatient hand to shove the small boy to the side, but to his surprise, it swiped uselessly through the air. The man glanced down and then did a double take, finding nothing there. He looked around, but there were at least a dozen other children of the same size and coloring in the immediate vicinity. The boy could have been any one of them. So, with little more than a fleeting wondering thought, the man moved on. Meanwhile, through bright blue eyes, Naruto watched the man disappear into the crowd before effortlessly merging into it once more. As he began to be jostled forward by the mass, he looked around at the numbers calculatingly. It seemed that a substantial number of people had gathered at the city for the ceremony, for he had never seen even half that number of people during the busiest hours of the city. And while most of them looked like civilians, there were some who stood out like a sore thumb, namely those with weapons. Most were subtle, with daggers strapped to their thighs, but here and there were the obvious ones with bulky swords and katana on their backs. Those kinds of people walked about with a bubble around them, as the civilians avoided eye contact and gave them a wide berth. A flashing motion caught Naruto's eye, and he turned to see a scruffy-looking boy with dark coloring nod at him before ducking and disappearing into the crowd, Rai. As he looked around, several more caught his eye, a sour-faced girl with short hair, a scratched-up boy with cropped black hair. Sakura, Menma, he couldn't spot Mayu, Sire Sasuke, but that was because they were situated on the other side of the venue, a winding path that led from the daimyo's ceremonial estate to the city's center. They were all arranged strategically near the front of the crowd, along with most of the other civilian children. It was a custom in Wave Country for the daimyo's procession to hand out ryo and candy to the watching children, and as Naruto looked around at the many orphans crowding around him, it was apparent that most of them had made the pilgrimage here for that very purpose. Is this why Kane-san took it as well as she did, when she found out we were her escorts? Naruto wondered. Henge, the transformation jutsu, was an E-rank jutsu, but it was difficult to maintain perfectly while under high external strain. And the closer your transformation was to your real appearance, the easier it was to maintain it. For example, it would be easier for an adult male to transform into another adult male than into a young boy, and vice versa. Once Naruto and Sasuke's teams had transformed into typical hungry-eyed children, melting into the background became effortless. This was key for the mission Kane had proposed to them 3 days earlier in Tezuna's house, to rescue the daimyo's 2 children, the prince and princess, so that Gato couldn't use them as a means of controlling the daimyo anymore. According to Kane, rescuing the daimyo himself would be too risky. Not only would he be the most heavily guarded, but it would only give Gato a reason to seize the vacuum of authority left behind in the daimyo's absence, no matter how temporary. Suddenly, there was a flurry of motion and then hushed whispering. The moving crowd came to a stop, all of the heads facing one direction, and there, at the far end of the pathway, Naruto could see what looked like the beginnings of a procession making its way through. At the back was a series of ornately decorated sedan chairs, from which Naruto could make out smiling faces and waving hands, the daimyo and his children. And standing around them was an array of women and men with kunai and swords glinting nakedly on their persons. Naruto quickly did a headcount and saw that Kane's information had been on spot. The sedan chair holding the princess and prince was relatively lightly guarded with 3 bodyguards, not including the carriers. If Kane's information could be further counted on, there were a few more guards scattered in the crowd disguised as civilians, but if their plan worked out, they shouldn't have time to matter. The daimyo's sedan chair, on the other hand, was surrounded by no less than 7 guards, most prominently of which was a pale-skinned man with bandages running across the lower half of his face, and a gigantic broadsword on his back. Without fail, wherever he passed through the crowd, a visible wave of fear swept through it. "That's Zabuza," a passing voice hissed tightly in his ear. "Menma," and Naruto nodded. So this was the infamous missing nin. He'd thought that Menma's team had finished him off, but this was no time to question things. Either Zabuza had survived or someone was impersonating him. Whatever the case, he was another powerful obstacle they would have to get through to complete the mission. Naruto felt an uneasy shiver go down his spine. It was strange, however, that a missing nin could be so boldly parading in front of thousands of people like that. No matter how powerful he was basically painting a target on himself for any of his village's hunter nin. As he waited for the signal, Naruto watched the procession get closer and closer to where he was standing. Every now and then, a hand, full of something that glinted brightly in the afternoon sun, popped out of one of the sedan chairs, and every time, as if a dam had broken, the children surged forward. There seemed to be some invisible rule in place that prevented adults from joining in. When a few stragglers moved forward to do so, they were promptly knocked out by the children around them. If they were lucky, their unconscious bodies were dragged out to the edge of the crowd. Just as the first sedan chair began to pass by where Naruto was waiting, the hand popped out once more, and this time, he could see that it was attached to a young-looking girl dressed richly in pale robes. She looked cheerful. Likely she was too young to understand the precarious hostage situation her family and country was in. The children around Naruto surged forward, and he joined in half-heartedly. He reached up in the air with a hand, and in that instant, met the princess's gaze. Her eyes were blue, like his. Taken aback, he held his breath, and then with a bright smile, she tossed the coins in her hand toward him. Before they reached him, however, several of the larger and rougher orphans knocked his hand aside and leapt up to swipe the coins. Naruto saw another orphan boy aiming a kick at his chest. Easily dodging it, he nevertheless pretended to have been hurt and fell backward in the crowd, intending to disappear and lose whatever the small attention he'd unintentionally gathered. But before Naruto hit the ground, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him up. He looked up to see a tall man with long shaggy white hair, and immediately recognized him as the man he'd chanced upon in the bathhouse a week ago. "Are you all right?" said the man, and Naruto mutely nodded, his mind whirring with several possibilities. Was this other man working for Gato? Had he found out about the plot, and seen through Naruto's disguise? But before Naruto could do anything else, the man simply said, "Be more careful from now on," and then walked away. Naruto stood still, unsure of how to react, and as if answering him, a roaring sound filled his ears. Naruto's head snapped toward the procession's path just in time to see 3 massive black and white tigers leaping at Zabuza, the signal. The crowd had been stunned into silence, but as the missing nin pulled his sword off his back with an accompanying flash of steel, they were galvanized into action. Screaming, people, children and adults alike, began scrambling away from the path. The same orphan boy who had tried to kick Naruto before came running at him with a panicked expression on his face. Leaping forward, Naruto jumped past him, heading straight for the procession. Naruto landed on the path, with Rai, Sakura and Menma right behind him. All of the guards were distracted, focusing their attention on the other side of the path, where now, on top of size beast drawings, a flock of birds as well as several fast-moving bodies were wreaking havoc. Naruto pulled the tanto from his back and in the same smooth action, burst forward to the princess and prince's sedan chair. The main guard, a tall disciplined-looking woman with hair tightly pulled back in a bun, noticed him, and as she raised her blade toward him, her mouth opened to shout a warning. But before she could make a sound, Naruto was past her. With a spray of bright red blood, the body fell to the ground and her head rolled away on the ground. When Naruto glanced behind to check, he saw that Rai had similarly taken care of the other guard, while Menma and Sakura knocked out the third. Menma and Sakura looked at them with stunned expressions on their faces, but paying no mind, Naruto reached into the sedan chair. The prince and princess, looking terrified, had backed away to the other side. Noticing that their eyes were fixated on the blood dripping from his tanto, Naruto hastily returned it to its sheath. Then, he grabbed the arm of the princess, Rai grabbed the prince, and pulled her trembling figure out. She began to struggle in his hands, but she was weak, even for a civilian. "What are you doing?" the princess cried out. "Stop, we're here to save you," said Naruto quietly. He shot a look toward the daimyo's sedan. Though Zabuza's back was toward them, one of the guards had noticed them and had started to move toward them with a sword in his hand. "We don't have time, come quietly, or I'll knock you out." Growing still, the princess's eyes became as round as the coins she'd been tossing out, and taking advantage of it, Naruto tossed her over his shoulder and jumped out of the chair. Just as he prepared to leap down into the crowd, there was a scream. "Rai!" Naruto turned to see Rai duck just in time to dodge a long sword. Rai backed away protectively in front of the prince as the guard thrust the sword again at him. Naruto's hand immediately went down to the kunai on his thigh holster, but before he could throw it, there was a flash of blue and then the guard was yelping, swiping at the air around his face with his hands. "Mayu!" Rai yelled out, relieved. "I'm okay, go help the others." Mayu, pale-faced, nodded. Menma tackled the guard she'd been distracting, and she ran off, her birds flocking around above her head. To Naruto's relief, Zabuza seemed to be completely ignoring them, focusing his attention instead on the Jonin weaving in and out to attack him, Shirakumo. Naruto and Rai jumped down into the crowd, the princess and prince collectively in their arms, and began to run swiftly past the shocked faces of the civilians. As they ran through the mayhem, one guard managed to get past Menma and Sakura, but Naruto quickly disposed of him with a flick of a kunai. After that, with a cursory look around, Naruto confirmed that there was no one else coming after them. "Send the signal," Naruto said shortly. Rai nodded, and brought his hands together in the snake hand seal. Immediately, there was a distant exploding sound. On the other side of the gigantic crowd, a billowing black cloud of smoke rose into the air, a planted harmless letter bomb that signaled that Naruto and Rai had successfully retrieved the prince and princess, and that the others should retreat. "Be safe, everyone," Naruto thought to himself, his teeth gritted and his heart pounding loudly in his ears. With a long history of battle with fate, Jiraiya had set foot in the harbor city that morning, steeling himself for whatever the day's events should throw at him. However, what was unfolding before his eyes had even his mouth dropping wide open. It was utter chaos. Any semblance of order had dissipated as soon as the missing nin from Mist drew his sword. Civilians were screaming and scrambling to distance themselves, while a scattered few in the crowd were drawing hidden blades and struggling to reach the procession. From what Jiraiya had been able to see, it looked as though a group of ninja had attacked the guards standing around the daimyo's sedan chair. While the guards were distracted, a group of 4 civilian children swooped onto the sedan chair in front. It was at this point that Jiraiya realized they probably weren't as innocent as they looked, and pulled out a pair of children, before running off with them. Jiraiya was now in a quandary. Should he interfere? And if so, which side? The supposed kidnappers, or those who had been keeping the daimyo hostage? His gut was tugging him in the direction of the daimyo's sedan chair. As a cloud of black smoke suddenly burst beside him, the level of screaming around him elevated to even higher heights, but Jiraiya could tell it was harmless. He decided to trust it. It was, after all, what had kept him alive all these years. Leaping strongly into the air, Jiraiya headed directly for the daimyo's sedan chair, and as he did so, immediately, he could tell that something was off. The smoke must have been a signal for them to retreat, for the various ninja that had been attacking were now trying to flee. But even as he watched, the one named Zabuza knocked out a black-haired boy with a swing of his blade and then reached out to grab a thin woman, who slumped in his grasp. There were 2 cloaked figures beside him, one holding an older man and a struggling young girl in each hand, the other exchanging blows with what appeared to be a shinobi wearing the leaf Hitai 8. Now that Jiraiya was close enough to see, he knew immediately who he was facing. The masked one was Kakuzu. The other one was not a familiar face to Jiraiya, but judging from his black cloak, was a member of Akatsuki as well. "Jiraiya-sama," The shinobi, who Jiraiya suddenly recognized as one of the Leaf's Jonin, cried out. Is that really you? Leaning forward, Jiraiya thrust out his hand and struck a pose. Yes, it is I. Jiraiya, the great Toad Sage and best-selling author of Ika Ika. Zabuza turned toward him. So you're one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. He released the woman he'd been holding. Falling to the ground, she scampered away. The man beside Kakuzu looked interested. A Sannin, as much as I'd like to get the bounty on your head, Sannin, said Kakuzu. I have no interest in fighting you today. Some other time, perhaps. He jerked his head at the other man, who scowled widely. Zabuza stepped back to the sedan chair to grab a frightened-looking man in fancy robes. Some other time, you say, said Jiraiya. That'll be difficult, seeing as how you'll be dead. For what felt like the 100th time that day, a distant explosion rocked the ground. The walls of the building shook, and dust from the ceiling trickled down around them. There was a dull clamor in the distance that could have been the sounds of screaming, but she tried not to think of it. Princess Awano of the Land of Waves did not understand what was happening to them. Just that morning, she had finally been allowed to see her old nursemaid, and she had been dressed in fine silk robes that felt unbearably soft after months of wearing nothing but rough smocks. The small man in black glasses had been there. He'd appeared in her doorway with the two bodyguards who never left his side. And then he'd promised her that if she or her little brother ever stopped smiling on that day's procession, he would rip off all of their fingernails. Awano believed him. The last time the small man had made them a promise, her mother had disappeared. And she'd tried her best. Every time Haku looked like he was about to cry, she'd squeezed his hand and stretched her own smile even wider. But even though she'd never stopped smiling, their guards had all been killed in front of them, heads and bodies falling unnaturally away from each other. Amidst explosions and shouting, they'd been dragged from their chairs and carried away. Now, they were hiding in an empty building by the waterside. Haku shook in her arms, and Awano drew him in closer to her thudding chest, but she dared not scream. After all, the two who had kidnapped and brought them here were right in front of them. The one with a scar on his face silently paced back and forth, gripping what looked like a knife in each hand. In sharp contrast, the other, with bright red hair, the one who had taken Awano, was pressed up against the wall by the door, stock still. They had been hiding in the masses of children that had swarmed her sedan chair, but they must have been working for the man in black glasses. And now, they were just waiting for the signal to kill. Awano looked down at her brother, and smiled at him. Maybe she just hadn't been smiling enough. Maybe if she kept smiling, she thought, the small man in black glasses would change his mind. Suddenly, the boy who had been pacing stopped, and at the same time, Awano thought her heart would burst. Someone's coming. As far as Naruto was aware, everything had gone pretty much according to plan, except for the final and most important part, that everyone regroup at the safe house Kane had managed to procure. Well, he and Rai were there with the prince and princess, but the absence of the others who should have been back by now was painfully apparent. If the plan hadn't stressed the importance of sticking to their individual parts, Naruto would have already left by now in search of his remaining teammates. As it was, he had to force himself still, and lacking the means of any meaningful communication, the most he could do was to keep his senses sharp for the slightest sound of approach. Thankfully, he wasn't kept waiting for too long. The first to arrive was Kane. She came alone, shivering from either cold or adrenaline. As soon as the door opened, the merchant woman froze and stared at Naruto. She looked lost, as though she hadn't been the one to outline the entire plan in the first place, before a look of relief filled her face. Stepping into the building, however, some of the relief began to visibly fade. Where is everyone else? Naruto cleared his throat. You're the first one to make it back. And hopefully, he added to himself, she wouldn't be the last. You didn't see the others. Did you see Mayu? Rai prompted, his tone worried. Kane shook her head. It's chaos out there. We all got separated. I barely got away myself. I'll get into the details once the others get here. His jaw setting, Rai didn't respond. Instead, with an extra crease lining his furrowed brow, he resumed his pacing. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to his position by the doorway, his head spinning with possibilities. It had always been a risk of the plan that some of them wouldn't make it back to the safe house. In fact, it was a risk that had always been there from the start. It was an integral part of their job description. Naruto was well aware, and had assumed the responsibility that came with it as soon as he'd accepted the mission. And yet, there was something very wrong with their current situation. Something had felt off from the moment his team had arrived in Wave Country. Had it been mere coincidence that he had met Hidan again? That Hidan had been with someone who knew about Jinchuriki? And who in the world was that white-haired man he'd met at the bathhouse and again at the procession? It was as though he held several puzzle pieces in his hand, with no idea of where the rest of the puzzle was, or whether they all even belonged to the same puzzle. A frustrating thought, understanding how little he knew, yet lacking the capability to learn more. It was then, with his thoughts being thrown about like leaves in the wind, that Naruto caught sight of the princess's face, and it gave him pause. Was it because Kane was an adult, unlike he and Rai? With every step Kane took towards the two children, Naruto thought he could see the color drain from the princess's face. The princess's mouth opened, and he thought she would speak. Suddenly, his attention snapped up towards the ceiling. There was an open crack there that led to the outside, and something had just slipped inside, a bird. For an instant, hope welled up in his chest, but it was quashed just as quickly. It was a small bird made of ink, not a bluebird, and it flew down straight into his hands. "It's from Sai," Naruto announced, reading the contents off a scroll. "He and 2 others are on their way." As if right on cue, the door slammed open, and Sakura and Menma staggered inside. Looking slightly less bedraggled, Sai followed them. As the 3 collected their breaths, there was a pregnant pause. And then, "Where's Mayu?" Rai blurted out. "I'm fine, thanks," said Sai, but for once, the smile was gone from his face. He looked around at the building's occupants, and his gaze fixed on Kane. Something there hardened. Before anyone else could say anything, Sai made his move. And somehow, Naruto knew what he was going to do. In a flash of movement, there was a screeching sound as Sai's kunai met Naruto's, an inch from Kane's exposed neck. "Some other time you say, that'll be difficult, seeing as how you'll be dead." Even before the last few words had left his lips, Jiraiya began to move, joining his hands together in the snake seal, Ranji Shigemi no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. His chakra coursing through his hair, it burst out into what looked like gigantic white ropes that surged through the air, flying straight towards his opponents. In an impressive range of diversity, the men immediately splintered into 3 different responses. With the 2 bodies still in his hold, Kakuzu deftly leapt into the air, evading his attack. Zabuza on the other hand released the man he had been holding and stood his ground, countering his technique with an oversized sword. Meanwhile, with seemingly little regard for his own demise, the other member of Akatsuki shot straight towards Jiraiya, a maniacal expression stretched across his face and a flashy scythe in hand. Scooping Zabuza's cargo, a man who could only have been the country's daimyo, out of harm's way with 1 rope of his hair, Jiraiya felt his lungs swelling up with chakra and reared back. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sheer heat searing his face, he blew out a stream of fire that roared along the ropes of his hair toward his opponents. In an instant, the one who had been making a beeline for Jiraiya was consumed in the fire, and the smell of burning flesh filled his nostrils. On the other side of the battlefield, Zabuza raised his sword and sliced the air with a gigantic swing, countering the stream of fire headed in his direction. However, it was all he could do to raise it just in time to parry another sword, this time, from Shirakumo. Jiraiya returned his attention towards the man who was now a burning inferno before him. It was curious, by all standards, he should have been reduced to nothing but melted flesh and charred bone by now, but even as he could begin to make out hints of pure white bone in the man's face, the man kept walking toward him. His lips had burned off, but the bared teeth made it look as though he was grinning. No, the madman was actually laughing, the sound raising goosebumps along Jiraiya's arms. In a single creaking motion, the burning skeletal frame raised its scythe. Since evading Jiraiya's first attack, Kakuzu had made no move from the peripheries to help his allies, but he spoke now, in guttural tones, "Zabuza." It must have been a warning. Thrusting his sword forward to force Shirakumo back, the missing nin held up his free hand in a telltale sign. Thick, immovable mist converged on the grounds, fogging his senses. "I will claim the bounty on your head, eventually." Kakuzu's disembodied voice rang out harshly. "But for now, you are not our target." And then they were gone. For a moment, Jiraiya debated the merits of entering Sage Mode, as distasteful as its appearance was, and giving chase, but dismissed it. There was a storm brewing in the horizon, and he had not survived on his own after all these years by remaining his younger, brash self. What he needed at this juncture was patience, and more information on who exactly he was facing. A body soon approached Jiraiya. It was Shirakumo. Drawing closer, he saw that the Jonin was supporting on each arm the body of the daimyo and another boy. One of his students, perhaps. Shirakumo's voice was heavy. Jiraiya-sama, they've taken 2 of ours. Jiraiya solemnly surveyed what he could of their surroundings. Most of the civilians in the vicinity had managed to escape before the confrontation, but there were casualties scattered here and there, hidden in the fog. While the intel he had received from Hiramo had led him here, he'd found no answers, only more questions. Such as, why were 2 members of Akatsuki here? Having tracked their movements over the years, Jiraiya had found that they tended to work in pairs when hunting down particularly strong bounties or important targets. What was of such importance here in Wave Country that warranted the presence of not only 2 Akatsuki members, but an S-rank missing nin such as Zabuza? It was a gut feeling, but Jiraiya suspected that there was something more at stake here than Gado's tyranny of a small island nation. In a flash, he made up his mind. Take me to the others you were with. You owe me an explanation or two. The sun was up, the ship had docked in Fire Country, and the remaining passengers were disembarking. The million Ryo question for Kakashi was, where was his team, +1? He spotted a straggler getting off the ship, swaying side to side down the ramp. It was the cabin boy he'd seen earlier, who'd been sacrificing the contents of his stomach all night. Excuse me, Kakashi called out cheerily. I've been expecting the arrival of 4 Chunin today from Wave Country. 3 males and 1 female, on the young side. Do you know where they are? To his surprise, the cabin boy scowled. Those thieves were ninja, never got back on board, did they? Kakashi blinked. Excuse me, they remained locked in their positions, their blades grinding into the others in a slow fall towards an impending assault. Sai's eyes had never looked so cold. Do get out of my way, before I kill the both of you. Naruto could tell it wasn't an idle threat, but he didn't move. Explain yourself. Meanwhile, with a hand reaching into his shuriken holster, Rai turned furiously towards Sai. What are you doing? Get away from them. Sai's gaze flickered to his teammate, and Naruto could see the calculations going through his mind. He tensed, readying himself for battle, but after a long, drawn-out moment, Sai lowered his blade. How do you think she got away from that battle? The question hung in the air, and Naruto turned to Kane. Despite the near attempt on her life, she was oddly composed. There was a resigned, almost relieved, look on her face, and with a lurching realization, it told him everything he needed to know. How did you figure it out? Said the woman. I'd had my suspicions. Your choice of cargo. The attack in the boat. The way your plans separated us. And they were all confirmed the moment I saw Zabuza let you go. In 2 rigid motions, Kane bobbed her head in acknowledgement. You weren't supposed to see that. I don't think you were supposed to survive. A slow, creeping sensation began to rise up in Naruto's chest. Wait, what's going on? Said Rai, wearing an expression as though he had just been clubbed. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter anymore. Kane shrugged with the weariness of defeat, and raised her bare hands in surrender. Do what you will with me. Sai cocked his head, raising an eyebrow at Naruto in a silent question. Naruto could have asked many questions of the woman standing before him, but only one rose unbidden to his lips. Who are you really working for? Her lips drew back in bitter relish, as though she had been waiting to hear that question her whole life. Akatsuki. When Mayu came to her senses, she was no longer fighting for her life in the iron grasp of the cloaked missing nin. Instead, judging from the stiff material binding her arms to her sides and the stale feeling of air on her face, she was tied up on the ground somewhere indoors. Despite the rising sensation of panic in her stomach and the heat of bile in her throat, she forced herself to continue breathing at a slow, even pace. Next, taking great care, millimeter by millimeter, she opened her eyes a slit. Almost immediately, she wished she hadn't, for she was alone in a dimly lit cave. The foreboding sensation of being enclosed enveloped her, and the unease permeating her body intensified. Will he come for you, I wonder? A high voice rang out. A spike of chill ran down her spine, and Mayu's eyes flew all the way open. She struggled to flip onto her feet, but an inexplicable and absolute force kept her immobile in place, and the only thing she could do in that moment was to take in the sight which, contrary to her thoughts, stood before her. She was not alone. There was a man standing at the entrance of the cave. He wore the same black cloak the other missing nin had been wearing, and an swirling orange mask hid his features from her. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. What do you think about him? It had been years since Jiraiya had last returned to Konoha, and in his absence, Naruto had grown up. Taking a good look at him, the boy's resemblance to his father was astonishing. If it wasn't for the flaming red hair he'd so clearly inherited from his mother, Jiraiya would have thought it was his old student brought back from the dead. What's going on here? Shirakumo demanded, looking back and forth. Unfortunately, this was perhaps not the best time for a reunion between godfather and godson. The safe house Shirakumo had promised looked to have been compromised. With a single sweeping glance, Jiraiya assessed the situation. Naruto, along with 3 other Leaf Chunin, surrounded a bound female civilian in what could only be an interrogation. Beyond them, a young female genin comforted 2 civilian children cowering in the corner. She betrayed us, said the blonde Chunin, his nostrils flared. We stayed here to help her and she freaking betrayed us. An angry-looking Chunin rounded on Shirakumo. Where the hell is Mayu? Why is she not with you? The Jonin shook his head. I'm sorry, she and Tazuna were both taken. We don't know where, but we decided to first regroup to reassess the situation. Letting out a swear, the Chunin reached down and grabbed the bound woman by the scruff of her shirt. Where is she? Where did they take her? To her credit, the bound woman looked calm. I don't know. What do you mean you don't? Who are you? Naruto broke in. It was directed towards Jiraiya. The boy's gaze had been fixed on him from the moment they had reached the safe house. Jiraiya felt intrigue bubbling inside of him. With Naruto looking this similar physically to Minato, he had to wonder whether he took after him in other aspects as well. Thrusting out a hand, he struck a pose for the second time that day. Thank you for asking. I am Mount Myoboku's monk of the frog spirits, also known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Naruto had heard the name before. There had been numerous records of the Sanin's legendary deeds from the Second World War. If he remembered correctly, the Hokage had once mentioned the name as well, in association with his father. In all the legends of the Sanin, however, none had mentioned a perverted old man who peeked in the women's baths. Naruto glanced at Shirakumo, but the Jonin's demeanor seemed unfazed around the man. Nor did he look as though he was being controlled by some sort of genjutsu. Was this man truly who he claimed to be, the great sage, Jiraiya? Could they count this strange man as a potential ally? It may have been a comforting thought, especially in the light of recent events. But whereas he could see Team Shirakumo's members relaxing, Naruto did not jump to the happy possibility. Instead, he maintained his distance. He would choose his own allies, he thought. Does Akatsuki mean anything to you too? Naruto asked. As expected, Shirakumo shook his head, but Jiraiya looked intrigued. Is this civilian involved in Akatsuki? What is Akatsuki? Naruto pressed. Jiraiya stroked his chin. They're an organization I've been tracking for years now. For all intents and purposes, they function like mercenaries, taking on all sorts of nasty, shady missions the villages don't want to be associated with. But as for their final objective, well, that's why I'm still out in the field. Let me say this, at least. It was Kane, her chin jutting out stiffly. The true reason why Gato has been able to stay in power is because Akatsuki has been supporting him from the shadows. Then how could you be working for them? Rai exploded. I thought you wanted to help this country. They made me a deal. I was to go into the Hidden Leaf, request Chunin bodyguards on a journey to Wave Country, and delay their return for as long as possible. In turn, they would withdraw their support for Gato, allowing us to overthrow him and take back the daimyo. Kane's voice grew quiet, and of course, they reminded me of the consequences of failure. Naruto's thoughts flashed back to their journey across the water, on the mysterious assassination attempt on the merchant. Sai's eyes narrowed. You sure are speaking freely. Why is that? Even if you all kill me now, I've carried out my end of the deal. This country will soon be free. Gato will be dead, and my brother's death won't have been in vain. A mixture of both resignation and pride struggled for dominance on Kane's face. There's no longer any reason for me to hide the truth. As I said, do what you will with me. I'm prepared for the consequences. But why? Menma spoke up. Why would this Akatsuki group want to keep some random leaf nin here in Wave Country? Perhaps it wasn't so random, said Jiraiya, staring straight at Naruto. One by one, the pieces were coming together. Judging by the glimmer of realization in Shirakumo's eyes and the puzzled looks on his teammates' faces, everyone his own age had been kept in the dark regarding Naruto. He felt a stab of irritation. Considering how the Hokage had gone out of his way to even put a seal on his memories, he'd thought the old man would have at least done a better job of keeping him a village secret. But now it seemed as though he was on the hit list of every other missing nin out there. "They're capturing Jinchuriki," he said at last. "And they're here for me. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. What do you think about him?" Before she could stop herself, Mayu felt her eyes widen. How did this man know about Naruto? But no, she couldn't reveal that she understood his question. "I don't know who you're talking about," she said, bracing herself for the man's reaction. Instead, he seemed to take it in stride. "Well, of course you do. He's your teammate, and current team leader." From his similar attire and the way the man freely walked about the cave, it was clear that he was associated with the missing nin who had captured her. However, that was the only thing he seemed to have in common with them. He didn't inspire overwhelming terror in the way those two did. He was just weird. As discreetly as she could, Mayu scanned their vicinity. Apart from the man, they were alone. She felt her heart lift. While she had been disarmed and bound with rope, she could still feel the clips in her hair. In a voice that sounded stronger than she felt, she demanded, "What do you want from me? I'm not important enough to my village to ransom with, and no one's going to come here for me." Suddenly, with a pang, she thought of Rai. With any luck, Naruto would be able to hold him back from making any rash moves. "Oh ho, so he's trash," said the man in a cheery voice. Despite herself, Mayu frowned. "That's not what I said. What kind of team leader wouldn't come to rescue his team member?" She hesitated. "The mission is more important than the individual. Naruto won't come to rescue me." The force that had previously kept her frozen in place was gone, and she struggled up to her feet. "Because I don't need him to." For some reason, that seemed to greatly amuse the man, who broke out into a laugh and began to spin around. "You think so? Kakuzu-san's keeping you here as bait, you know. But if they're not coming for you, why are we even keeping you here, then, Mayu started to try and wriggle a hand free. If she could just make the sign, she'd be able to release her bluebirds. Oh look, the man was staring outside the cave's entrance, his form awash in the glow of the setting sun. "The day's almost over. You know what sounds good right about now? Some dango. Should I send you home in time for dinner?" She couldn't believe her ears. "Home? Why not?" The man spun back around and approached Mayu with a kunai. She flinched, but in a smooth motion, he cut through her bindings. The broken rope tumbled down to her feet. Rubbing the bruises on her arms, she stared at him in disbelief. "Why are you letting me go? And where's Tazuna-san? If you're referring to that old bridge builder, I released him a while ago." "But why? Why capture us in the first place at all?" "Tut-tut," the man wagged his finger. "Too many questions, not enough escaping. What'll you do if Kakuzu-san comes back and you're still here?" He had a point. Mayu took a step towards the entrance, and paused. "Thank you, whoever you are." The man bowed mockingly. "You can call me Toby." It was a scenario that Naruto had rehearsed in his head countless of times, the moment his teammates learned the truth about him. In the nights when he'd been unable to find anything else to occupy his thoughts, he'd approached it in many ways. Sometimes, he tried bringing it up on his own. Other times, he was cornered into revealing his secret. Whatever the approach, his teammates' imagined reactions always remained fairly constant. Rai erupted in anger and accused him of being a traitor, while Mayu either calmed him down or shrank back in terror. Now, it was actually happening, but in a way that Naruto, for all the thought he'd put into it, had never predicted. The first difference was that Mayu was not present, and at the reminder of her absence, Naruto felt a pang. The second difference was Rei's reaction: confusion, disbelief, realization, shock, horror. A myriad of emotions twisted his teammate's face, before melting away into one single, surprising emotion: concern. "Then this is all a trap, isn't it? To get Naruto." Jiraiya nodded solemnly. "Their objective is still unclear, but one thing's for certain. Several other Jinchuriki have already disappeared, and in all cases, there were signs of Akatsuki interference. I can personally confirm the current presence of 2 Akatsuki members here in this area, Hidan and Kakuzu. With Naruto here, this is no mere coincidence." At the names of the 2 missing nin, Naruto, who had been too stunned to respond, felt a jolt. That was another piece, falling into place. "Then we must let Hokage-sama know," Shirakumo said sharply. "This isn't just a matter related to Wave Country anymore, this now concerns the safety of our entire village." He motioned towards Naruto. He needs to be returned to Konoha immediately. Sai, who had been taking in the situation in shrewd silence, raised a hand. Using my super beast imitating technique, we can be back in Konoha before the end of the day. Wait, Rai protested. What about Mayu and Tazuna? Before we can consider any rescue missions, Naruto's security comes first. What are you talking about? Trap or no trap, have you even seen him fight? He can take care of himself. Right, Naruto. With another jolt, Naruto realized that Rai had turned to him for backup. Rationally speaking, it was a no-brainer. Assuming that Jiraiya's intel was accurate and Akatsuki was a true threat, it would be senseless for Naruto to stay in Wave Country. He had not forgotten the results of his previous confrontation with Kakuzu. Despite Rei's confidence in him, he had been powerless then, and though he hated to admit it, he would be powerless now. The best option would be to return to Konoha with the rest of his team, alert the Hokage, and if possible, send out an elite rescue force. Although of course by then, it could be too late. Everyone else had fallen silent, waiting for his response. Rei's ferocious expression was starting to become undone, with the beginnings of fear taking its place. Naruto knew what was being asked of him. It had been a long time coming, ever since the day he and his teammates sat around a campfire in a dark crystal cave. The situation was almost comical. How had a simple bodyguard mission turned out this way? The Hokage had said it was a mission to help him gain experience, and if he did well, he would be considered for a position as a Jonin. A Jonin was a ninja who had the ability to make tough, split-second decisions in the face of conflict. The question was, which did he choose? The continued security of the rest of his team in the village. That was the smart, Jonin bet. Or would he gamble it all away for an unnecessarily high-risk rescue mission? He wondered what Kakashi would have done, and shook his head. It really was a no-brainer. Naruto cleared his throat. We're not leaving without them. It looked like he wouldn't be getting that promotion anytime soon. Leaving behind Shirakumo's genin team to guard the safe house, they immediately left the settlement. Luckily for the group, Jiraiya's earlier session with Zabuza's henchwomen had yielded several answers that were starting to prove more and more useful, mainly, the location of Gato's main hideout. It was situated in the middle of the marshlands, hidden from any uninformed eyes by dense mist. As they made their way through the forest, deftly hiding the sounds of their progress, the going was tense. The group's feelings were mixed on the matter, that much was obvious. While Shirakumo hadn't seemed too happy about the decision, he had bent his knee once Jiraiya showed his support. His face lined with apprehension, the Jonin accompanied them now in grudging silence. A Chunin who the others had called Sai wore a smile on his face like a mask. Jiraiya mentally marked him as one to watch. The other Chunin with the similar-sounding name, Rai, was it. Though he was the most ordinary of the lot, he seemed equally the most driven in this rescue mission. Whether his enthusiasm would serve to be a hindrance or not remained to be seen. And finally, Naruto. Going by the reports Jiraiya had heard over the past several years, he wouldn't have expected such brashness from the boy. It seemed there was more of his mother in him than he'd thought. Jiraiya wasn't a fool. At a minimum, what awaited them were 3S-level missing nin. While he had confidence in his own abilities, even with a Jonin of Shirakumo's caliber and 3 skilled Chunin by his side, he had no doubt it would turn out to be a very close fight. However, though he would never admit this to the others, he was never one to pass up an opportunity to save a damsel in distress. Moreover, Naruto's decision on the matter intrigued him, and Jiraiya was willing to see where it took them. Have you tried to control the Nine Tails chakra yet? He asked. Naruto's expression didn't change. Once, he left it at that. The boy didn't trust Jiraiya. He couldn't blame him. In all his years of absence, he was a complete stranger to Naruto. Of course, Jiraiya had his reasons. He'd been away under the Third's orders, tracking down and gathering information regarding Akatsuki. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable truth that he had neglected his duty as godfather. Perhaps, Jiraiya thought to himself, after all this was done and settled with, it was time that he trained the boy. The journey by ship had taken the better part of 3 days, but running at top speed across the water surface, Kakashi covered the same distance in a matter of hours. As soon as the mist began to fade and the coastline appeared in the horizon, he began his retrieval strategy. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. A black seal appeared momentarily on the water's surface, and in a cloud of smoke, his Ninken pack appeared by his side. Kakashi held out the only thing he had been able to find on the ship, a cloak that Naruto's shadow clone had presumably been wearing. "I'll need you guys to get to work right away." Once his hounds had the scent, they ran off ahead of Kakashi towards the main island. Reaching the shore, he immediately noticed the difference since he had last left it several days before. In the place of the once crowded, worn-down settlement, there was now a muted emptiness. Buildings appeared to have been smashed to pieces. What had been destitute before had been replaced by complete and utter abandonment. The only sign of activity was smoke, rising in the distance from the forest. Had there been an attack in the city? Where had everyone gone? Kakashi picked his way through the settlement, noting several strewn bodies in the rubble. Thankfully, none of them wore the leaf Hitai ate. At the edges of the settlement, one of his hounds returned to him. "Did you get anything?" asked Kakashi. "There's a fresh trail that leads from the city and through the forest," said Pakun. "But I also found someone wandering around, with whiffs of the scent." Pakun led him deeper into the forest, and soon, Kakashi spotted an older bespectacled man leaning against a tree trunk for support. After a moment, he recognized him as Tazuna, the man Naruto and the rest of his team had been staying with. "I'm not your enemy," Kakashi said, stopping before him. Letting out a surprised yelp, Tazuna fell backwards and began scrabbling on the ground. "Who are you? Are you here to finish me off? I'm a ninja from Konoha, and I'm looking for Naruto and his team. Can you tell me what's happened and where they are?" The older man hesitated, his eyes squinting suspiciously at Kakashi's masked face. "They let me go, but they kept the girl. They told me to tell Naruto and the others. I have to find them now." Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. Could you tell me where they are?" It was more difficult than Mayu had expected, getting through the marshlands. The joy she had felt when she had first left the cave had since dissipated into a rising sense of trepidation as the elements took a turn for the worse. The fog grew thick and heavy, and the air turned freezing. Continuing onwards, Mayu carried herself on thoughts of how her teammates would react when she reached the safe house. Rai would be the first to react. He'd be grinning widely, punching her on the shoulder for making him worry. Naruto would be standing to the side, not saying much as usual, but with a relieved look in his eyes and one less burden weighing him down. Once they were back in Konoha, she thought, she would have to buy them bowls of ramen to make up for it. Kakashi-sensei would be there too, and Rai would be complaining about Sai. Naruto would be. The mist was thick, too thick. Mayu's heart began pounding. She remembered this fog. It was not natural. It was a ninjutsu. It had been how her captors had first gotten away. It all happened in the blink of an eye. One moment, she was alone in the fog with her thoughts. The next, she was flanked on both sides. An unnatural gust of wind blew away some of the nearby mist, revealing two dark figures, one tall and one short. Mayu felt hot bile rising in her throat, but she pushed it back. In a flash, she made the appropriate signs with her hands, and an instant later, her bluebirds were unfurling themselves from her hair. "Naruto, Rai, please find them." Drawing back in a defensive position, Mayu took in a deep breath. She wasn't completely defenseless. Though she didn't have any of her weapons, she still had her genjutsu. She could buy some time with that. Her birds would dissipate the moment she died, but if it was the last thing she did, she would warn her team. Mayu had never really stood out, but when she passed the exam for the academy, her mother bought her a bag that she had been pining over for the past few months, a bright blue, fluffy ball-shaped one. Her big brother Izumo gave her the look when he saw her wearing it for the first time. "Mayu, I don't know how to break this to you, but you're going to be made fun of." Mayu stuck her tongue out at him and ran to school, where she found out that her brother, like always, was 100% correct. As soon as the teacher left the lecture hall, some of the other children gathered around her and ripped the bag off her back. "What is this? You call yourself a ninja? Ha, I say it's perfect. An ugly bag for an ugly girl." They began to throw it back and forth amongst each other, and when she grabbed for it, they threw it on the ground. Feeling bewildered and overwhelmed, amidst their laughter, she felt her eyes grow hot with tears. She had wanted to be noticed, but now she wished they would leave her alone. Suddenly, she felt a shadow on her face. Looking up, she saw a dark-haired boy staring down at her. Rai. Mayu knew him, of course. He was in her class, and unlike her, he had a lot of friends. His older brother Kotetsu was also Izumo's best friend. Kotetsu brought him along sometimes, but the most they'd done was silently sit in opposite ends of the sandbox while their brothers talked. Rai scowled at her, and for a second she thought he would yell at her. He picked up her bag, and she flinched, but then, he slung it over his back. Real ninja can wear anything, he told the stunned children. It was the best day of her life, the day when she made her first friend. The worst day of her life followed shortly afterwards. It began when Mayu found herself hiding from her brother in a shrub, right under the kitchen window. Mayu, she heard Azumo yell out, as he stormed into the kitchen. A dry leaf poked uncomfortably into her cheek, but she dared not move. Azumo was a lot older than her and a chunin. He would find her right away if she made a single sound. But over the years, Mayu had gotten quite adept at avoiding detection by her brother, a fact that both pleased and infuriated him. "Mother, have you seen Mayu? What is it now?" She heard their mother laugh. Hearing her ringing laugh brought a smile to Mayu's face. Their mother was the nicest person in the village, and made the best cakes to boot. Her mother was baking one now, and the smell of the crispy apple filling made her salivate. "She skipped going to the academy today again," Azumo complained. "It reflects badly on me that my own sister is like this, you know. I'd say it's healthier for a child to be running around, having fun than to be sitting in a classroom learning how to kill people," their mother said in a mild tone. She could practically hear Azumo roll his eyes. "Oh, not this again." Their mother did not approve of Mayu attending the academy. Though she'd never said why, Azumo had told Mayu it was because their father had died years ago in battle. Azumo, on the other hand, wanted her to at least learn the basics of defending herself. There had been a big fight over it, she remembered. But Azumo won in the end, and she'd had to start attending the academy. On the bright side, Rai was there, so it wasn't so bad. But it was so boring. Mayu didn't care about learning how to set traps or throwing a shuriken with perfect precision. She would much rather run around the village with Rai, listening to all the merchants, stories at the market, looking at the clouds in the sky, and watching birds eat bread crumbs from her hands. There was a light slapping sound. "No, don't eat it," their mother said. "What? Why not?" Azumo whined. "It's not for you." "Then who? It's not someone's birthday, is it?" There was a small pause. "You don't mean you're making a cake for that thing, are you?" Mayu's ears perked up. "What thing was this?" Their mother said quietly. "And what if I am?" "I thought," Azumo hesitated, "I thought we had agreed that you were going to keep your distance from it. I don't even understand why Hokage-sama's put you up to this. He knows it's because of that thing that father." "I have raised that child for the past 3 years," said their mother. "And I have kept my distance. But the more I see him, the more I realize that he doesn't understand anything. He doesn't know anything. He's only a child, like Mayu." At the mention of her name, Mayu gulped and uttered a silent prayer that she would never be caught eavesdropping. "How could you say that?" Azumo sounded angry. "Have you even seen what that thing looks like? It's not a human, it's the damn fox itself. That's just the Uzumaki clan trait and you know it, Azumo. It's Naruto's 6th birthday tomorrow, and he's never even had a cake, so heavens help me, I am making him one. And that's final." Of course, after all that, Mayu had to see the boy for herself. The other kids jeered about him sometimes, but she'd never met him before. However, he wasn't hard to find. She soon caught his face peeking out of an apartment window by the market. He was the complete opposite of Mayu, easy to single out, with his bright red hair and unique facial markings. She waved up at him. "Hi there." Immediately, his face disappeared from view. She frowned, and tried again. "Do you want to play hide and seek?" There was no response, and she was about to give up, when she heard a small voice. "I don't know how to." What a weird kid, she thought. "That's okay, I'll teach you," she said. "I'm Mayu. What's your name?" "Naruto." It was a bright sunny day out, but for some reason, Naruto seemed reluctant to leave his apartment. Nonetheless, with some coaxing, Mayu was leading him towards the park when they ran into Rai, who was throwing shuriken at a homemade target. Looking curious, he wandered over. "What are you doing? And who's that?" "This is the boy my mom's taking care of." She gestured back at Naruto. "Come on, say hello." Hello. Hold on, I know him." Rai peered at Naruto, who shrank backwards. "Yeah, he's the one Kayumo's mom told us to stay away from." "Really? Why?" Rai shrugged. "I dunno. She got mad at Kayumo for letting him join our game of tag." "Why would she? He's just a kid like us." Mayu smiled encouragingly down at Naruto. "Right." At first the boy didn't respond, and she was about to turn around and call it quits, when his whiskered face broke out into a small smile. How cute, she thought. She couldn't have been more wrong. It all happened so suddenly. One moment, she was pulling Naruto by the hand, and the next, they were surrounded by a group of armed figures. They didn't wear the Hittite of any villages, they were rogue ninja. Mayu wished she had paid more attention at the academy, but it was too late for that. She was helpless, and was soon immobilized. Though Rai put up more of a fight, trying to fight back with his shuriken, even he couldn't do anything. One of the rogues threw a kunai at him, and Rai let out a howl of pain as it struck his cheek in a splash of blood. Another rogue hit the back of his head, and then Rai was on the ground, unmoving. Now, they were somewhere underground, below the village, the sewers. She knew some of the older kids sometimes sneaked in there, but she hadn't dared to, until now. They'd never mentioned how suffocating it was, being surrounded on all four sides with no windows or doors. There was only darkness, the dirty smell of sewage, and the sound of running water. Mayu had never been so scared in her life. The narrow walls of the tunnel around her seemed like they were shrinking around her, and she couldn't breathe. Her heart was pounding so hard in her chest, it hurt. All of a sudden, the rogue who was holding Mayu stopped. There was sweat on his hands, and it seeped into her mouth. They're coming. The warning came not a moment too soon, as three dark figures swooped down from the ceiling. They wore animal masks, the Anbu. The rogues around her drew their weapons, and immediately engaged them. Amidst the clanging and screaming of metal meeting metal, Mayu felt a flicker of hope. She didn't know much about the mysterious masked ninja, but they were reputed as some of the best in the village. Surely, she thought, they were safe now. Stop! The rogue holding Mayu cried out. Something cold and sharp touched her neck. If you don't, I'll kill her here and now. All three Anbu froze. Mayu, one of them shouted. It took a moment for her to recognize the voice behind the mask, it was her mother. Then, knowing that, she could no longer hold back the tears. Mom, she struggled to free herself, but the man's grip was too strong. Your daughter, lucky us, how's this for a trade then? You let us go with the Jinchuriki, and we give you these two other kids back. There was a pause. Very well, said a male Anbu's voice. The bruising hold on Mayu slackened, and the other rogues began to retreat, taking Naruto's limp body with them. Tears and slime streaming down her face, Mayu ran into her mother's tight embrace. For a moment, all was well. She could hear her mother breathing in her ear, and she breathed back in hers. One of the Anbu stepped up to them, sounding worried. What are we going to tell Hokage-sama? That we were unable to rescue the Jinchuriki, said the male. This is our chance to get rid of that thing. We'll be lucky if they kill it. Mayu wished with all her heart that she could get out of that horrible dark tunnel. She wanted to sleep in her mother's arms that night and forget that this had all ever happened. But she couldn't stop thinking about how Naruto had smiled up at her. What about Naruto? She said in a small voice. Her mother's hold on her body tightened. Mayu felt her heart beating rapidly against hers. And then her mother pulled away and stood up. I'm going after them. What are you talking about? The male Anbu sounded confused. You, of all people. This is what you've always wanted. Just leave the creature. Her mother shook her head, and looked straight at Mayu. What kind of ninja are we, if we abandon a child here? The male Anbu scoffed. He's a monster. Her mother didn't say anything. Instead, she drew her sword, and then she was gone, swallowed up in the darkness of the tunnel. Mayu was never sure about what happened next. The other Anbu took Rai and left, but Mayu refused to leave without her mother. The male Anbu was on the verge of dragging her out of the tunnel, when he suddenly froze. She wondered what had happened, when it hit her, like a wave. She'd never felt chakra like this before. It was the most overwhelming, terrible thing she'd ever felt. It choked her, it covered her. And then she saw him. It was Naruto. He was coming back, alone. But there was something strange about him. There was a bright red shroud covering his entire body, and he walked on all fours like an animal. Mayu hesitated. Naruto. The male Anbu shouted, get away from him. He'll kill you. She flinched back, and the male Anbu raced forward, holding his sword before him. He was going to kill Naruto, but then, faster than she could follow, a blur of red jumped into the air. There was a loud, terrible cracking sound, and she realized with a jolt that Naruto had bit into and broken the Anbu's neck. The man gurgled, his hands grasping belatedly at his ragged neck. His body twitched a few times, before slumping down. The thing landed back in the water with a splash. Letting out a sob, Mayu tried to step back, but fell over instead. It was drawing closer. The red shroud around its body swung back and forth like a tail. There was something dark dripping off of its face. It was the ANBU's blood. "Where's my mom?" she cried. "What did you do?" It was right before her now, and she could see its red, slit eyes. It looked at her, and she looked at it, and she knew in her heart that she was looking in the face of a monster. Something heavy struck her in the head and she felt herself fall over. She could hear muffled shouting in the distance. Her body was sinking into something warm and thick. And then everything turned black. When Mayu opened her eyes again, her mother was dead, and her entire world had changed. Rai couldn't remember anything. Having been knocked out, he'd missed the entire thing. The only indication that something had ever happened to him was a long, ropey scar on his face. Ironically enough, Mayu escaped the incident physically unscathed. During her short stay in the hospital, she found herself surrounded by members of the intelligence division who asked her questions after questions. She didn't say much, only responding that she couldn't remember what had happened, until the Hokage himself came to her room and made them leave. The day she was discharged, when she arrived at her house door, she stopped and knocked. Nobody answered, and after a while, she let herself in. Azuma wasn't there. She hadn't seen her brother since he'd visited her, red-eyed, in the hospital. The only thing left in the house was a stale cake. It rained for days afterward, as though the skies themselves were crying. But Mayu couldn't cry anymore. The whole world had turned gray, and she didn't shed a single tear. Years passed in that way. Azuma stopped coming home, using his work as an excuse. It rained, and rained. Eventually, Mayu graduated from the academy. She was placed in the same team as the monster, and she knew that she was being punished by the heavens. Their Jonin-sensei gave them a test, and Mayu would have been content to fail if it meant she wouldn't have to be around the monster anymore. But the monster brought to her and Rai a plan, and it worked. Their team began going on missions. Even though Mayu often lost her concentration in the monster's presence, it never lost its patience with her. It was intelligent and strong, and sometimes, she had to stop herself from admiring it. One day, on a bodyguard mission, the monster killed several bandit men. It was expressionless about it, its face dripping with blood. Mayu had expected as much. Later that night, she passed by its wagon and heard a sound. Pulling out her kunai, she went inside, and saw the monster shaking in its sleep. It was having a nightmare. Its face looked younger than usual, more vulnerable. Mayu wasn't so weak, however. She didn't let it deceive her. But soon afterwards, the monster had to go and save someone. A young civilian boy. Without any regard for itself, the monster jumped in front of the boy and was hit by a shard of metal. It would have died, if it had been normal. It turned out that Kakashi-sensei knew about the monster as well. He told her about how the monster was something called a Jinchuriki and how a tailed beast had been sealed inside it as a baby. That night, Mayu knelt by the monster's side. She could tell it was awake, and she heard their breathing synchronize in the darkness. She looked at its face for a long time. She held its hand, and she decided to give in to the deception. Things got easier after that. It became he. The monster became Naruto. She stopped flinching every time Naruto was near her. When Naruto praised her, she began to feel proud, and when he seemed disappointed in her, she trained harder. She started wondering about how Naruto was eating. She baked him a birthday cake, and she could tell that he didn't like it, but he ate it all without a word of complaint. And then one evening, she found herself sitting at Ramen Ichiraku with the others. Kakashi-sensei was reading his adult books. She and Rai weren't arguing for once, and the three of them were digging into their bowls. Mayu finished first, and when she looked up, she caught sight of Naruto smiling faintly into his ramen. Books. Her chest throbbed. Ichiraku buzzed with the sound of customers, and the store's glowing lanterns bobbed in the night breeze. The rich smell of miso ramen wafted out through the hanging flaps. Something wet and hot dripped down her face. The world wasn't so gray after all, she thought. As always, Rai was the first to notice. They had reached the last of the trees, and the seemingly endless marshlands spread out before them. The others had already landed on the marsh ground, and right as Naruto was about to jump down, he saw Rai come to a screeching stop. "Wait," he cried out, and then Naruto saw it, a blue feather, floating down through the air. When he reached out for it with his hand, the moment it touched his palm, a sudden influx of images rushed into his mind's eye. The sound of wings flapped in the air above him, and he looked up just in time to see a bluebird soaring past the treetops, into the sky. He blinked, and then it was gone. It emerged from the roiling fog without warning, a great maw of a cave, built into the underside of a rocky cliff. There must have been something repelling the fog there, as a scattered system of smaller caves quickly came into view. At the moment, it appeared to be deserted and void of any activity. However, Naruto knew with certainty that just hours before, it had been crawling with sentries. True, there were signs here and there, scattered cigarette butts, and the whitened ashes of an old campfire. But moreover, he had seen it before, in his mind's eye. By touching the feather of one of Mayu's bluebirds, Naruto had received an influx of its memories. Everything the bird had seen and heard since Naruto and his team had pretended to leave Wave Country, was now a part of his own memory. It covered the events he had missed at the procession, including Jiraiya's clash with the three missing nin. That particular memory continued to show Mayu and Tazuna being taken away by Kakuzu. The final memory was of his teammate, who seemed to have somehow escaped, defending herself against two assailants in the fog-covered marshlands. Unfortunately, Size Inc. rats were unable to find Mayu in the vicinity. With time running out, their best hope was that she had been recaptured and was being held captive at Gato's hideout. Naruto felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. There was a simpler alternative to that possibility. Mayu had sent that bluebird to them for a reason, it had been a warning. But it seemed Mayu had not known Naruto as well as she must have thought, for he deliberately chose not to consider it. As Naruto and the others crouched behind a cluster of shrubs, he glanced at Rai, who was regarding the hideout in silence. In the place of his usual chatter, he had not spoken once since Size Inc. rats had returned. Naruto could only imagine what thoughts were going through his head. Several minutes passed, and in a surge of impatience, Rai rose up and made a move to step forward. Blocking the way with his arm, Naruto shook his head, when two shadowy figures emerged from the cave's entrance. "They're out there, all right. I can smell the money," said one. "Ha." The other raised his nose and sniffed the air. "I don't smell anything." It was Kakuzu and Hidan, and at the sight of the latter, Naruto stiffened in surprise. In the bird's memory, he had seen Jiraiya inflicting horrific burns on Hidan scarcely hours beforehand. Now, the only signs it had ever happened were faint scarring. Jiraiya appeared to be wondering the same thing. "Here I thought I'd finally rid the world of one of you crazies." Stepping past Naruto, he emerged from his hiding spot. "Where's the Jinchuriki?" Kakuzu asked, his pupil-less eyes slowly searching the area. Jiraiya chuckled. "If you mean Naruto, he's on his way back home to Konoha." "That's unfortunate to hear. So if you'll just get out of my way, I'll take back the two you took from us, and be on my merry way. What do you think?" "Enough with the banter," Kakuzu growled. Naruto knew what was coming a split second before it happened. Kakuzu's hand shot out far past its reach, attached to its body by hundreds of thick black threads. It was how he had taken Mayu captive in the first place, at the procession. Jiraiya bit into his finger and slammed his fist into the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. The ground shook. From a cloud of hissing smoke, something gigantic and red emerged, towering high above their heads. The sound of keening metal rang in the air as Shirakumo drew his weapon. Meanwhile, ink splattered across Sai's open scroll and an ink lion roared into existence. Before he left, Rai looked back at Naruto, and finally spoke, "It's in your hands." With that, he ran out to join the others. Hidan let out an elated laugh. 1, 2, 3 of you. Jashin-sama will be pleased with today's offering. It was time to get to work. Stepping back, Naruto concentrated and felt the chakra in his body begin to vibrate. Electricity began crackling around his feet. Masking his presence in the confusion of the starting battle, he shot across the open ground towards the mouth of the cave, and he was in. The plan they had put together was a simple one. While the others distracted the Akatsuki members, Naruto would look for Mayu and Tazuna. Once they were secured, their top priority was putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the missing nin. It wasn't an ideal plan, and the risks were high, but the others, with perhaps the exception of Sai, had all readily gotten on board. Whereas the outside of Gato's hideout had appeared to be completely abandoned, the inside was a different story. A large artificially excavated cavern teemed with several dozen armed men, and multiple tunnels led away to what was presumably the rest of the cave complex. Naruto began to sprint, his hands coming together to perform the sign, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. In a single identical motion, he and his clones drew their tanto. Hey, what the first man to notice broke off into a strangled gurgle. His mind had been teeming with the chatter of 100 questions before, but it was silent now. The only thing on his mind was a series of twisted faces jeering down at an unconscious body. Sparks of electricity flashed, spurts of bright blood splashed onto the cave walls, and twitching bodies fell to the ground. The armed men were genin level at best. They were no match for Naruto and his clones, who made short work of them. Soon, there was only one man left. He was a short man in an expensive suit, and was the shipping magnate locally feared as Gato. He had ruined the lives of many civilians, but none of that meant anything to Naruto. For him, Gato was yet another body in his way. The entire time, Gato had been backed up against the farthest corner of the cavern. Naruto turned towards him now, and he let out a yelp. He scrabbled backwards, knocking his own glasses askew. His squinty eyes fearfully watched Naruto advancing toward him. The smell of fresh urine stained the air. Wait, what do you want? If it's money, I have a lot of. Naruto slashed his tanto across the man's front, killing him. As the body crumpled to the floor, Naruto wiped the blade clean on its suit. The salt marshlands of the Land of Waves were infamous for their ever-changing terrain. More than one luckless traveler had gone astray in the combined elements of fog and mud, and their souls were said to wander the land in search of their lost bodies. The trail had gone cold for Kakashi's hounds. The only thing they'd been able to find was a single hair clip in the shape of a bluebird. Tazuna fell to his knees. That belongs to that young girl, doesn't it? Without responding, Kakashi lowered himself and stared at the ground. There were signs of a recent scuffle, with freshly turned dirt and broken reeds. He felt a glimmer of pride in his student. She had stood her ground against her opponents, whatever the outcome. What stood out to him most, however, was the sheen of ice covering the earth. While it seemed to be of ninjutsu origin, it was not one native to Wave Country. Clearly, outside forces were at work. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A flock of squawking marshbirds took off from a nearby shrub. Tensing, Kakashi straightened up. Was it an earthquake, or a battle of immense proportions? It was difficult to be conclusive with the fog limiting his visibility. Still, he had to wonder what else was occurring in these marshlands. A massive sword spiraled through the air, cutting through the fog before burying itself blade first in the ground. In a flicker of movement, a bare-chested ninja appeared, resting on the handle of the sword. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. If he wasn't mistaken, if it isn't the missing nin from the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza. I assume you're Kakashi of the Sharingan, said Zabuza. I'll have you hand over that old man. Tazuna turned pale. If that's the case, why did you all let me go in the first place? Let you go? The missing nin cocked his head. My orders were to recapture all escapees, dead or alive. How you escaped is none of my concern. Had Kakashi known he would be clashing against a ninja of Zabuza's caliber, he would never have brought a civilian with him. It was his careless mistake that put an innocent's life at risk, and to correct it, he knew that his usual self wouldn't be enough. Making up his mind, he raised his Hitai-8, revealing the swirling tomo in his left eye. Your opponent is me. Naruto and his clones each took a separate passageway leading away from the main cavern. The tunnels were man-made and lit by fluorescent lighting. They interconnected in a seemingly random pattern that reminded Naruto of the second test in the Chunin exam. His search was systematic. As he picked off any stragglers who had not been in the main cavern, he mentally crossed out the passageways he had already checked. This room was empty. This tunnel was a dead end. This room was also empty. And here was a dead end. And another. Naruto could feel his heart growing heavier and his focus giving way to a darker, lurking emotion. He was starting to wonder how high the tunnels ran, when with a jolt, one of his shadow clone's memories flooded his mind. Someone had sneaked up on it. It continued as one after the other, his clones were taken out. Right before his last clone disappeared, Naruto saw in its memories a blur of movement, and then he was standing alone in the tunnel. He heard it before he saw it, the subtle, almost indiscernible whistling of metal flying through air. Spinning around, Naruto brought up his tanto just in time to knock away what looked like several long needles, Senbon. They were followed by a kick that spiraled down at him, which he blocked with his forearm before thrusting his tanto forward. His assailant leaned back, allowing the blade to swing harmlessly above his chest. Then, using Naruto's arm as a springboard, he flipped backwards through the air. Taking in the ninja before him, Naruto realized two things in quick succession. One was that he wore the typical white mask of a hunter nin from the hidden mist. The second was his right hand, which was swollen and gray in color. It was poisoned. In a flash, he saw in his mind's eye one of Mayu's poisonous birds swooping down and pecking at a dark figure. He had been mentally preparing himself for a fight with one of the 3S-ranked missing nin. He knew nothing about this ninja, or about what kind of circumstances had brought a Kiri hunter nin all the way to Gato's hideout. None of that mattered. Sending a stream of wind chakra down his blade, Naruto struck. As the chief toad of Mount Myoboku, while Gamabunta's giant size could dwarf even mountains, it had no bearing on his speed. With Jiraiya perched on his head, the chief's long tongue lashed out at a punishing pace, causing the earth to quake with every blow. Their opponent, however, was a freak even by Akatsuki's standards. Gamabunta's initial attack had ripped the man's body apart in two, only for the two halves to rejoin themselves using the same thick tendrils that had connected his arm to his body. Now, Kakuzu's entire body had darkened in color, and Gamabunta's attacks were no longer having as much of an effect. Evading another blow that sent tremors through the ground, Kakuzu suddenly threw himself into the air. Black tendrils from his arms bulleted straight towards Jiraiya, and before he could react, the threads wrapped themselves around his feet. The surface below him gave way, and he was hurled off the chief toad's head. Wasting no time, Kakuzu arched back and unleashed a massive blast of searing fire in his direction. Jiraiya didn't have to look back to know that the others, along with Hidan, were fighting behind him. If he didn't block the fireball, it was powerful enough to consume them all. It seemed that Kakuzu felt little sense of camaraderie for his fellow partner. Bunta. In response to his cry, Gamabunta's body swelled up. Just as the toad expelled a torrent of water towards the fireball, Jiraiya blew out, Futon, Gufu, wind release, twister. A tornado twisted around the torrent, producing a cyclone that collided into the fireball. Even then, it wasn't strong enough to dispel it, splitting it instead into two walls of fire that veered off in different directions. One disappeared into the fog of the marshlands, and the other slammed into the mountainside. Kakuzu, you bastard, he heard Hidan howl. You almost hit me. A deadly rain of icicles slammed into the ground where Naruto had been standing a split second before. As the fluorescent lights flickered above them, dust rained down from the ceiling and spidery cracks appeared in the tunnel walls. The hunter nin was as small in stature as Naruto, and he had a suspicion that their ages weren't too far apart. However, he had never before met someone his age who could keep up with him in speed, let alone push him to this extent. Moreover, even though the hunter nin only had the use of his left hand, this did not seem to deter from his ability to perform seals in the slightest. Nonetheless, judging from the sounds of battle coming from outside, Naruto did not have much more time to waste. He had to finish this quickly, before anyone else got hurt. The two exchanged several more blows, neither giving way, when Naruto's tanto glanced against the swollen hand of the hunter nin, who visibly jerked in pain. Seizing the chance, he directed a roundhouse kick at the other male which made contact, the impact sending his body spinning through the air. Electricity surged painfully about his feet, and Naruto and three of his shadow clones shot forward, a tanto raised in each hand, ready to impale the hunter nin in from all directions. And then all of a sudden, coming in through the far end of the tunnel, a seething column of fire spiraled towards them, consuming everything in its path. There wasn't enough time. Naruto's momentum was carrying him forward, straight into the path of the fire. Did he know any jutsu that was powerful enough to counter it? Already, he could hear the roar and feel the heat on his face, but frantically, his mind raced through a dozen different things he could do. Hyoten. Hyogen Domu, ice release, ice rock dome. The air around Naruto crackled, and everything around him was consumed in fire. Things were not looking good. Shirakumo was already dead. He had succumbed to a bizarre jutsu that connected Hidan's body to his. The Jonin's body lay crumpled on the ground, blood still seeping from the hole in his chest. Panting, Rai flipped back and warily regarded the missing nin, who currently wore an expression of utter ecstasy. He had known it, but Hidan was strong. Overwhelmingly strong. He had grown stronger since their time in Yugakure. Even Sai seemed to understand the trouble they were in. He hadn't cracked a single insult since the battle had begun. Isn't it about time you made yourself useful? Sai panted. Well, it had been a good run. I don't see you doing anything either, Rai snapped back. Hidan kissed an amulet that hung around his neck and his black and white skin returned. to its original color. Rai shot a look back up at Gato's hideout, but it was quiet. He had to assume Naruto was still searching for Mayu and Tazuna. In the meantime, it was their job to keep Hidan busy. Ink birds began to dive in kamikaze style, exploding around Hidan. Rai drew his kunai blades from his back, the chains connecting the dual blades clanking dully. That day in Yugakure, Rai had been knocked out before he could do anything. Naruto had gotten most of the glory then, as he usually did, and Rai had sworn to himself that he would get his revenge. Hidan had grown stronger, but he hadn't spent the past few years idly either. The fireball that had consumed the tunnel sputtered away into nothing, and Naruto stared up at the dome of ice that protected both him and the hunter Nin. If he wasn't mistaken, it had just saved his life. But why? As he watched, the dome disappeared, and Naruto lowered his gaze. The hunter Nin, panting in exertion, stood well within his reach. The fireball had been the final blow, the tunnel ceiling had collapsed in, and amidst the rubble, they now stood exposed to the outside air. The sun had set while he was inside the hideout, and he found himself awash in the glow of moonlight. The shouts of battle echoed in the distance, the earth rumbled from the movements of Jiraiya's toad summon. For the first time, the hunter Nin spoke. The girl, was she one of yours? His voice was higher than Naruto had expected. She did that to your hand. It wasn't a question. Yes. Where is she? The hunter Nin didn't respond, and in his silence, Naruto knew. In that moment, as though he had been doused in ice-cold water, everything became clear. Powering his feet with chakra, he thrust his tanto forward. The hunter Nin jerked back in surprise, a fraction too late. The blade cleaved straight through his swollen arm. Yellow pus and dark blood burst out as the severed limb fell away, splattering Naruto's face. Staggering back, the hunter Nin let out a piercing scream, and as though heeding his call, a blast of icy air began emanating from his body. His scream morphed into the sound of crackling frost, and before he knew it, Naruto found himself trapped in another dome. This time, it was made out of mirrored ice. The sky grew thick with gray clouds and the moonlight faded. It began to snow. Though Zabuza had disappeared into the mist, Kakashi could sense the thick bloodthirst churning in the vicinity. He knew what was coming. Silent killing. It was one of the most feared assassination techniques. He didn't fear for his own life, however. The greater risk was to Tazuna. Though the older man's composure up to this point was remarkable, his fear was becoming increasingly tangible. Don't worry, Tazuna-san, said Kakashi, making a reassuring smile. You're in my charge now. I won't let you die. It was then that Zabuza chose to strike. I wonder about that. Seemingly out of nowhere, the missing Nin materialized behind Tazuna, raising his sword to deliver the finishing blow, but Kakashi had been waiting. His Sharingan glowing, he turned around and plunged his kunai straight into the man's chest. It was not blood but water that dripped down the handle and fell to the ground. Another Zabuza emerged from the mist behind Kakashi, and the water clone he had struck instead melted away. Letting out a roar, Zabuza swung his sword in a formidable arc, cleaving Kakashi's body cleanly in two. For a moment, his eyes gleamed with triumph, which then turned into confusion, as the Jonin's body also melted away into water. Don't move. Kakashi held a kunai to the missing Nin's neck, his Sharingan fixed on his target. It's over. And yet, Zabuza looked far from defeated. Clever, you used your Sharingan to mimic my hiding in mist technique, but if you think that's enough, you're sorely mistaken. Once more, another Zabuza materialized behind them. Kakashi stiffened in alarm as the clone he'd been holding hostage dissipated. It had been a trick within a trick, before raising his steel-plated gloves up just in time to block the coming blow. They stood at a standstill, sword grinding against steel. Their bodies shook from the tremendous force being put in on both ends, and then they burst apart, each leaping away from the other. As Kakashi landed, he felt something cold and wet land on the tip of his nose. It took him a second to process what it was. Snow. For some reason, the snow seemed to give Zabuza pause. When he moved again, he was visibly shaken, and Kakashi seized the opportunity. As the missing Nin raised a hand into the air to start his technique, Kakashi mirrored his motion. Before the other could react, the Jonin's hands blurred, finishing the jutsu he had been about to start. Suiten. Daibikufu no Jutsu, water style, great waterfall technique. Zabuza reeled back in shock. A muddy vortex of water rose up and claimed him. The earlier fight against Shirakumo must have drained Hidan more than Rai had expected, for the missing Nin's movements seemed sluggish. As Sai provided backup, they eventually managed to corner the missing nin. With a lunge, Rai drove his kunai blade into Hidan's back, twisting it deep into his heart. Any ordinary person would have been long dead by now, but Hidan looked irritated instead. "I've told you, it's useless." Reaching back, he grabbed Rai and forcefully hurled him into the air. Flying backwards, the chain connecting Rai's blades clinked in the wind and suddenly, it gave him an idea. It all happened in an instant. Even as size-ink snakes swarmed him, Hidan lobbed his scythe after Rai. It whistled through the air, its 3 blades gleaming. He had a choice to make, and he made it. Even as the scythe plunged into his own chest, Rai used his remaining strength to throw his remaining kunai blade back at Hidan. Momentarily immobilized, Hidan watched the chains wrap tightly around his body, the blade still lodged in his back acting as an anchor. Finally, the chains ran out and the swinging kunai blade sliced straight through Hidan's neck, decapitating him. "Let's see you recover from that." Rai grinned, and his body hit the ground. By the time the water released Zabuza, slamming him against the ground and receding from around his body, the missing nin was spent. Kakashi held a kunai to his neck and at last, Zabuza bowed his head in defeat. "It's over," Kakashi said coldly. "Now tell me, where are my students?" Zabuza's face twisted. He opened his mouth. 2 kunai slammed into his neck, hitting his vital points in a splash of blood. The man didn't stand a chance. He was dead before Kakashi could even grasp what was going on. Alarmed, he immediately turned in the direction the kunai had come from. He had not noticed the presence of anyone else, and yet there, in the creeping fog, a figure in an orange mask stared down at Kakashi. "Who the hell is that?" The hunter nin's reflection surrounded Naruto on all sides, the white masks looming down at him. Every reflection gripped the bloody stump of its arm and gritted out in an echo, "You can't escape, not from my mirrors." Once more, Naruto heard the shrill sound of metal as dozens of needle senbon filled the air. This time, there were too many to counter. Even as he batted away the majority with his tanto, several broke through his guard, cutting through his cheeks and legs. It was curious how, despite the grim situation, Naruto didn't feel the slightest trace of fear. He hadn't realized it, but his mind had been growing dull with doubt like an unsharpened blade, ever since he had left Konoha for Wave Country. All that was gone now. There was a razor sharpness in its place, and he knew exactly what to do next. Opening his guard, Naruto brought his hands together to form a seal. Even as a dozen needles pierced his newly exposed arms, with a cloud of smoke, several shadow clones appeared and immediately began to guard him. Metal met metal in the background. Ignoring the pain, Naruto focused on the churning ball of chakra forming in the palm of his hand. He had thought that combining both shape and nature transformation was an impossible task, like trying to look in 2 different directions at once. In the new clarity of his mind, he realized now that his mistake had been in focusing too much on a single direction. He didn't have to look in 2 directions at the same time, he only had to widen his perspective. The tightly focused ball in his hand spun wildly. Strong gusts of wind began to spiral out. Stepping forward, Naruto slammed his Rasengan into the mirrors, and with an ear-splitting sound, they shattered into thousands of ice particles. When the air had cleared, the hunter nin lay unconscious on the ground. For a moment, Naruto held the blade of his tanto against the other ninja's neck, thinking. Then, he let his blade drop away. Leaving the hunter nin's body behind, Naruto began to make his way down to the cliff's base. He could acknowledge it now, neither Mayu nor Tazuna were here. It was time to come to terms with the fact that, despite their best efforts, they were going to come out of this empty-handed. The first thing Naruto saw was Shirakumo's body, still warm to the touch. He checked its pulse, and reaching a negative, stood up. And then he saw it. There, illuminated in the moonlight, was another body. His heart pounding in his ears, Naruto felt the last of the air in his lungs leave in a slow exhale. Rai. At the sound of Naruto's voice, Rai stirred. He had been fighting to stay awake long enough to wait for him. There was something heavy weighing him down, and he struggled to lift his head. The clouds must have covered the moon again, for everything was dark. "Mayu," he asked, "did you find her?" There was a pause. "I found her. She's right here." Intense relief flooded what Rai could still feel of his limbs. Tears welling up in his eyes, he let his head fall back. He knew he had lost too much blood. The darkness was coming for him. He had no regrets. He had fulfilled his duty to his village. He had gotten his revenge for Yugakure. And with Naruto around, Mayu would be safe. He had no regrets. No, that wasn't exactly right. He did have one regret left. Shit, I wish I could have seen Kakashi-sensei's face at least once. Rai let out a rattling laugh, and with that, he died. Another moonlit night swept across the tiled rooftops of Konoha. As always, the village blissfully slumbered under the ever-watchful eye of the Anbu. It was also another late night for the Hokage, who was finishing up the day's paperwork. Just as he had scrawled his signature across a trade permit, he paused his pen. He could sense someone heading straight for his office. A moment later, a red-haired ninja using the body flicker technique appeared in the space before him. From the disheveled appearance and the smell, Naruto looked as though he hadn't bathed in days. More importantly, he was alone, when Hiruzen had received a messenger bird from Kakashi informing him that the whole team was on their way back. "Naruto, where's the rest of your team?" asked Hiruzen. "I'm a clone," said Naruto. "I wanted to know why you sent that missive to Team Shirakumo telling us to stay in Wave Country." Alarms started going off in Hiruzen's head. If such a missive was sent out, it was not under my authority. "Naruto, what is going on?" The hard look in Naruto's eyes told Hiruzen that this had only confirmed the boy's suspicions. "I'm guessing someone intercepted my messenger birds. They must have also forged your seal on a fake missive to keep our teams in Wave Country. I tried getting here as fast as I could, but I had to conserve chakra. I'm going to report back." The clone broke off. His eyes widening, he fell to his knees. In a cloud of smoke, he disappeared. Slowly, Naruto rose to his feet. Everything was very still, and larger, as though magnified. Or was it his senses instead? Taking in his surroundings, he surmised in an instant what had happened. While Naruto had fought the Hunter Nin, Shirakumo had died trying to take down Hidan, and to finish the job, Rai had paid with his life. Further out, Naruto could see yet another body, Sai, but his chest alone moved up and down, breathing. "Anime and manga, Kakuzu, you bastard, where are you? Come back here and bring me my body." It was Hidan's head, sitting at least a dozen yards away from its body. Impossibly, Hidan seemed to have survived even a beheading. Anime and manga. The earth shook and in a daze, Naruto looked up. Snow drifted serenely down from the sky as a raging battle played out in the background. Jiraiya faced off against Kakuzu, and what appeared to be 4 black humanoid masses. It didn't seem right to Naruto. His teammates were no longer here. And yet the world continued to move. Some of the snow that had been falling had melted, and the ground shimmered with water. Naruto caught a glimpse of his reflection. Crowning a blank face, his hair burned like fire and his whisker marks stood out starkly. Droplets of blood rolled off his chin and landed in the water, dyeing it red, and his reflection disappeared. This quiet, burning sensation, he had never felt like this before. No, that wasn't quite right. He had felt it once before. He could remember now. It had happened years ago and the memory of it had been forcibly taken from him. But it was all coming back. Everything was fuzzy and dim. He could hear the sound of running water. The back of his head throbbed, where they had struck him. He wondered where his captors were taking him. He wished he had remembered to wear his scarf to cover his face. Maybe all this wouldn't have been happening, then. There was someone still fighting his captors. He didn't know who it was. They were strong, and several of his captors groaned and fell to the ground. Eventually, however, his captors managed to put a sword through their chest. The person collapsed, and their mask fell off. With a jolt, he saw the face of the woman who slammed bowls of rice down on his table every day. She had never had a kind word for him before, and yet she had fought for him. Now, she was gone. Something inside him snapped. Everything he had ever felt in his short life came together into a single, black emotion. It seethed and roiled. It wanted release. His vision was turning red. A guttural sound filled the tunnel, and he soon realized it was coming from him. The next thing he heard was the sounds of his captors screaming. Before long, bodies floated face down at his feet in a river of blood. Back in the present, Naruto opened his eyes. An immense metal gate loomed before him. Something huge and dark lurked behind it. A single seal on the gate doors blocked its escape. He knew it was the only thing preventing the demon it held captive from devouring him. "So you've finally come to me of your own will," a deep voice filled his head. "What changed?" "There's nothing holding me back anymore," said Naruto. The demon roared in laughter. "You finally understand." A wave of dark, tainted chakra surged out from between the bars of the demon's cage and entered Naruto. He felt his depleted chakra reserves fill up to the brim, and then some more, as it overflowed and enveloped his entire body. He had never felt so much chakra before, it almost felt as though it was eating away at his own body. Anime and manga. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He had carried its burden in ignorance for many years, and upon his revelation, tried to deny it. Though he hadn't wanted to admit it, he had been afraid of the consequences. But all that was gone. There was nothing he had left to lose. Now, he decided, it was time to embrace it. Forget about me, Tazuna yelled. Just go. Kakashi hesitated. More than anything, he wanted to investigate the source of the ground tremors. He could feel it in his gut that it was linked to his team's disappearance. But after all that he'd done to defend the old bridge builder from Zabuza, he couldn't leave him there by himself. Nor did it seem like a good idea to bring him along. After a moment's thought, Kakashi summoned back his Ninken pack. Take him to safety, he instructed his hounds. In agitation, Tazuna bobbed his head. I'll be fine, your students need you, he nodded. With a final look back at Zabuza's still body, he left. As Kakashi ran alone through the fog, the ghostly image of the masked man who had killed Zabuza floated into his mind. He had disappeared before Kakashi could give chase, leaving behind only questions. The strange thing was, even though it was his first time seeing the man, he had a sinking feeling it wouldn't be their last. Anime and manga. The marshlands passed quickly. As the air grew colder, the tremors grew more pronounced. He knew that he was drawing close. He could only pray that he wasn't too late. Kakuzu couldn't remember the last time he'd had such a bad day, and he had lived a long life. It didn't rank quite as high as the day he'd returned to his village following his failed assassination attempt on the first Hokage. Nothing ever would, but it was up there. It didn't help that once again, he was battling for his life against a Leaf Nin. It rankled that he was even here. While Jiraiya's head would have made an excellent trophy, Kakuzu would have preferred to fight him on a stage of his own choosing. No, the only reason he was here at all was because of the leader's orders. Don't lay a hand on the Jinchuriki. Capture the Jinchuriki's teammates. Kill everyone but the Jinchuriki. Easier said than done, when the Jinchuriki kept popping up in his vicinity and when, everyone, included one of the Sannin. Kakuzu knew that the Nine Tails had to be extracted last, so why go after its Jinchuriki at all at this time? What was the point? Nonetheless, he carried out his orders without question, even while that bastard Hidan was talking his ear off with his complaining. He trusted that the leader always knew what he was doing. Still, he couldn't shake off the sense that there was someone else pulling the strings, pushing around Kakuzu as a pawn in their game. Suddenly, Kakuzu was yanked out of his thoughts when the sage froze, halting his assault. And then Kakuzu felt it too. A wave of vile chakra blasted into the air. It was powerful enough that the force of it alone blew away the fog in their vicinity. Kakuzu immediately spotted the source. It was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, surrounded in a translucent shroud that he recognized as the tailed beast's chakra. 4 tails, made out of the same vile chakra, churned wildly at his back. Anime and manga. The 7 tails Jinchuriki they had captured had resorted to using this power too, before they overpowered her. With a stab of annoyance, he wondered whether Hidan had violated the leader's orders and attacked the Jinchuriki. Kakuzu's battle against Jiraiya had not afforded him many chances to check in on how his idiot partner was doing. Then, he saw the headless body. Oi, Kakuzu, the head howled. As he watched, 2 of the Jinchuriki's chakra tails picked up the body and ripped it apart with ease. The remaining tails picked up the screaming head and slammed it down with a force that split the ground in 2. Well, there goes another partner. Powerful gales of wind accompanied every swing of the beast's tails. The sheer force of its chakra warmed the atmosphere, causing the snow to melt into a shower of rain. To Jiraiya, its overwhelming chakra seemed to be the very embodiment of nature. It was hard to believe this demon was Naruto. No, he mentally corrected himself. This was the Nine Tails emerging from Naruto. Somehow, the seal had weakened enough for it to physically manifest itself. The beast turned its hate-filled gaze on Gamabunta. Its tails whipped through the air toward them and Gamabunta braced himself, ready to return the blow, when the tails arched around them and slammed instead into Kakuzu. The missing nin, who had been on the verge of striking an unsuspecting Jiraiya, bulleted down through the rain and crashed into the wet ground. Torrents of mud flew in every direction as his body continued to bowl through the earth, leaving behind a long, uninterrupted strip in his wake. Stunned, Jiraiya watched the beast let out a deafening howl that shook the skies. Anime and manga. The moment Kakashi felt the Nine Tails chakra surge through the marshland and blow away the fog, he braced himself for the worst. And yet, nothing could have prepared him for the scene of carnage that met his arrival. At the base of a cliff, bodies with all too familiar faces littered the muddy ground. It was an image that brought back painful memories of the Third World War. His colleague and fellow veteran, Shirakumo. A crater with a body mangled beyond recognition. Enrai, his student. His eyes were still open, staring glassily up at the gray sky. The day he had first met his genin team flashed in his mind. You can tell me your likes, dislikes, hobbies, your dreams. When nobody answered, Kakashi sighed and gestured towards a genin with a scar running down his face. How about you go first? The boy scowled. The name's Hagain Rai. My goal is to become the best weapons specialist in Konoha. And, I hate being ordered around. The sound of rain filled his ears. As he watched the droplets hit the boy's still face, Kakashi's heart grew heavy. It seemed like it was only yesterday, when his team had passed the bell test. The air crackled. A blood-red ball of chakra shot through the sky and slammed into the cliff with a thunderous explosion. Breaking off from the point of impact, giant boulders began sliding down, crashing into the ground. Gamayuden Toad Oil Bomb. A mass of murky oil burst through the air, coating the rampaging beast. Jiraiya followed by directing his spiky white hair to wrap itself tightly around the beast, dragging it down to the ground. For a moment it seemed to work, and then with another roaring surge of chakra, it burst out of its bindings. Infuriated, the beast switched its attention from Jiraiya, who was forced to dodge out of the way. Anime and manga. Kakuzu seemed to have had enough, taking this as a window of opportunity to escape. Jiraiya saw out of the corner of his eye as the hulking missing nin leapt backwards and flickered away in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya-sama, shouted a voice. A familiar silver-haired ninja appeared, gently setting down 3 bodies beside a shrub. Jiraiya did a double take. Is that you, Kakashi? Did Sarutobi-sensei send you? Kakashi stood, his infamous Sharingan glowing in his left eye. It's a long story. It was as though he was viewing everything from a distance, through a red haze. He was in control of his body, and at the same time, he was watching his own body move. Hidan was dead, or at least crushed beyond repair, and Kakuzu seemed to have disappeared. His enemies were gone and Naruto knew he had already achieved his objective. And yet, it wasn't enough. There was a void deep in his chest that he didn't know how to fill. Anime and manga. He could feel his body thrashing about, itching with the desire to be put into action. To go somewhere, anywhere, and not come back. Only, there was nowhere to go. He had longed to leave Wave Country and return to Konoha. But there was nothing for him there anymore. The marshlands stretched out into infinity behind him while to his front, past the edge of the cliff, he could see a dark sheet of water. It was the sea, disappearing into the horizon. He wondered what lay beyond there. Pushing back, he readied himself to propel his body forward and... Naruto, a faraway voice shouted. It took a moment to process that it was his name being called. Naruto blinked, and all of a sudden, Kakashi stood beside him in his mind. His left eye glowed red, he had activated the Sharingan. Naruto took an involuntary step back. He had seen Kakashi use it sparingly in battle, but never before like this. The Nine Tails let out a growl. You're not an Uchiha. Ignoring the beast, Kakashi turned towards Naruto. What's going on here? Where's Mayu? Naruto didn't respond, and the Jonin's face turned solemn. Come back, Naruto. This isn't the answer. What would you know, sensei? The part of Naruto that was still rational knew it wasn't Kakashi's fault. But bitter words were coming out of his mouth, like vomit, and he couldn't hold them back. It's not like you were here when everyone died. Kakashi drew a sharp breath. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I came as quickly as I could. For some reason, the apology only made him angrier. It doesn't matter anymore. I've failed my mission, my team is gone. There's nothing for me to care about anymore. Do you know how that feels? I do, said Kakashi. Taken aback despite himself, Naruto stopped. Anime and manga. The Jonin's gaze, while trained on Naruto, seemed to be focused on something far away. I also lost my team, in the World War. Obito and Rin, they're gone because of my failures. Ignore him, the Nine Tails snarled. He's only trying to confuse you. It would have been all too easy to do as the Nine Tails said. It was tempting enough that Naruto almost gave into it. But as he considered Kakashi's words, he could feel his anger seeping away. And in its place, he started to remember things. He thought of his first day at the academy, when he had felt like the only person in the world. He thought of the day he first killed as a genin, and fell asleep to the rocking of the wagon. He thought of his birthday, in which Mayu baked a too-sweet cake and Kakashi presented him with a tanto. He thought of the Chunin exams, looking up at a dark ceiling and Rai asking if he was awake. He thought of Mayu calling down to him in his fight against Fu. He thought of their team, sitting down at Ichiraku's after a hard mission and ordering extra garlic with their ramen. At the time, these moments had not seemed so precious to him. Only now that they were gone, did he understand. Something in his chest throbbed, and Naruto clutched it. He could feel the void there, but he couldn't reach it. How do you deal with it, sensei? You fool, howled the Nine Tails. Kakashi inclined his head. We endure. The beast that had been bristling suddenly seemed to shrivel up before his eyes. Its baleful eyes dimming, it shrank in size, and finally, as the red demon shroud smoldered away into nothing, Jiraiya jumped forward to catch Naruto's body in midair. The body, as scratched and beaten up as it was, seemed almost lifeless. However, Jiraiya could feel his heart beating in a steady rhythm, and for that, he was thankful. Anatomy. As he walked back, he saw Kakashi kneel and close the eyes of the Chunin boy. Standing up, the Jonin bowed his head in prayer. Jiraiya somberly looked down at Naruto's still face, and then around at their surroundings. At some point in the night, the rain had stopped. The sun was rising, bleaching the sky in its vivid colors. It was a new day. Kakuzu didn't call it running away. He called it a tactical retreat. The Sannin had been enough trouble on his own. With the Jinchuriki rampaging and then the copy ninja showing up to the battle, he had made the executive decision that it was high time he left the country, sans his irritating partner. He had finally reached the forest, when without warning, he sensed someone following him. Kakuzu-san, Kakuzu-san. It was a high-pitched voice that Kakuzu despised from the bottom of his many hearts. Turning back, sure enough, he saw an orange mask gaining on him. What is it? He grunted. You sure hightailed it out of there, said Toby in a cheery voice. If you were worth the slightest bit of money, I'd kill you. That doesn't sound likely, unless the leader makes me your next partner. Toby began to sound worried. That'd be dangerous, considering how quickly you go through them. Anime and manga, I'd be doing the world a favor, getting rid of you. Kakuzu paused, fully taking in Toba's appearance. He was carrying something large on his back and suddenly, he wondered what the man he regarded as the leader's big mistake was even doing there. Toby must have noticed him watching. It was difficult to tell through the mask, but to Kakuzu, it almost seemed as though he was smiling. Don't worry, this isn't anything you need to concern yourself about. Somehow, the Hokage had already gotten wind of the fiasco in Wave Country. By the time Kakashi and the others returned to the safe house, there were several Anbu ops scouting the perimeter. With the help of the reinforcements from Konoha, the matter was quickly wrapped up. The Wave Country's daimyo and his children were returned to their vassals. Shirakumo's genin team was informed of his passing. A sallow-looking woman was transported back to the village for further interrogation. A search party was sent out to retrieve Mayu's body, only to return empty-handed. Finally, the rest returned home. The day after their return, a funeral service was held. Half the village turned up, the procession led by Mayu and Rei's older brothers and Shirakumo's grieving daughter. Knowing their history, Kakashi had half expected Izumo to blame Naruto, but with tears streaming freely down his face, the Chunin seemed lost in his own inner conflict. Shirakumo's genin team was there, along with many of the other genins. At the mention of Rei's name in the Hokage's funeral address, a young kunoichi with hair rolled up into buns burst into tears. And then it was over. That day, a somber pallor seemed to have been temporarily cast over the village, shutters were drawn, and lights were dimmed. As the skies grew dark, everyone returned to their homes, turning in early for the night. All, except for one. From a distance, Kakashi watched Naruto stand before the memorial stone, to which 3 names had been newly added. Anime and manga. The next day, Jiraiya approached Kakashi with a proposal to take Naruto along on a journey. Once given the choice, Naruto thought over it for a few minutes, before giving his answer. Somewhere hidden deep in the depths of Konoha, the members of the underground organization Root gathered before their leader, Danzo. Most people were not even aware of its existence. Under the orders of the third Hokage, Root had officially disbanded following the downfall of the Uchiha clan. However, To this day, the organization continued to operate in secret as the unseen force supporting the Great Tree of Konoha. One of its members kneeled before Danzo now, having finished his report. He had been sent to Wave Country as part of the Jinchuriki's team to keep an eye on his activity. However, his report was incomplete. The operative had been knocked unconscious halfway through the final battle. The only other witnesses present for the remainder of the battle, Jiraiya and Kakashi, were staunchly loyal to Hiruzen, leaving Danzo to grasp in the dark as to what had occurred. It was an unfortunate turn of events, especially given the operative's previously spotless track record. It was his first failure. Perhaps that was the reason why, while giving his report, the operative seemed uncharacteristically distracted. After dismissing the operative, Danzo stood by himself in the darkness, thinking. Whatever had happened in Wave Country, it made little difference in the end. No matter what Hiruzen said, he was not stupid enough to trust the Jinchuriki to stay loyal to the Leaf. He had heard reports that the Jinchuriki would soon be leaving the village again for an extended period of time, and it was clear to Danzo that Hiruzen was growing soft in his old age. As he considered his next move, Danzo regarded his right arm with a baleful glare. He would bide his time for now, but sooner or later, the Nine Tails power would be his. Anime and manga. On the morning of their departure, just as they reached the gate, Naruto stopped. He turned around and gazed up at the stone faces of the Hokage monument, before closing his eyes. As the sun's glow warmed his face, he could hear the other villagers streaming past him, the chatter of their daily life resounding in his ears. Market prices have gone up lately. Going to meet my uncle in Tea Country. A cake for her birthday. His eyes opened. Turning back around, he saw Jiraiya waiting for him. Naruto took a step forward. And another. And then, walking through the gates, he left Konoha behind. It was raining in Omegakure, the hidden rain, but that was nothing new. Neon signs flickered, glowing sullenly in the dark of the night. Numerous metal pipes scaled a sea of rusty towers that groaned under their own weight. Copper wires, dangling from tower to tower, swayed haphazardly in the wind. To the west, the tallest tower in Omegakure spiraled above the surrounding area. Other than its height, it was easily made distinguishable by the four humanoid faces that protruded from each side of the tower. The village's dead were all brought to this tower for processing. It was also the rumored dwelling of their savior, Lord Pain. Ever since the lady had brought news of their lord's victory over Hanzo to the village, the hard look in everyone's eyes had changed. Ajisai could still remember the first time she saw the lady appear before the village people. With her beautiful stoic face and her wings that spanned the length of the sky, she looked every bit the role of an angel sent from the heavens. It was so overwhelming, Ajisai cried. News quickly spread of Lord Pain after that. Following the deaths of Hanzo and the members of his faction, the civil war they had thought would never end came to a close. Now, the entire village was united under Lord Pain's mission of peace and hope. Lady Angel warned them that the hidden villages of the five great nations would not react so favorably to Hanzo's death, and so, they continued to perpetuate the notion that their civil war was still ongoing. Months had passed since then, and none of the other villages seemed to have noticed. Nobody, Ajisai included, was too surprised. Given the other nations' history of waging battle in Rain territory and causing further havoc for their village, she didn't expect them to care about anything other than themselves. It was raining, as always, when Lady Angel appeared before Ajisai and the other genin. She descended without warning, her paper wings keeping her afloat. As she turned her pale, serene face towards them, Ajisai froze, her mind reeling at suddenly coming face to face with her idol. Then, coming to her senses, she immediately prostrated herself on the ground. The Hidden Leaf has invited the Hidden Rain to participate in their Chunin selection exams this year. Your teams will go, in the pretense of participating. The other villages must continue to believe that Hanzo of the Salamander rules the Hidden Rain. Yes, Tenshi-sama, they spoke in unison. Team Ajisai, said the lady, and Ajisai found her mind once again going into overdrive at the revelation that the lady knew her name. I have a special mission for you. Take advantage of the Chunin exams to find a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki, Ajisai cautiously ventured, raising her head. Suiren. The lady looked at one of her teammates. Use your sensory perception skills and look for a shinobi who harbors an enormous amount of chakra. Is that what a Jinchuriki is? Asked Suiren. Without answering his question, the lady continued, even if you don't find a Jinchuriki, bring back intel of any extraordinary shinobi from other villages. She heard the sound of flapping wings, and then the lady was gone. The other genin began to murmur in awe amongst themselves. Ajisai shared a nod with Suiren, before turning to her third teammate. He was a relative newcomer to their village. He had a pretty face but didn't talk much, speaking only when necessary. Ajisai did not know much about him beyond that he was yet another war refugee, and that he was incredibly strong. With him by their side, Ajisai had little doubt that they would be able to carry out the lady's mission to the finish. When she saw his face, however, she found herself taken aback. The usual calm demeanor was gone. Instead, a blazing look of fury burned in his eyes, and she could see his visible hand clench so hard, it shook. It wouldn't be the first time that a war refugee in their village had suffered at the hands of the Hidden Leaf. Sympathy welling up in her heart, Ajisai wondered whether her teammate was the same. For as long as Gaara could remember, the voice had always been there, whispering in his head. When he was younger, while he was aware of the voice's presence, he did not understand it. It was purely a constant stream of noise, its volume and tone tended to vary by the day, and it was relentless. He did not understand it, but it kept him up at nights when the rest of the village had gone to sleep and the sand of the desert shimmered like water in the moonlight. It was on the night of a full moon that Gaara fell to his knees before the dying body of his uncle, and felt its blood boil for the first time. The sensation racked the entire length of his body and it was unbearable. The sand that had always served as his protection erupted around him, and everything that had been building up inside exploded into mindless, unadulterated rage. By the time the sand settled down, he knew that it was not just a voice, it was the voice of the monster inside of him, and it told him he was alone in the world. Over the years, Gaara's father, the Cage, tried to assassinate him 5 more times, but he survived and persisted. Shukaku continued to torment him, threatening to take over his body the moment he let down his guard, but while Gaara no longer slept, he continued to fight. His father hated him, his siblings dreaded him, his village feared him, yet Gaara alone loved himself. And so, he lived. When he grew older, he was placed in a 3-man team with his siblings. However, while he was initially signed up to participate in the Chunin exams held at their village, upon receiving the list of registered genin from the other villages, his father withdrew Gaara from the exam. With Konkuro's promotion to the rank of Chunin, Gaara's current team consisted of his sister Tamari and another genin whose name he didn't bother to remember. She was a replacement of a replacement. Gaara had killed the first following a disagreement on a mission. He didn't expect the new genin to last much longer. At some point, members of another village began to show up in his village. They were from Otogakure, the Hidden Sound. Though Gaara didn't know nor care for the details, he knew that the 2 villages were plotting to attack one of their former allies, the Hidden Leaf. Stating a period of mourning, Konoha had not held a public Chunin exam in some time. However, this year, as hosts of the exams, they were finally opening their doors to the other villages once more. From the increased frequency of meetings between his father and the Sound's representatives, Gaara knew it was time to strike. Nights passed, and the day of their departure grew closer. Gaara sometimes closed his eyes to rest them, but he dared not sleep. In the full moon, its blood boiled. It was a dark, quiet night. The moon hung low in the sky, a giant pale orb that witnessed all in silence. He was there, standing before him. Foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, then blame me. Hate me, and live on in shame. Run and run. Glowing red eyes with spinning black tomo pierced into him, and suddenly he could see the members of his clan falling in slow motion around him. One by one, they died in a spurt of red blood, and soon, he was the only one left. His brother turned his back to him. Cling desperately to life. Then one day, come before me with the same eyes I bear now. Oi, Sasuke, are you even listening to me? His eyes slightly widening, Sasuke refocused his gaze on his teammate. Ah, sorry, what were you saying? From his reclining position against the railing, Menma rolled his eyes. I said, I heard rumors that the Hidden Mist isn't participating in this year's Chunin exam. They're in mourning since their Mizukage died, or something. Show some respect, Menma, Sakura snapped. How would you feel if it was the Lord Third who died? That's a moot point because that old man's never going to die, said Menma in a smug tone. Sasuke looked down his reflection in the water below the bridge. It wasn't that long ago that our own village was in mourning. In the corner of his eye, he observed both of his teammates exchanging somber looks. Well, Menma said in a fake cheerful voice. It's the first time in years Konoha is hosting an open Chunin exam. I heard it's going to be a pretty big deal, with a bunch of villages attending. Everyone who's not on a mission is being called back for security. He hesitated. Do you think Naruto will come back for it? Who knows? Even Kakashi-sensei's been very hush-hush about the whole situation. Sakura gave Sasuke a coy look. Has he told you anything, Sasuke-kun? Over the past 2 years, the Jonin known as Copy Ninja Kakashi had taken over their late teacher's responsibilities. In that time, Sasuke had come to realize that Kakashi's seemingly lackadaisical demeanor was merely a front. There was true steel to his gaze, and a lifetime of hard-fought battle experience to back it. Sasuke never asked any questions. However, following the events of Wave Country, there was a mutual and spoken understanding to let sleeping dogs lie. Not really, he said. Taking his hands off the railing, he left his teammates and began to head back towards the training grounds. As they always did, Sasuke's thoughts trailed back to the moonlit events of his past. He knew that he was growing stronger with every single passing day. But Itachi's words gnawed at him deep inside, had been gnawing at him. Going on B-rank missions and the occasional A-rank, sparring with his teammates, waiting to be promoted to the rank of Jonin. Was that all there was to it? Was that enough to kill his older brother? Sasuke didn't have to search deep in his heart to know that it wasn't. The only way to defeat Itachi would be to obtain the same eyes as him. The question was, how? This was where Kakashi came in. Sasuke knew that the Jonin somehow had the Sharingan. He had caught a glimpse of it once before, when a simple reconnaissance mission had turned into a full-on skirmish with enemy forces in Rain Country. However, Kakashi had never brought it up again, until yesterday, when out of the blue, he had offered to train him one-on-one. Sasuke's cynicism warred with his frustration, and frustration won the bout. There was a restless energy inside of him that refused to subside, and he wondered whether training with Kakashi would be enough to subdue it. Before Sasuke reached the training grounds, he caught sight of the figure of his thoughts and came to a stop. Kakashi was standing in front of the memorial stone. Sasuke couldn't see his face, but even if he could, he doubted he would have been able to read anything in his masked expression. Awash in the glow of twilight, there was a white carnation at the foot of the stone slab. He wondered whether Menma, whose clan ran a flower shop, had been by. Sensing Sasuke's approach, Kakashi turned around and raised a hand in greeting. Perfect timing. Ready for your training. You're 3 hours late, Sasuke said, folding his arms across his chest. Kakashi feigned a look of surprise. I don't know what you're talking about. There weren't enough cots in the medical tent for all the groaning ninja being carried in. Strewn across the hectic space, ninja with blood-stained bandages wrapped around their heads or the stumps of what had once been limbs, drifted fitfully in and out of consciousness. Shouts filled the air as medic nin rushed back and forth, their palms glowing with medical ninjutsu. One of them noticed Karen and impatiently waved her over. Well, come on, it's about time you got here. The unhealed bite marks on her body were already starting to prickle. Karen hesitated, and the medic nin, scowling, grabbed her by the arm and dragged her to a man with a head wound. She braced herself as the man hefted himself up, then, baring his teeth around her wrist, he bit down. Hot pain seared through her body, and she felt the immediate loss of chakra. This continued, bite after bite, until Karen was so spent, she could no longer prop her own head up. Her whole body was covered in new bites, she felt as empty as a dried husk. But there must have been a few drops of chakra left within her, for she was still alive, and with that, she was left to lie down in a corner to recover. They had learned their lesson with her mother. In her crushing weariness, Karen closed her heavy eyes, and when she opened them again, sunlight streamed painfully into her eyes. As soon as the stars had disappeared, she saw the head ninja of their village, Zosui, appraising her with his cold gray eyes. His words for her were as usual, emotionless and to the point. The Hidden Leaf will be hosting the Chunin exams this year. You're going in one of our genin teams. This is your chance to redeem yourself from your failure in Sunagaku, and I'll be personally there to watch this time. You know what will happen if you fail me again. With the threat hanging in the air, he left her to pick up after herself. The memory of the look on Zosui's face when he found out that none of the Kusa genin had passed the Chunin exams still brought goosebumps. She suspected the only reason why she hadn't been drained of her chakra on the spot was because the daimyo of their country had personally commended Karen on her fight in the third test. Zosui had said it to her, your only use is your chakra. Karen lived alone in a hut along the fringes of the village. The area was empty, Despite the increasing shortage of ninja as of late, Kusugakure was sending more and more out on missions to earn money for the village. 2 houses down, there was an older woman named Midori who had used to share some of her food with Karen. She had been sent out 5 months ago and had never returned. Just as she closed the door behind her, Karen's stomach growled loudly and she considered her options. She could go back to the medical camp for food, but her chakra reserves were still low, and she knew they would make her heal again. So instead, Karen lay herself down on the ground. It was early morning, and a few rays of daylight seeped into her hut through the cracks in the roof. However, in the haze of her weariness, everything seemed dark. She shut her eyes, but it was the same. There were no chakra signatures around her, it was dark, and she was alone. She felt herself drifting away, and wished she would never have to open her eyes again. Time passed, and hunger pains shook her awake. Sluggishly getting up, Karen put a hand over her grumbling stomach and made up her mind. Though she lacked the energy to go hunting, there were plenty of patches of mushrooms and greens to placate her hunger. The sun shone high in the sky. It burned the back of her neck as Karen slowly gathered what she found in a woven basket. As she got farther and farther away from her village, she eventually found a riverbed. Taking care to put down the basket, she lowered herself by the water and rinsed the dirt off a mushroom. Closing her eyes, she opened her mouth to eat it, when she froze. While she hadn't been paying attention, there was a large chakra signature in her vicinity. It couldn't belong to any of the villagers, it was so large, it far eclipsed theirs. Was it in the water? Reaching for a kunai, Karen backed away from the river's edge and retreated into the forest. Though it was possible the owner of the chakra had already caught sight of her, she suppressed her chakra and watched from the shade of a tree. A beat passed, and then too, the river's surface broke. A bare-chested boy, no, a teenager, stepped out of the water on the other side of the riverbank. The first thing she noticed was his hair. It was red, burning like fire in the sunlight. The second thing she noticed was that he was holding a large fish in each hand, which explained what he had been doing in the water. Her gaze shot to the basket she had left by the riverside. However, he didn't seem to have noticed as without a look back, he began to head into the forest. There was something familiar about him, both physically and in his chakra. His hair color was the same as hers, and it wasn't a common color by any means. Everything still felt cloudy, but she racked her mind and soon, a hazy memory drifted into her consciousness, a small red-haired genin, holding a blade to her neck. Could it be him, the leaf genin she'd fought against in the Chunin exam? Karen closed her eyes and checked his chakra signature again. She shuddered. It was him. It had matured in the years since she'd last felt the chakra, but it shared similarities to the one she remembered, cold and guarded, and intermixed with an immense dark chakra that made her stomach twist. However, as she probed deeper, she started to note several differences. Where it had previously been cold enough to cause her to flinch, it was now cool in the way the river water had felt on her hot hand. And where it had been rough, it now seemed more worn down. There were rounded edges in the place of sharp corners. It was chakra full of contradictions, and Karen wasn't quite sure what to make of it. When she opened her eyes, the chakra signature disappeared and all she could see was the riverbank. No, she peered her eyes and checked. There was something there. After making sure nobody else was around, she came out of her hiding spot and waded through the river to the other side. There, where the teen had been standing, was one of the fishes he'd been holding, flopping about on the rocks. Karen felt her heart stop. There was no way he'd dropped the fish on accident. Had he noticed her before she hid her presence? Why had he left this fish behind? Was it poisonous? Her stomach rumbled. After a moment's pause, she added the fish to her basket. When Karen returned home from scavenging, she cooked the fish over a campfire. The smell of freshly cooked fish caused her to salivate, and she quickly tore into it, burning the roof of her mouth as she did so. It hurt, and she was no stranger to pain, but for some reason, her eyes began to sting. Taking off her glasses, she rubbed her face clean. Had food always been this delicious? The fish must not have been toxic for that night. She found herself still alive, and she wondered why. She wondered whether Zosui would knock on her door. And as she lay on the ground looking up at the dark sky through the cracks in her ceiling, she had a sudden thought: had that boy left the fish behind for her? Just before she drifted away, the memory of her last fight as a genin came back to her. It had been far away from here, in Wind Country, where the air was dry and the sand shone in the moonlight. They had brought out a white cloth there with names etched on it in black, showing the matchups for the third exam. She could remember it now. It had been the very first name, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya called it, gathering research, for his novel series. Naruto called it peeping on the women's bath. Once they had reached Snow Country and took up residence at one of the inns, the older man had made himself comfortable in front of the wooden fence that separated the gendered baths. It was not an unfamiliar sight for Naruto, though the last time he had seen Jiraiya in such a position, they had been strangers. Naruto paused beside him. "You're a pervert, aren't you?" The sage seemed to take offense to this. Tearing his eyes away from whatever vision he had been admiring, he shook a finger in Naruto's face. "Such mislaid accusations. You don't seem to realize the considerable following my books have. If these ladies understood how much of this is for the greater good, they'd be lining up for a chance with the great Jiraiya. And there's something you seem to be mistaken about." Drawing back and straightening his shoulders, he pointed at himself. "I'm not just a pervert. I'm a super pervert." Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Without responding, he left Jiraiya to his own devices and returned to the outdoor springs. It was empty, and as he settled in, fresh water was pumped into the spring, filling the air with hissing steam. Snow drifted down from the sky. Several flakes landed on his skin, and the rest disappeared into the hot water. He knew he was alone. And yet there in the spring, he thought he could hear someone whispering beside him. Closing his eyes, he let his body sink into the water and everything fell silent. The land was thick with forests and rivers that teemed with freshly spawned fish. In terms of terrain and climate, Grass Country was the most similar to Fire Country out of all the other countries Naruto had visited thus far, which made sense, as they were neighboring countries. During the day, Naruto practiced incorporating his nature release into his Rasengan. At night, they sat around the glow of a campfire, eating the fish Naruto had caught. Some nights passed in silence as Jiraiya wrote furiously in his notebooks. Other nights, they discussed Naruto's progress or planned where to head next. The matter still felt rather strange to Naruto. When Jiraiya had invited him along his journey, Naruto had accepted without putting too much thought into it. At the time, he had only wanted to get away from it all. But as time passed and everything started to take on the faded glaze of the past, Naruto was beginning to wonder more and more what Jiraiya stood to earn from this. One night, as Jiraiya picked at his teeth with a fish bone, he asked Naruto about his parents. "I never knew them," was all Naruto had to say. Jiraiya wore a carefully guarded expression. "I knew them very well, in fact. You have Kushina's hair, but you look like the spitting image of Minato at your age. I can tell you more." "No, that's okay," Naruto broke in. A pause. "Are you sure? They're gone and knowing more about them won't help me," he stated simply. Once upon a time, Naruto would have jumped at the chance to learn more about his parents. He had used to haunt the archives, pouncing on even the slightest possible reference to his familial roots. But that yearning belonged to a past age, to a child longing for the possibility of what could have been. Now, the only thing Naruto was concerned with was the present and the reality that came with it. To survive in this world, he needed to grow stronger. That was what he kept telling himself, anyways. The fire between them crackled, its heat warming his face. Jiraiya lowered the fish bone from his mouth. "All right then, tomorrow, we'll work on getting you an animal summons. A toad summons. You can sign the toad contract if you want. Or you can try doing what I did to find the animal you have a natural affinity for." The next morning, as Jiraiya looked on, Naruto bit his finger for the blood offering. Molding his chakra with the appropriate hand seals, he planted his hand on the ground. Nothing happened. Several seconds passed in silence. Stroking his chin, Jiraiya looked bemused. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled in the distance. It turned out that the land of lightning was a country of vast mountain ranges. Its name came from the year-long thunderstorms that lit up the clouds. Jiraiya's reasoning for their presence there was as follows. "I noticed you were using your lightning release to speed up your reflexes. But it's unrefined, and there's no better place to hone your lightning release than in this country." Naruto stood in the middle of a storm. He could see lightning fork out in the cold mist around him like branches of a tree. His whole body was tingling, he could feel the hair on his body standing on end. And then with a deafening boom, it struck him. Waves of electricity seared through every cell of his body. He was going to burst into flames, he was going to explode, and then it released him. Naruto fell to his knees, panting. Steam rose off of his skin. It felt as though someone had taken his lightning release, magnified it 100 times, and then deep-fried him with it. Let's try that again, said Jiraiya. How is this going to help me? Naruto asked bluntly. Jiraiya made a low sound of disapproval. I've seen you wincing while using your lightning release. If it's hurting you, you're not allocating it properly. To do that, your body needs to grow accustomed to conducting electricity. And just how many more times am I going to have to be struck? Maybe a couple dozen times, I'd say. So your plan is to barbecue me? A flash of lightning lit up the sage's face as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Remind me, how many shadow clones can you make? The border of Earth country ran along a rocky mountain range, while the country itself was comprised of desolate, rocky ravines. The wind blowing from the north passed over the mountains, raining down bits of rock and gravel on the traveling pair. Here we are, said Jiraiya, balancing on a board at the tip of a spindly rock column. This is where we'll be spending the next few weeks. He failed to mention, however, that they would be spending their nights there as well. Whenever Naruto wearily nodded off to sleep, he fell and awoke to find himself hurtling down through the air. In the beginning, he came dangerously close to being speared to death, and was only saved at the last moment by an extension of Jiraiya's hair that grabbed him inches from the rocky ground. But as the days passed, his reaction speed grew faster and he started to use a wind jutsu to propel himself back into the air. And then as even more time passed, he stopped falling at all. When 3 days had passed since Naruto's last fall, Jiraiya declared that their training there was complete. Where are we going next? He asked, secretly relieved to leave. Sniffing the air, Jiraiya wrinkled his nose. A bathhouse. At Jiraiya's insistence, not all their time was spent in training. They made a day trip to tea country to visit one of their famous tea houses. The menu boasted an eel-infused brew that, according to the cackling sage, increased a man's vitality. Give it a couple decades and you'll understand, was all he said. They paid several visits each to the land of noodles and the land of garlic, where after a taste of the local specialties, Jiraiya declared, a frog in a well knows nothing of the great ocean. They were warmly welcomed in the land of fangs, a country filled with mountains jutting from the earth. It turned out the daimyo was a big fan of Jiraiya's Ika books. The land of birds was a warm tropical country filled with flocks of migratory birds from all over the world, and according to Jiraiya, with the most beautiful women in the world. In contrast, the land of frost was always cold and dotted with towering ice sculptures in the tundra. They continued to travel. The seasons slowly passed, sometimes in order and more oftentimes not, as they crossed borders. The blue of winter melted into new leaf buds that peeked out from bare branches. Flowers bloomed and fell, their petals swept away by rain. The days grew longer and the nights shorter, and before Naruto knew it, nearly a year had passed since he'd first left the hidden leaf. One summer day, as they moved further inland through a mountainous region, it began to rain. Feeling the first drop of water hit his cheek, Naruto looked up. It was late afternoon, and the sun was still shining in the sky. There wasn't a single cloud to be seen, but all of a sudden, it began to pour. Jiraiya pointed at something in the distance. Why don't we take cover until the rain passes? It appeared to be the roof of a wooden structure peeking out from between the trees. As the rain continued to pelt them, they took a beaten trail that turned into a stone stairway lined with unlit lanterns. Eventually, they passed under a wooden torii gate, and when the structure finally came into view, Naruto belatedly realized it was an old shrine. Jiraiya rummaged in his pockets for a coin, which he tossed into an offering box at the altar. Bowing, he clapped his hands, before bowing again. Noticing Naruto watching him, he said in a sage tone, "Rule of thumb, avoid making enemies where you can." The shrine smelled of moss and musty old wood. It continued to pour outside. The sound of raindrops hitting the roof drowned out the sound of Jiraiya's scribbling pen. Leaning his head against a column, Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was usually so tired from his training that he passed out at night and woke up in the morning without remembering a thing. But this time, he dreamed, and he dreamed fitfully. When Naruto's eyes snapped open, his heart was racing and his palms were damp with sweat. It was nighttime. He could make out the dark form of Jiraiya slumbering on the far side of the shrine. It had stopped raining at some point, for the air was crisp and clear. There was a girl in a kimono standing in front of the shrine, staring at him. Immediately, Naruto reached for his tanto, and then she turned around. In the pale moonlight, he saw something blue glint in her long hair. Naruto felt his heart stop. The girl fled. Before he could stop himself, Before he could hold back everything he had been keeping locked away, he called out, Mayu. Wait, she didn't stop. She was already at the Torii gate before Naruto managed to pull himself together and began to give chase. Somehow, the lanterns along the stairwell had all been lit. In the darkness, their glowing lights appeared to float in midair, illuminating a path much longer than what he remembered. The girl ran impossibly fast. It was as though the wind carried her sandaled feet seemed to barely touch the ground. The air grew colder and thicker with fog. Finally, Naruto started to close the distance on the girl. She was right there, an arm's length away and almost within reach. Wait, he cried out again, his voice breaking. The girl must have heard him, for she let out a ghostly laugh. She started to turn her face towards him, and then disappeared into the fog. His heels skidding on the ground, Naruto came to a quick stop. He spun in a circle, but couldn't make out anything. Almost fumbling in his impatience, his hands blurred through the seals. Futon, Datapa, wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto exhaled, all the air leaving his lungs in a single rush, and a strong wind swept through the area, blowing away the mist. It left him alone in a forest clearing. There was no one else there. As the rest of his surroundings came into sharp focus, he suddenly realized that the jutsu hadn't cleared up just the mist, it had cleared up his mind as well. His stomach twisted, and Naruto felt burgeoning disgust for himself. What was he doing, chasing a phantom from his nightmares in the middle of the night? Just as he was about to leave the area, however, he heard it, a faint rustling sound in a nearby bush. In an instant, Naruto moved. Reaching for a kunai with one hand, he lunged forward with the other and made contact. It was warm and had the texture of fur, and as soon as his hand tightened around it, it began to struggle furiously in his grasp. Paying little heed, Naruto yanked it out of the bush. It was larger than a cat but smaller than a wolf, with a bushy tail and a reddish coat. It was a fox, its pointy ears lay flat on its head, and it yelled angrily, flailing in the air before him. What's the big deal? It yelped. Let go of me. Was that you? Naruto demanded. It was just a little prank, I swear, no harm intended. Naruto reeled, and in a flash, it seized the chance to bite his hand. Letting out a startled cry, his grip slackened. Wriggling out of his hold, it dropped to the ground and disappeared with a rustle into the bushes. Blood dripped from his hand. Naruto stared after the bushes. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted mournfully. Letting his hand drop to his side, Naruto's legs collapsed below his weight and he landed on his back on the ground. With that, the rows of trees gave way to the night sky. The first thing he noticed were the stars. They glimmered, shining like scattered dust across a black sea. He thought of how far away they were, and how small he was in comparison. It brought back a memory of the first time Naruto had entered the academy. Nervous and excited, he had looked up at the sign that hung above the doors and traced the character for shinobi in his palm. The separate characters of blade and heart came together in a word that by definition meant to endure. How do you deal with it, sensei? We endure. When the Nine Tails had been egging him on in the battlefield, that had been Kakashi's answer as well, to endure. What did it mean to endure? Did it mean to forget? He had thought that by traveling the world with Jiraiya, he would be able to fill the void in his chest. To this end, for the past year, he had tried his best to avoid thinking about anything other than his training and his new experiences. As he looked up at the stars, however, just for that moment, he allowed himself to think about what he had left behind, and his heart ached. It's hard, sensei, Naruto said aloud. But there was no response. The great toad sage was waiting for Jiraiya in a shallow pool of water surrounded by giant scrolls. Here it is revealed. In my dream, despite your perversions, you will manage to become a splendid shinobi. You will come to stand on your own 2 feet, acquiring disciples. One such disciple will one day bring about a great change to the world of shinobi. This I saw in my dream. A great change, Jiraiya repeated, either great stability or great destruction, the likes of which this world has never seen before. One of those 2 changes. One of those 2. What do you mean? The sage's right eye opened a crack, the dark pupil stared straight into what felt like Jiraiya's soul. You will guide that revolution. And eventually, there shall come a day when you will be forced to make a critical decision. That choice you make will decide which way the change goes. His mind churned with questions, the weight of the prophecy already bearing heavily on his shoulders. What do I do? In order to make the correct choice. In my dream you walk the world, writing books. Books. A flash of red sparked brilliantly in the puddle by his feet. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop moving. The fox had been following him all morning, making no real effort to conceal its movements. He had a feeling it had been on his scent for longer than he'd realized. As soon as they'd crossed from rice country into hot water country, Jiraiya waved Naruto off with a conspiring glint in his eye. I think it's about time I took off. Out of consideration for each other's sanity, they had taken to occasionally splitting off for a day at a time. Naruto usually spent the time training with his clones, and as for Jiraiya, well, he assumed the older man had his own needs to take care of. The path Naruto chose took him through a bamboo grove. Green bamboo trunks shot up from the ground, crowding the sky. Rays of sunlight filtered through, reflecting off the trunks and lighting his way through the forest. Crack! His gaze shot to the source of the sound, but there was nothing there. While it was clear the fox was still on his trail, it was maintaining its distance, making it difficult to pinpoint its current location. Naruto wondered whether his previous summons attempt hadn't been as unsuccessful as they'd thought. The only question was, why had it not revealed itself to him? Judging by the lack of hostility, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent, notwithstanding its previous attempt at a prank. When he decided he'd had enough, he stopped. Come on out already. A summer breeze blew through the grove, and he heard the bamboo trunks crackle. In the distance, a bird whistled. Then with a rustle, the fox emerged from the thicket. In the daylight, Naruto was able to get a much better look at it. It looked like an ordinary red fox, albeit dressed in a black howery coat. To his bemusement, it lay on the ground and let out a yawn. What's for lunch? Judging by the tone of its voice, it was a male fox, though, the fact that it was talking at all meant that it wasn't an ordinary animal. Why are you following me? What is it that you want? When the fox didn't respond, letting out another yawn instead, Naruto raised a hand to the handle of his tanto. The fox was back up in a flash, his tail swishing in the air. All right, I'll tell you, so calm down. Folding his arms across his chest, Naruto looked at the fox expectantly. With a delicate cough, the fox bent his forelegs in a stiff bow. My name is Amakuro. You summoned me here with that pitiful offering, and I've been following you to see whether you're worthy of signing my contract. That confirmed it. His natural affinity was for a fox. The irony of the situation didn't escape Naruto, and he had to wonder whether his being the Jinchuriki for the purported demon fox had anything to do with it. So why did you turn into my teammate? How do you know who she is? I didn't and I don't. The fox, Amakuro, licked at a paw. I was testing you with an illusion. You saw only what you didn't want to see. Didn't want to see. What did that mean? In an effort to clear his head, Naruto exhaled. Well, then, am I worthy? Amakuro let out another yawn. No, I don't think so. You don't talk much and you're too violent. I'm going to pass on this one. Caught off guard, Naruto blinked. While he didn't know what he'd been expecting, it certainly hadn't been rejection. A thorn of irritation was starting to twist in his chest, and for some reason, that irritated him even more. He hadn't expected himself to care at all. Fine then. It was Amakuro's turn to look taken aback, as he said quickly, that's it. Just so you know, I'm pretty powerful. You're going to lose out big time by not signing a contract with me. I mean, where else are you going to get a summons as good as me? I don't need a summons, said Naruto. Or so he told himself, anyways. As he left the fox behind, he felt a sharp gaze trained on his back. But he could no longer hear anything behind him. It was sunset by the time Naruto reached the village of Yugakure, where he was supposed to rendezvous with Jiraiya. He hesitated before he stepped past the entrance gates, and then pushed his legs forward. Had it really been 5 years since he'd last visited this place? It looked almost exactly the same as it had back then. While there were a few new resort hotels, the hot springs and the crowd of tourists had remained the same. It was as though the incident with Hidan had never happened at all. Colorful lights bobbed in the distance, and as Naruto made his way toward it, he realized a summer festival was going on in the center of the village. Glowing lanterns dangled in the darkening sky. Smoke rose from the food stalls, filling his nose with the smells of fried dough and grilled meats. Some of the attendants wore masks as they strolled between the attractions. There was a stall with a pool full of glimmering goldfish. 3 children were huddled around it, and just as he passed by, one of them shouted out, "Look at that fat one." Something about the wording brought Naruto to a sudden halt. Everything was spinning, and for a moment, it was as though he'd been transported back in time. If he just looked, it almost felt as though he'd see two shadows walking in step behind him. He didn't look. Instead, he stood there, rooted to the spot. The crowd's chatter surrounding him seemed to rise in volume, filling his ears. Naruto. He stiffened, but it was a young boy staring uncertainly up at Naruto's Hittite. There was one around his neck as well. It wasn't the first Hittite Naruto had seen in the village. It seemed that for all its increasing tourism, Yugakure still had a population of aspiring ninja. Yes, he said. Recognition flooded the other boy's face, and he pointed at himself. Do you remember me? I'm Taki. You saved me. Naruto did a double take. In his memories, the child he'd saved in the midst of Hidan's slaughter had been barely older than a toddler, and yet the boy in front of him was already starting to lose his baby fat. While he was still shorter than Naruto, coming up to his shoulders, Naruto had a sinking feeling that he would soon be outstripped. It seemed not everything had stayed the same after all. I remember you, he said. The corners of his lips spasmed up in a shot at a smile, but from the other boy's faltering expression, it wasn't one of his better attempts. Where's the rest of your team? Asked Taki, looking around. Naruto felt his throat constrict. They're not here. It's just me. Oh, Taki stopped. It would have been nice to see everyone. His face brightened. Still, I'm really glad you're here. Hey, why don't you let me show you around? He hesitated. If it was anyone else, he would have declined. However, for this one vestige of nostalgia, he let the younger boy lead him around the village. As Taki prattled on about his life over the past 5 years, Naruto found himself becoming swept away in the account of the family noodle business which had failed, causing them to seek a better life in Rice Country. After another abject failure there, the family had recently returned to the village to start again. But I told my parents not to worry. Taki tapped the Hittite resting around his neck. I'm going to become a top-notch ninja and take care of them. There was a quieter section of the festival, separated from the colorful stalls and the crowd's chatter by billows of warm steam that rose up from holes in the ground. A small shrine stood there, dimly lit by candles. What's this? Asked Naruto. He didn't remember seeing such a place before. Taki's face was solemn. This is where we remember everyone who died that night. My parents and I come here often too. Burn incense. In a flash, Naruto remembered that the boy hadn't escaped the incident unscathed, he had lost his sibling. Feeling the need to say something, he said, I'm sorry I couldn't save your sister. It had never before occurred to Naruto to be apologetic, but even as he spoke, he suddenly realized that he did feel sorry to the young boy standing before him. Taki shook his head. To be honest with you, I don't really remember her much anymore. He touched his hair, a long thin braid trailed down from the side, and smiled. The one thing I remember is that mother used to braid her hair. That's why I grew this out. So I don't forget. Naruto paused, debating whether he should say it. If it's any consolation, Hidan is dead. Rai killed him in battle. According to the reports, with his unique brand of immortality, Hidan wasn't strictly dead. However, the Anbu Ops had gathered the separate pieces and sealed them away, so he was as close to dead as possible. Taki's eyebrows shot up. Far from the expression of approval Naruto had been expecting, he looked troubled. Oh, I see. So, he's dead already. Something about his tone seemed off, and Naruto asked, did you want to kill him yourself? I think I did, at one point. But, Taki inhaled. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful he's dead. It's just, it doesn't really change anything. My sister is still gone. There's nothing you could have done about it, and there's nothing anyone can do about it now. Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. They spent a few more moments in silence in front of the shrine, and soon afterwards they went their separate ways. Bring the rest of your team next time, said the younger boy with a wave. The festival was still ongoing, and Naruto returned to the hubbub of the crowd. As he walked aimlessly between the stalls, he couldn't stop thinking about his conversation with Taki. Even though he had lost his sister 5 years ago, he had none of the bitterness Naruto would have expected. On the contrary, despite the hardships of his circumstances, the other boy seemed to have moved on with his life. It was such an alien concept to Naruto, he found it difficult to wrap his mind around. How could you smile while thinking of someone you had lost? There had also been Taki's response when Naruto had questioned whether revenge was his goal. It doesn't really change anything. On that, Naruto silently agreed. When he had transformed into the 9 tails, he had flattened Hidan and sent the rest scattering. And yet, it hadn't changed anything. It was possible he had already understood this back at Gato's hideout, when Naruto had spared the hunter Nin despite his role in Mayu's capture. At the time, he had questioned what had moved him to do so. But perhaps, he realized now, it was because he didn't blame him entirely for his teammates' deaths. The truth was that if Naruto had done his job as leader and ordered his team members back to Konoha, even if Mayu had hated him for it, they would all at least still be alive. However, he had caved in and stayed because he had feared their rejection. While many things had happened, in the end, what had cost him their lives was none other than his own weakness. Suddenly, Naruto realized something warm was running down his wrists. Looking down, he jerked as he saw blood. His fingers had dug into his palms so hard, they'd pierced the skin. As he watched the blood drip to the ground, he felt a heated surge of shame. Wiping his hands clean on the front of his pants, he thought to himself, keep it together. The abrupt sound of barking drew him out of his thoughts. It was an ugly, angry sound that shattered the cheer of the festival. Naruto quickly spotted the source. Near a food stall, a large black dog growled at a young girl, baring its teeth in a show of aggression. Down, boy! The dog's owner threw himself on the dog's back to try and stop it. Her face hidden under a mask, the girl backed away, her slight frame shaking. And then Naruto saw it. A tail appeared, poking out from the back of her robes. The dog's owner must have spotted it at the same time, for in a remarkable transition, his concerned face transformed into one of revulsion. He fell back and released the dog, which lunged for the girl, but the only thing left of her was a pile of clothes. Naruto glimpsed the back of a red animal scampering away, before it disappeared into the dark of the forest. Cupping his hands around his mouth, the owner shouted out, "And you stay away." A murmuring audience had gathered to watch the spectacle. Naruto took in their reactions, which ranged from confusion to utter disgust, before approaching the owner. "Is something the matter?" he asked. The owner, a heavy-set man, squinted suspiciously at Naruto's features. "You one of them foxes too?" "I'm a ninja," said Naruto, tapping his leaf hitai meaningfully. Scratching his whining dog's head, the man grunted. "Can't be too careful with these things. Hadn't seen one around for ages. They're bad luck, they are, and thieves at that. If they linger for too long, you know that means something bad is going to happen. But you'll know all about that, I'm sure." "What do you mean?" Raising an eyebrow, the man tapped his forehead. "You're a leaf nin, so I'm surprised you don't know. Rumors say it was a fox with 100 tails that destroyed your village way back when." Beckoning towards his dog, the man added in a low voice, "After seeing that fox, you'd better watch yourself tonight." With the man's departure, the audience began to disperse, and soon, it was as though nothing had ever happened. The crowd moved around Naruto, their conversations fading in and out like waves on the shore. The stall was selling inarazushi, rice stuffed in fried tofu pouches. Naruto bought one, and bit into it. A sweet and yet salty flavor spread in his mouth, and he quickly finished it. His stomach gurgled, and realizing he hadn't eaten all day, he bought another one and scarfed that down as well. Once he had satisfied his appetite, Naruto was about to leave the festival, when a stray thought suddenly struck him. It was so simple, he thought. When you were hungry, you ate. He looked down at his stinging palms. The blood had dried and he could see it already healing. Letting his hands fall back down by his sides, he made up his mind. Naruto bought a box of the inarazushi and walked into the forest. The sounds and lights of the festival faded behind him, and he was soon alone. The summer breeze that brushed against his skin was cool, and the dark sky above was filled with stars. He came to a stop before one of the trees, and lowered himself on a knee. A wary voice came from the branches above his head. "What, are you here to mock me?" Naruto placed the box down on the ground. "I brought a better offering." A beat passed, and then with a rustle, the fox jumped down to the ground. Wearing a cautious expression, he examined Naruto's face, before dashing forward and tearing into the fried tofu. Clearing his throat, Naruto said, "Just so you know, I'm the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails." "So you are. Munch, munch, and I am a fox." Naruto hesitated. "What can I do to be worthy?" Rice sticking to his snout, Amakuro said, "You can start by getting me another box of this." Jiraiya had yet to make an appearance. No doubt, he was off doing more research for his novels, and so Naruto booked a lone room for himself in an inn that evening. Laying back on the futon, he looked up at the dark ceiling before closing his eyes. You saw only what you didn't want to see. He had thought about Amakuro's words all day, and after talking to Taki, he thought he had an inkling as to why he had seen Mayu on that night. Maybe he had known all along. Naruto had tried to let go of the past to endure, like Kakashi had told him to. He had tried to replace his team with his training, in the hopes that everything he was feeling would go away. However, even though he had tried to forget, the void was still there, as raw as it had been since the day he'd first felt it. How could you smile when you were alone? How could you endure when it was your fault? There were so many things Naruto didn't understand, no matter how much he thought about it. Even if he spent the rest of his life scouring through the archives, his sanctuary where he had once thought he'd unearthed the secrets of the world, he knew that he would never be able to find the answers he needed there. His heart was spinning with regrets and his head was spinning with questions. But at some point in the night, the smell of a narazushi lingering on his clothes carried him to sleep. The next morning, when Naruto woke up, he found a note waiting for him. Sliding the door of the inn open with a clatter, he left the establishment. The sun was just starting to rise, the rest of the village was still asleep, and the air was still with silence. Blearily making his way to the village entrance, he spotted a lone figure leaning against the gates. As his eyes adjusted to the glow of the sunlight, the grinning face of Jiraiya came into focus. "We've got a long journey ahead of us," said the sage. "If you thought your training until now was hard, I've got something coming for you." Taking in a deep breath, Naruto rolled back his shoulders. And then with a nod, he took a step forward. If there was one thing he had learned over the past year, it was that there were still many things that he didn't understand. But he wanted to learn. In the 3 years since Gato's death, the capital of Wave Country had completely transformed from an impoverished state to a prosperous trading port. What had once been a ghostly coastal town now teemed with the busy activity of commerce and the background bustle of what it took to run it. While it was a change brought about by the efforts of many, no one could deny the role played by the construction of the bridge that connected the island to its much larger neighbor, the Land of Fire. Spanning the sea in a long unbroken line, the bridge culminated in an erected wooden post seared with the bridge's name. The Bridge of Remembrance. Tazuna, the master bridge builder, had stated in his opening ceremony address that it was in honor of the sacrifices that had made the bridge's completion possible. It was not out of the ordinary for passing travelers to observe a moment of silence before moving on to their next destination. However, one particular morning found a certain figure lingering before the post far longer than could have been considered proper. A tip-off muttered in the ear of a wave border official soon brought the man striding over to investigate. "Hey, you there, don't you see the sign? It says no loitering." Drawing closer, he realized the vagrant wore a leaf Hittite, and came to a wary stop. Do you have your papers, sir?" "Papers?" the ninja echoed, cocking his head. He was of average height, with cropped red hair, and wore standard, if bordering on threadbare, ninja fatigues. The official cleared his throat. "Yes, sir, your customs papers." Even though it had been 2 years since Wave Country had officially tightened security around its border, there was still the odd journeyman who'd only just resurfaced and had yet to catch up with the changing times. "Right, my papers." Raising a hand, the ninja pointed at something behind him. "There, he's bringing it." Disapproval creasing his brow, the official began to turn around. "Sir, I recommend that you keep your own papers on yourself at all." He suddenly broke off, realizing there was no one behind him. Something low hummed in the air, and he looked back, but the ninja was gone. The official gulped. He had worked in this field for long enough to know the trees had eyes, and even though he knew the ninja was long gone, he began to make a show of searching the area. Frankly speaking, he hoped his transfer request would go through soon. Border duty was way above his pay grade. If Omegakure's claim to fame was its never-ending rainfall, Haku thought Konohagakure could put in a strong bid for perpetual sunshine. At the very least, he was fairly certain his skin had been irradiated more in the past day alone than in the last 3 months combined. The sunny climate, however, did not seem to be reflected in the personalities of the people of the Hidden Leaf, who wasted no time in making sure the incoming foreigners felt unwelcomed. "I'll bet you 100 ryo that's a girl. With an Adam's apple that size. 200 he's packing. That's assuming he hasn't already paid someone to chop it off." Haku colored, and Suiren levied a scowl in the direction of the howling group of Leaf Genin. "Don't pay any attention to these untalented wannabes," she said in a low voice. "Otherwise, you'll only be playing right into their." Ajisai, having marched right up to the offending group, Ajisai impassively glared at them in a sheer likeness of her mentor, the Lady Angel, never mind the fact that the kunoichi's head barely reached the shoulders of the shortest of them. One of the genin, presumably their leader, stopped laughing enough to give her the evil eye. You got something to say, princess? If I were an ignorant leaf genin like you, Ajisai began. Slowly, and couldn't keep my mouth shut around ninja from other villages whose capabilities I knew nothing of. I'd be very afraid. A beat passed, and then the genin averted his eyes, breaking under the pressure. With their bravado shattered, the group scuttled away, jostling each other in their hurry. Thank you, Ajisai, Haku smiled at his team leader. It didn't matter, but I appreciate it. It was only partially a lie. Though he couldn't care less about what they had to say, that didn't mean he didn't find their leers uncomfortable. It's just as we thought. This village is full of small-minded morons, Suiren said scornfully. Staring straight ahead, Ajisai reminded them, just don't forget why we're here. She was talking about their mission to find a Jinchuriki, but Haku felt his right arm throb below his sash and instinctively brought it closer to his body. The memory of that day still woke him in the middle of the night, chest heaving and drenched in sweat. After his loss to the Leaf Nin, he had been surprised to find himself opening his eyes again. His opponents were all long gone, leaving behind only a demolished mountainside as evidence of the hard-fought battle. A painful and slow navigation of the marshlands eventually brought Haku to Zabuza's side. The moment he laid his fingers on the body, he knew it was not the kind of death he could induce with his Senbon needles. Cold and stiff, it possessed the finality of their past targets' corpses. Though it took some time with his injuries, Haku buried the body with Zabuza's favored broadsword, and as snow drifted down from the sky, he shed his last tears. When he rose to his feet, ice chilled his bones and fire burned in his veins. Haku, is everything all right? At the sound of Suiren's concerned voice, Haku blinked, returning to the present. While he'd been lost in his thoughts, they had walked into a large hallway filled with what looked like at least 100 other genin applicants. The air was thick with widespread posturing and the ostentatious sound of cracking knuckles. It was clear every single one of them longed for nothing more than to bring glory to their representative village. As always, lies came easily to him. Everything's fine, he said with a smile. I zoned out for a second, that's all. His teammates, as much as he had come to like them over the past 2 years, were no different from the others, in the sense that they thirsted to prove their village equal to the might of the Great Five. But none of that mattered to Haku. Glory, recognition, pride, with Zabuza gone, there was now only one thing that moved him day and night, and it was a name. Kakashi of the Sharingan. At the proctor's signal, the sound of pencils scratching on paper filled the exam hall. Blank-faced, Gaara scanned his paper. It took only a few seconds to know that he couldn't answer any of the questions, and a few more to realize the true significance behind the paper test. Tamari was intelligent enough to figure it out on her own. His bigger concern was the third genin on their team. He still didn't know what her name was. Leveling a glare at her, he saw her back stiffen in what could have been a sign of acknowledgement. Worst comes to worst, Gaara thought, I'll just have to get rid of her. Somewhere in the periphery of his consciousness, he could hear Shukaku's usual raving, but for the moment, he ignored it. Instead, laying his hand out on the desk, he began to gather the sand he needed for his third eye. It was the perfect technique for the job. The eye was made of his chakra-infused sand, and once connected to his optic nerve, it transmitted everything that it saw. Gaara crushed the eye in his hand and sent the sand particles in the direction of his target, who started to rub irritably at his eye. Taking advantage of the distraction, the third eye reformed above his test paper. As the answers came into Gaara's own field of vision, he picked up his pencil and copied them onto his own paper. Number 43 and 27, start walking. You all fail. While the proctors had already begun to disqualify the weaker teams, he could see the other stronger examinees starting to make their moves. Although the vast majority may as well have been faceless to Gaara, a select few had managed to pique his interest. He would have to wait until a proper test before he could gauge their actual skills. A slight shiver ran through his body. Through heavy eyelids, Gaara glared out in a haze at nothing in particular as he fought to steady his breathing. It was going to be a full moon that night. The hot springs of Snow Country were said to possess legendary medicinal properties, and the beauty of the women of Bird Country was second to none, but there was nothing quite like coming home after a long journey. Balancing himself on top of a telephone pole, with a smile, Jiraiya surveyed the sprawling rooftops of the village he had dedicated his life to protecting. I'm back, he said fondly. As always, the Hokage monument carved into the mountainside overlooked the village. There were 4 heads there now, representing the 4 Hokage who had led the village since its inception. In his entire life, Jiraiya had only ever seen the addition of 1 bust to the monument, and it had been that of his own student. While the 3rd had asked Jiraiya to take up the Hokage mantle, he knew that his destiny lay elsewhere. No, there was someone far better suited for the role than him, but she had her own demons to face. "Jiraiya-sama," cried out a voice. A bespectacled man gaped up at Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped down before raising a hand in greeting. "Oh, if it isn't Ebisu." There were 3 children besides the Tokubetsu Jonin. Jiraiya recognized one of them as the 3rd's grandson. The boy had certainly grown since he had last seen him as but a mere babe in his mother's arms. "I didn't realize even you were being called back for the exams," said Ebisu, adjusting his dark glasses. "It was by the Lord Third's judgment. And old as he is, I trust he hasn't gone off the deep end just yet," said Jiraiya affectionately. "Yes, and it's reassuring to see you back in the village. Now, if only Tsunade-sama would change her mind." A cool breeze swept through the area. Jiraiya watched a lone leaf swirling through the air. If only, he thought, they would both change their minds. Gathered beyond a padlocked fence, the group of genin who had passed the first exam all gazed with trepidation up at the forest of death. Watching their reactions, Sakura held back a smile. "And if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. Before we begin the second exam, there's something I have to hand out." Sakura rustled up the papers from her kipao. "They're consent forms. Everyone has to sign one." Once she had explained what the second exam entailed, a no-holds-barred survivor variation of Capture the Scroll, she herded the 3-man cells to the hut where her fellow proctors were waiting to hand out the Heaven and Earth scrolls. There were 26 teams, meaning there were 78 applicants still in the running. By the end of the exam in 5 days, at least half of them would have failed, and judging from the bloodlust some of the applicants were exuding, Sakura would be very surprised if there weren't at least a few fatalities. This was, of course, compounded by the fact that several teams from the Hidden Rock were present for the first time in living memory, and inter-village rivalries were running high. But out of all the standardized second exams to proctor, of course the Forest of Death was the one Sakura had to draw from the hat. It served its purpose in weeding out the weaker teams, but it was a touch unrefined for her tastes. Then again, there was only one reason why she'd volunteered as a proctor in the first place. As a certain blonde genin walked into the hut, Sakura raised a hand to her mouth and gasped dramatically. "Ino, is that you? I can't believe I forgot you're still a genin. It must have slipped my mind somehow." Ino gritted out, "You seem to be forgetting a lot of things lately, Sakura. Have you considered getting that checked at a hospital?" "I have actually. It's routine for Chunin to get scanned after missions." "But of course, you wouldn't know anything about that." The 2 frenemies smiled daggers at each other as a proctor handed a heaven scroll to Ino's teammates, Choji and an unfamiliar female genin. The latter was Shikamaru's replacement, as he had already been promoted to the rank of Chunin, a fact which would never not surprise Sakura, not for any lack of capabilities, but because of his infamous indolence. This may have perhaps explained his assignment as one of the referees of the 3rd exam, a role she did not envy at all. The genin teams were all situated at the gates, waiting for her signal to start the exam, when a blonde male suddenly flickered into the space beside her. Sakura raised a questioning eyebrow. "What is it, Menma?" she asked, wondering whether he'd brought news from the Hokage. His eyes flicking hesitantly at the other proctors, Menma said in a low voice, "I thought you'd want to know, Naruto's back." Hailing from a country overflowing with forests, Karen and her team were no strangers to being dwarfed by the local flora. After several minutes of leaping between the branches, however, Karen found herself beginning to question what was up and what was down. Unlike the natural habitats back home, the trees in the arena weaved unnaturally in and out with each other. It was clear they had been grown for the express purpose of disorienting any who dared to trespass. Only when they had put some distance between themselves and the gate did her teammate, Kazami, motion for them to stop. "So, Karen, how's the competition looking?" he asked. Closing her eyes, Karen focused and opened her mind's eye, casting her senses through the forest. Her first concern was the monster from the hidden sand. When she had first sensed his evil chakra, it had been so thick with bloodlust she'd almost gagged on it. Thankfully, his team was all the way on the opposite side of the forest, and she made a mental note to make sure it stayed that way. There were plenty of other strong chakra signatures in the forest, but what stood out to her the most was a vibrant one from the hidden rain. She'd sensed it before in the first exam and then gotten a glimpse of him just before the second exam began. He may have had a pretty face and an outwardly gentle demeanor, but chakra spoke no lies. It was as cold as ice, and she added it to her rapidly growing list of people to avoid at all costs. As had been her observation in her previous Chunin exams at Sunagakur, the Hidden Leaf made a strong showing with its participating teams. While none of them stood out as much as the previous two Karen had noted, they were all robust and for the most part, warm chakra signatures. She paused, and wondered where he was. He was already a Chunin and wouldn't be participating in the exams, but maybe he was in the village. If only, Karen thought, she could talk to him and... A beefy hand shook her by the cuff of her shirt, breaking her out of her thoughts. "Hurry it up," said Burami, her other teammate, a man who was as wide as he was tall. "Burami," Kazami admonished, "have some patience. I'm just giving her some encouragement, that's all." Despite how it may have seemed, Burami was still one of the gentler genin in Kusagakur, for which Karen was grateful. If she had been placed in Team Shior, the other grass team that had passed the first exam, she suspected she would have already been completely drained by now. Even as she thought this, Burami bared his teeth and bit into her arm. She winced, feeling the chakra leave her body. The next 5 days were going to be long. When the Anbu Ops Hiruzen had sent out to locate Naruto returned with the report that the boy was on top of the Hokage monument, he contemplated summoning him to his office as he'd always done. But it was a warm spring day and he thought his aching muscles could use a stretch, so he put on the Hokage's hat and set out at a brisk pace. He soon found Naruto seated on top of the second Hokage's stone head. Catching sight of his face lit up in the glow of the setting sun, Hiruzen came to a sudden stop. The resemblance to Minato is even more uncanny now, he thought soberly. However, he kept his expression carefully schooled. With their complicated history, he knew that any overtures of warmth would be duly met with a rebuttal. His usual smoking pipe in hand, he said, "So you've come back." Naruto inclined his head in greeting. "Hokage-sama." Hiruzen paused, noting that it wasn't just his features that had matured, his voice had deepened as well. It had been almost 3 years since he had last seen Naruto, meaning the boy was now 15 years old. He shouldn't have been surprised by the changes, but the way children seem to grow up in the blink of an eye always managed to catch him off guard. While Jiraiya had already given Hiruzen the rundown of their journey, he would have preferred to set aside an evening to discuss Naruto's progress. However, given the ongoing nature of the Chunin exams and the rampant presence of foreign ninja throughout the village, this was neither the time nor the place for it. "The reason why I've called you and Jiraiya back is that the Akatsuki have been growing bolder with their movements. Their motives remain unclear, but there's no question that their main objective is to capture all the Jinchuriki. And you would rather the Leaf's Jinchuriki secured in your village than wandering outside," Naruto said dryly. With a twinge of discomfort, Hiruzen recalled the voices of his council members echoing that exact sentiment. "While I have complete faith in Jiraiya, I also have reason to believe that Akatsuki will make a move sometime during the Chunin exams. They're coming here to Konoha." Naruto raised his eyebrows. "What's the going bid for me?" Though he spoke in a light tone, Hiruzen wouldn't have been surprised if the boy actually held such suspicions. "I hope you're joking, Naruto." It was made in poor taste. "I apologize." Naruto stood up, and Hiruzen suddenly realized that the boy, man, was now taller than him. "So what will you have me do?" he asked, his tone resigned. Even as Naruto looked expectantly back at him for his orders, Hiruzen had a feeling that his mind was somewhere far away. "The second test of the Chunin exams has just begun in Area 44 and I've already put operatives in place to report back on any suspicious activity. It would give me some peace of mind if you would lend me your strength and join them." It was the reason why he had approached Naruto, and judging from the other's expression, he knew it too. "As you wish, Lord Third." Forming the tiger seal, Naruto disappeared. Left standing alone on the Hokage's monument, Hiruzen let out a sigh. He had a mountain of paperwork waiting for him at his desk, but as he stared out over his village, he allowed himself a moment's reprieve. While the intel on Akatsuki's latest movements was the most pressing matter, it was hardly his only concern. He had his hands full enough as it was dealing with the foreign delegations. The Hidden Rock had extended a hand of friendship towards the Hidden Leaf in spite, or perhaps because, of their long antagonistic history, a hand which Hiruzen shook only after carefully weighing the potential risks and benefits. He didn't know yet what the Tsuchikage's true objectives were, but neither he nor the world had forgotten the tragedy of Yasuga Pass. As always, you tell the Jinchuriki far too much. At least you're keeping him busy. I'm putting his skills to use, Hiruzen responded. The glow of twilight cast his lumpy shadow across the rock, and as he watched, a figure stepped out from it. Whatever you call it, said Danzo coldly. Lowering the pipe from his mouth, Hiruzen exhaled in a gust of smoke. Say what you would about his past actions, he did genuinely care for Naruto, who was as much Minato and Kushina's son as he was a Jinchuriki. Following the tragic demise of Team 7, he'd gone as far as to authorize his indefinite departure from the village despite strong opposition, namely from Danzo. But having confirmed with his own eyes that Naruto had indeed returned to Konoha, Hiruzen would never admit that deep down, he was relieved. Using hunger as a tool to sharpen the senses, the standard protocol for reconnaissance missions required a certain level of insatiety. But the journey back to Konoha had been long and taxing, and Naruto headed to his old haunt. As he picked his way through the village, he left a trail of destruction in the form of stunned faces in his wake. Judging from the double takes and the frenzied murmuring, he knew the news of his return would spread like wildfire to the rest of the village. It was a reaction that had once disheartened and frustrated him, but now, he felt only the faintest stirring of something akin to wistfulness. It was dinner time, and Ramen Ichiraku was as busy as ever. Welcome, a young woman greeted him. Naruto recognized her as the owner's daughter. Tsuki himself was tasting the broth behind the counter. As the other customers realized who he was, the hubbub began to quiet down. Perhaps noticing this, Tsuki looked up. Catching sight of Naruto, he looked surprised, and then he smiled. Will it be the usual, then? Seating himself on a stool, Naruto was soon digging into a large bowl of miso pork ramen. He was draining the last of his broth when the soft thump of the flap sounded, letting everyone know that someone had come in. For a moment, the thick smell of ramen thinned as fresh evening air wafted in. Welcome, Tsuki brightened. I haven't seen you in a while either. The stool beside Naruto clattered as a masked ninja made himself comfortable. The usual please, Tsuki-san. With extra garlic. Coming right up, Tsuki paused, looking at Naruto's empty bowl. Will that be a second helping for you? The standard protocol for reconnaissance missions required a certain level of insatiety. But the journey back to Konoha had been long and taxing, and Naruto nodded. Yes, please. Thank you to Blue and Gold for another fantastic beta-ing job. This marks the start of a new arc. Edit. This is starting to get annoying, so I'm going to address this here. I've already mentioned this in previous chapters, but the current Chunin exams occurring in Konoha are not occurring at the same time as they did in canon. Following the tragic deaths in Wave Country, as well as with intel regarding Akatsuki's movements, Konoha chose not to host any public Chunin exams for several years, until now in the timeline. Naruto is currently 15, around the same age as he was when he returned from the time skip in canon. The Jonin teachers decided that, following the deaths of the young members of Team Kakashi, tragic because it occurred in peacetime, it would be prudent to re-evaluate the strengths of their genin teams and reconsider whether to allow them to retake the exams. This is the reason why certain genin are still genin. I used this reasoning to decide which genin I think would have become chunin by now, and which genin need more refining before being promoted. There is also a reason why Tamari is still a genin, which will be addressed in the next chapter. Despite the years that had passed since they had last seen one another, Kakashi didn't appear to have changed much. He still wore his Hittite over his Sharingan eye, and a mask covered the lower half of his face. There may have been one or two more wrinkles around his lone visible eye, but his hair had always been silver, and while 3 years had felt like a long time to Naruto, in the grand scheme of things, it probably wasn't very long at all. You look the same, sensei. While still facing the counter, Kakashi's eyes veered to the side towards him. I'd say the same about you, Naruto, but I'd be lying. You've grown. I finally hit my growth spurt, he replied dryly. It's not surprising, given who your parents were. Who knows, at this rate, I'll catch up to you, sensei. Tsuki slammed 2 steaming bowls of ramen before them. Eat up. Taking out a pair of chopsticks from a wooden box, Kakashi said, poor as the pupil who does not surpass his teacher. Or so they say. The miso broth and the ramen noodles were thick and hot, and the pork belly slices melted into Naruto's mouth. They downed their broths at the same time, lowering the bowls down on the counter. The other customers in the stall had started to talk again, and the ambient noise of their chatter circled around them. It was Kakashi who restarted the conversation. I'm heading Team Shirakumo now. Naruto had suspected as much. Are they giving you as much trouble as we used to do? Through the mask, the corners of Kakashi's mouth lifted back. If only. With the way Sakura and Menma are constantly at each other's throats, I'm just amazed they made it in one piece through their Chunin exams. I suppose Sasuke probably had something to do with it. Then I take it they won't be participating in the Chunin exams going on right now. They've been Chunin as of 2 years ago. While the other Jonin teachers have been exercising a bit more caution with preparing their students, when it came to this team, I couldn't have stopped them even if I'd wanted to. His old teacher's voice was exasperated, but Naruto could detect a note of pride in it. The news of the other Jonin teachers holding back their genin was hardly surprising for Naruto. In wartime, when personnel was running scarce on the battlefields, any schmuck who could throw a shuriken was promoted to Chunin and sent out to fight. But in peacetime as they were now, when their ranks were already thinned out, it must have been quite the unexpected blow to lose 2 promising young Chunin and a veteran Jonin on what had started out as a standard B-rank mission. What was more disconcerting for Naruto, however, was the careful way Kakashi was treading regarding the topic of his new team. He thought it was a given that a ninja of his talents would be charged with the instruction of another promising team. Still, considering the atmosphere of their last exchange before Naruto left the village, Kakashi's trepidation was understandable. Is that you, Naruto? You're back. Naruto took a second to identify the blonde male in leaf Chunin fatigues beaming down at him as a member of Team Shirakumo, or rather, Team Kakashi now, he supposed. Drawing up before them, the male, Menma, as he recalled it, took in Naruto's appearance with a wide-eyed look of disbelief. Wow, it's really you. How was your training? Menma leaned in towards Naruto, dropping his voice conspiratorially. I heard you were with one of the Sannin. It seemed Menma had yet to learn a thing or two about personal space. Naruto felt himself sweat. Congratulations on your promotion. Surprisingly, Menma waved a dismissive hand. Oh, that was a while ago. What's more impressive is that you got direct training from one of the Sannin. I mean, Kakashi-sensei, no hard feelings, but, a Sannin. None taken, said Kakashi cheerfully. Menma, aren't you supposed to be helping to proctor the Chunin exam? Right, I was looking for Sasuke, but then I heard that Naruto was here. With a grimacing salute, Menma disappeared under the stall flap. Left in the wake of what felt like a passing storm, Naruto looked down into his bowl, his reflection swimming in the remaining flecks of oil. While he didn't know exactly what he'd been expecting, it looked as though everyone was doing well. In his absence, the world had continued to move. The flap to the ramen stall lifted up once more and someone walked in with an exclamation of hunger. The dinner rush was about to begin. Standing up to make room, Naruto and Kakashi paused and regarded each other. Though he'd barely reached Kakashi's shoulders before, they were almost the same height now, and the idea of him outstripping the Jonin no longer seemed so far-fetched. The same thought must have occurred to Kakashi. It's been a while since we last faced off. We'll have to have a rematch sometime soon. Naruto nodded, his thoughts already racing with possible strategies. I'd like that. The Forest of Death was a common training ground for Chunin, and Naruto himself had favored it in his earlier years. It had been some time since he had last stepped foot in Area 44, however, and most of it was unfamiliar to him. The forest had evolved in his absence. Still, one thing had remained the same, and that was the unsettling feeling of being trapped in a maze. All in all, it made the perfect stage for the Chunin exams. The second test was now fully underway, with multiple candidate teams already clashing with one another. Perhaps fueled by adrenaline, the majority of the teams seemed intent on the offensive instead of preparing sustenance and shelter for the inevitable days ahead. In true genin fashion, the majority of the skirmishes weren't lethal, and given the massive scale of the forest, Naruto would have been hard-pressed to find anything worthy of report. I've already put operatives in place to report back on any suspicious activity. It would give me some peace of mind if you would lend me your strength and join them. In the eerie stillness of Naruto's surroundings, far from the hubbub of the village, it was easier to attempt to discern the Hokage's true intentions. The most superficial interpretation was that the Hokage wanted to gauge Naruto's abilities, and also bring him back into the third service. While it was already an underhanded way of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Naruto couldn't help but feel as though there was something else lurking beneath the surface. Something bigger than his return was happening in the village right now, and he would bet his Tonto it had something to do with the presence of the hidden rock in the exams. There, Naruto came to an immediate stop. Through a patch of vines, he could make out two teams facing each other down. Judging from their apparel and Hittite, it would be a showdown between Leaf and Rock, an inevitable confrontation, given their shared history of conflict in the World Wars. Of further note, he thought he could vaguely recall the Leaf team, two females and an overweight male, from his initial class at the academy. Just hand over your scroll, and maybe we'll let you walk away from this, said the Rock team's leader. One of the Leaf genin scoffed, flipping her long blonde hair. Someone's going to be handing over their scroll, alright, and it's not us. Out of principle, Naruto fought against the urge to roll his eyes. While trash talk was a basic strategy to stave off one's opponent while sizing them up, he had a feeling it would be empty words rather than fists that determined the outcome of this specific encounter. You Leaf Ninja think you're so smart inviting us here, but we know what you're really trying to do, said the Rock genin. And we're here to make sure it doesn't happen. This caught the attention of the lone male Leaf genin, who for some reason, was munching on a bag of chips. What do you mean? Drop it, they're just genin, what would they know? Hissed another Rock genin. Look, I don't know what crazy stuff your cage is telling you guys, but honestly, that's got nothing to do with us, said the blonde. We're here to pass the exam. All three members of the Rock team stiffened. You dare insult the Lord Third? You'll pay for that. Finally abandoning words for fists, the screeching sound of metal meeting metal resounded through the air. The two teams seemed evenly matched, and it could go either way. Naruto wasn't interested in sticking around for a genin fight, especially when it seemed the teams were done talking. At the very least, he wouldn't be leaving empty-handed, thanks to the Rock genin's slip of tongue. In a small clearing deep in the woods, dark blood rained down from the sand-encased body. Temari could hear it splattering heavily on the top of her umbrella. As was usually the case around Gaara, the teammates of the genin who had just been crushed to death began to beg for their lives. We'll give the scroll to you. Please, just let us go. And as usual, their voices fell upon deaf ears. Dropping his umbrella, Gaara raised his two hands and squeezed. His sand rose to his bidding, and two splatters later, the entire team was dead. Distastefully taking in the bloody sight, Temari let out a sigh. From the corner of her eye, she saw their new teammate, a younger genin named Matsuri who'd been hastily recruited as replacement, wave her hand cheekily. Bye, bye, Temari's lips twisted into a half-smile. Once upon a time, she had found such scenes similarly amusing, but nowadays, they merely brought her a sense of increasing apprehension for Gaara. He'd never been normal, but family was family, and when it came down to it, he was her brother. It was one of the reasons why she'd agreed to remain a genin over the past few years, instead of being promoted to chunin, as was expected of a kunoichi of her age and prowess in the village, to keep watch over the Sand's greatest weapon. While he didn't listen to anyone, at the very least, he acknowledged Temari's existence, and in theory, she could keep him in check. It was a haphazard system that had somehow gotten them through the past few years. These days, however, something was changing in him. Whatever was left of Gaara was slipping away. She could feel it more and more acutely. She could feel the something else in his body glowering out at the world through dark-rimmed eyes, biding its time. As Gaara's blood-soaked sand returned to his gourd, Matsuri walked over to the chunks of flesh that now littered the ground. Her nose wrinkling in disgust, she bent over and picked up a damp scroll. It's a heaven scroll, she announced. While Gaara didn't respond, Temari felt his eyes turn towards her, and she suppressed a shudder. Good, she said instead. Let's head towards the tower. Although the trees were too dense to see much past the canopy from the forest floor, judging from the ever-growing darkness, the sun had just about set on the day. They're late. Did they get killed off already? Burumi grouched, hungrily tearing the cap off a large mushroom. Kazami paced, as he had done for the past hour. It's hard to believe Shior and his team, of all people, would have been taken out so quickly. It's not like them to run late, but if Karen can't see them. Despite having already searched the forest several times within the last hour, Karen had been unable to locate the chakra signatures of their fellow Kusa genin. With her current capabilities, the range of her mind's eye was wide enough to cover the radius of a large swath of the forest. It was a grim indicator of their fates. Well, she could have messed up, so have her check again, said Burumi impatiently. Opening her mouth in protest, Karen had to stop herself. While she'd yet to meet anyone who could hide their chakra from her, her teammates didn't have as much faith in her abilities. And in her opinion, it was always better to be underestimated. Compliantly closing her eyes, She concentrated her mind's eye, and froze. There was a new chakra signature within her range, rapidly approaching them, and it was so foul, she felt bile creeping up her throat. It reminded her of the pungent smell following a battle, when the reek of rotting flesh from both the injured and dead started to permeate the cloth of the medical tents. It was moving at almost unbelievable speeds, and it seemed as though it would pass them by, when, to her horror, as though sensing her gaze, it suddenly seemed to slow down by them. If there was one thing Karen's years in the hands of Zosui had done for her, it was honing her survival instincts. Said instincts were screaming at her now, and immediately opening her eyes, Karen stood stock still as sweat poured down from her temples. While it was not the biggest or most powerful chakra signature she had ever seen before, she had never before felt so much like prey, trapped in the impending fangs of a predator. Even if she were to run now, she knew it was far too late. "What's wrong with you?" As though sounding from a distance, Karen heard Burami ask. It was astonishing to her, how unaware her teammates were of their imminent demise. They were almost within the striking distance of an absolute monster, and yet Kazami continued to pace and Burami, to eat. Several minutes went by, each second passing like daggers stabbing into her chest. But nobody approached them, and when Karen finally reined in the courage to check again, the chakra signature had somehow disappeared. She was just about to open her eyes, when suddenly, she felt what she had been searching for from the moment they entered the village, an immense chakra, both sharp and rough, both cold and yet strangely nostalgic, a chakra full of contradictions. They said that 3 heads were better than 1, and in Naruto's case, 20. While the Hokage had said there were other operatives in the forest running surveillance, they would not be reporting back to Naruto, nor did he have any faith that the Lord Third would be in the mood to divulge any information. Once his shadow clones had been sent out to disperse themselves throughout the forest, Naruto decided it was late enough in the day to pursue his next priority of interest. Naruto bit into his thumb for the blood offering. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. Clouds of smoke fanned out from a red fox that landed nimbly beside him. "About time. I was starting to think you'd finally given up. You won't get rid of me that easily." "We'll see about that," said Amakuro, flicking his tail. Naruto eyed the fox critically. It had definitely gotten bigger since he'd last summoned it just a few days ago. Whereas the fox had barely reached his knee the first time they'd met, its head now reached Naruto's shoulder, and that was with his own growth spurt over the past 2 years. It was a possible indicator that, no matter how much Amakuro griped about helping Naruto, it was reaping some tangible benefit of its own out of their contract. Either that, or Amakuro was as much a shooting beanstalk, as it often delighted in describing him, as Naruto. The forest of death was almost entirely covered in a canopy of dense foliage, but it thinned out towards the center, allowing moonlight to peek through to the forest floor in patches. Taking in a deep breath, Naruto settled down in one such patch. Bringing his hands together on his lap, he closed his eyes and stilled his heart. By signing the summoning contract with Amakuro, Naruto had expected to eventually be granted access to the Fox's Sage region. When Jiraiya had first introduced the notion of Sage Mode to Naruto, he had told him of the wonders of Mount Myoboku, an entire hidden land that served as home for the toads and training grounds for hopeful practitioners to hone their senses. When he'd first ventured the topic with Amakuro, however, the fox simply looked amused. Why settle down when foxes can live anywhere the moon reaches? The key to reaching Sage Mode was concentration and balance. The first part was not an issue for Naruto, who had long since mastered the art of meditation. The issue was with the latter. Balancing natural energy with his own physical and spiritual energy wasn't as simple as it sounded, especially when his energy happened to harbor a tailed beast. Whenever he thought he had achieved balance, something in the beast's chakra rejected it, creating a disturbance that destroyed it. Something about it brought back some dusty memories for Naruto. Back when he had been in the academy, he could remember trying to study the seal on his abdomen and the 9 tails chakra that always seemed to disrupt his ninjutsu. Ultimately, his efforts hadn't led anywhere thanks to the interference from the taboo seal, and he had simply chosen to ignore the alien chakra. Given this frustrating impasse with the beast's chakra, Naruto was beginning to wonder if there was something he could do to block it from his own. However, while Jiraiya had taught Naruto the fundamental basics of Fuinjutsu over the years, it wasn't something that could be properly explored for a pair that had constantly been on the move. Dismissing these thoughts, Naruto was just starting to channel his focus when Amakuro spoke. "I sense a giant mass of chakra in the forest, another tailed beast." Its voice was low and urgent, with none of its usual snide. In an instant, the implications of such a statement became clear. A freed, rampaging tailed beast would undoubtedly have made itself known by now, which could only mean that there was another Jinchuriki in the forest besides Naruto. The question then became, were they one of the genin candidates, one of the foreign delegates, or something else? Before Karen could convince herself that it was a bad idea, her mouth opened on its own. "I've found him." Her teammates shot to their feet. "Lead the way," said Kazami, his voice tinged in obvious relief. Swallowing, she nodded. Though Karen would pay for it dearly when they found out she'd been lying, she couldn't let this chance slip through her fingers. For all she knew, Naruto was simply taking a shortcut through the forest on his way out of the village. She wanted to meet him, properly this time. She wanted to thank him for the fish, and ask if he remembered their fight in the Hidden Sands Chunin exams, and, well, she didn't know what else she could say to him, but in her surging excitement, she brushed that negligible thought aside. She could tell Naruto had several clones spreading out through the forest, but the real Naruto wasn't too far from their team's position. As she focused, she could sense a secondary chakra presence with him. Though it wasn't human, she could sense a connection between the two, a summons, perhaps. The trees were starting to thin out, they were drawing close. Karen could feel her heart pounding in her ears, and she sped up, leaving behind her teammates. Soon, they would meet. As though Naruto didn't already have enough on his mind, Amakuro's ears fell back flat against its head. "There's a sensor type nearby, and they're coming straight for us," it warned. "They shouldn't be an issue for you, but there's something about one of them." By then, Naruto could pick it up as well. A team of 3 was rapidly approaching, making little effort to hide their presence, which meant they either thought he was weak, unlikely, considering the pinpoint accuracy with which the sensor type had detected him, or that he was their ally. Neither was true. However, while he could have used some light exercise, he wasn't a participant in the exams, and he had a feeling the Hokage wouldn't be appreciative of such direct interference. It was time to leave. A wave of blue lightning crackled from his feet up to his head before dissipating into the air. The low, almost indiscernible hum of electricity filled the air, and as Naruto felt his hair stand on end, he knew that if he so chose, he could have been to the other side of the forest before his pursuers could even stop to blink. But something about the way Imakuro had described it had piqued his interest, and Naruto slowed down just long enough to get a glimpse of his would-be pursuer, a red-headed Kusa genin about his age, eyes starting to widen in belated shock as he passed her. As he shot out of range, he thought she looked vaguely familiar. As the various genin teams were herded to their assigned gates, Team Agisai found themselves starting the second exam at Gate 3, putting them deep in the northeastern sector of the exam site. According to their team's sensor, Suiren, that also put them well within striking range of the monster from sand. "You're sure that's the Jinchuriki Tenshi-sama was talking about?" Agisai asked for the 5th time that day. "Who else could the lady have been speaking of?" said Suiren. "It was so monstrous, the moment I felt it, I almost threw up." Haku resisted the urge to scowl, forcibly maintaining his usual serene smile. Almost was an understatement. The oily stain on his sash from when she dribbled on him could attest to that. Suiren cast him an anxious look. Given his level of chakra, I don't know if even Haku could win in a one-on-one against him. Haku wasn't a censor, but he thought he could have figured that much out for himself. He had gotten a passing look at the Suna genin in question during the first exam, and his immediate impression was that with his bloodshot eyes and uncontrolled bloodthirst, the shinobi looked downright unhinged. While Haku was confident in his ability to hold his own in a confrontation, he was not quite willing to stake his life on it. "It's a good thing, then, that Tenshi-sama's orders were merely to bring back information," he replied neutrally. Agisai's face cleared, as it tended to do whenever the lady's name was mentioned. "That's right. For now, our focus is on passing the second round. According to the second exam proctor, this would not just be a test of their offensive abilities, but also of their survival and endurance skills. The exam had a time limit of 5 days, and required at least 2 members of your team to reach the tower in the center of the forest while in possession of both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. It was a simple exam, where the weak would be weeded out and the strong would prevail. While Haku's teammates were not exactly prodigies, they were more than capable of carrying their own weight, and he had little doubt they would pass. Unfortunately, it seemed that the exam had other plans for Team Agisai. Just as they had divided up their roles, Suiren suddenly stiffened, her face turning ashen. "There's something coming. Run!" She broke off as with a flash, a thin line of red appeared on her neck, and then her head twisting at an unnatural angle, she crumpled to the ground. Haku had already started to move the moment he saw the look of horror on Suiren's face. Just as he dodged backwards, he managed to catch sight of a long and narrow blade slashing right through where his head had been. Suiren, he heard Ajisai cry out in anguish. Good, she had survived, too. No longer caught under the element of surprise, it was a simple matter for Haku to detect the shrill sound of metal flying through air. Easily deflecting the kunai with his senbon, he backed up against Ajisai, who had drawn out her armamentarium of sealing tags. Not bad, an unfamiliar voice breathed. It belonged to a genin that had suddenly appeared, dangling upside down on a nearby tree branch. His long black hair hung to the ground, revealing his kusa hidai. Now, why don't you show me what else you've got? Haku raised his left hand in a seal. Gladly. The air rapidly dropped in temperature and the forest around them filled with thick white mist. Though he didn't wear the hunter nin mask anymore, Haku could feel his emotions receding, and his face glazed over. It felt more natural that way than the smiles he always wore in public. It told him that he hadn't forgotten his roots. Hyoten. Hyaso ice release, ice spears. In an instant, ice crackled out of midair into deadly spears that exploded into the tree the genin hung from. With inhuman speed, the genin leapt away, letting loose a ghostly laugh of delight. Not to be forgotten, Ajisai jumped in, sending a barrage of summoned shuriken after the genin. However, the genin was proving himself slippier than he'd appeared, as with apparent ease, he weaved between their combined attacks. Eyes narrowing, Haku sped up and matched the shinobi's movements. In a match of speed, he would not lose. Mother was screaming again. Gripping his head, feeling as though it would split in his agony, Gaara staggered. His sister shouted his name, but he shoved her aside. Rip her head off, crush her into pieces, give me blood, feed her to me, slice her up, rip out her heart, give me blood, give me blood. The screaming always began at night. It was strongest when the moon took up the entire sky. Gaara knew that a single moment's lapse of consciousness would lead to Mother taking over his body, and he couldn't let that happen. He wasn't sure why, but he knew he had to stay alert. When its blood began to boil, and he felt his eyes starting to roll back, Gaara knew he had to do something to appease it. If he didn't, he would implode. Rip her body apart, crush her innards, blood, give me blood. It must have been the fault of the full moon, but Mother had not been satiated by the 3 Gaara had killed earlier that day. He inhaled, looking out at the world through a red haze. His sister, currently shouting something indiscernible at him, was the closest to Gaara, but he moved on. As annoying as she was, he couldn't kill her. That left their other teammate, the girl, whose name he still didn't. No, there was no point, when he always ended up killing them. Give me blood, I can't take it, crush, slaughter, kill. Don't worry, Mother, he snarled, his voice twisting gutturally in his throat. I'll get you what you want soon enough. At his bidding, his sand rose out of his gourd. The spy he had planted in Omegakure had not been lying in his reports when it came to the mysterious boy. It was with increasing delight that Orochimaru watched the battle unfold before his eyes. The boy's every movement, in its speed and gracefulness, was a work of art. The way he effortlessly obliterated their surroundings with cold, single-minded efficiency sent a shiver tingling down his spine. Given the way he wielded ice as though it was an extension of his body, it must have been a powerful Kekkei Genkai. Best of all, however, was his face. A host candidate could have had the rarest Kekkei Genkai in the entire world. If the face was not to Orochimaru's liking, he wouldn't have given it a second glance. Cutting short his internal monologue, Orochimaru leapt away from a barrage of water needles, each one as deadly as a blade. Despite his efforts, one cut through his cheek, shredding the skin of his borrowed face. He could feel the cold air brush against his actual host body's flesh, and he let out a hiss, half pain, half pleasure. This boy made coming back to this pathetic village all the more worthwhile, even if the Uchiha boy was off limits. Making up his mind, Orochimaru decided it was time to stop playing with his food. Dropping low to the ground, his neck elongated, and his head shot forward through the air. Before the boy could react, he bit his neck, leaving behind a small piece of himself, his cursed seal. Drawing back, he tasted the blood in his mouth, and felt satisfaction spread like wildfire through his body. Oh, this boy would serve very well as his next host. Come find me when your own strength can take you no further, he hissed. As the boy fell to his knees, screaming, Orochimaru disappeared. Given the lethal nature of the second exam and the stage that it took place in, Sakura had been more than prepared to see the dead bodies that would inevitably crop up. As Izumo and Kotetsu made the report, however, the sight before her eyes made even her legendarily tough stomach turn. Judging from their belongings and the papers we found, they were all shinobi from the hidden grass, and were registered to take part in the Chunin exams. And as you can see, their features are completely gone, the faces as smooth as if they'd been melted away. Show me the photos from the dead shinobi's ID. At once, Sakura scanned the photos, her brow furrowed in thought. She could only vaguely recall the faces from the crowd of genin that had lined up for their consent forms and scrolls. It was difficult to say whether this team had been killed before or after the exam had started, and what kind of ninjutsu could do this to the bodies. Izumo and Kotetsu, please report what's happened to the Lord Third, she instructed, before turning to her teammate, who was eyeing the bodies in an appalled but curious sort of way. Menma, review whatever security footage we have within the vicinity for me. I want to know what exactly happened here. With her orders, the three Chunin disappeared, leaving Sakura alone to grimly regard the forest. Something about the faceless bodies at her feet had her wondering what other horrors could possibly be occurring in there, and the words she'd uttered sarcastically to herself earlier came to mind. And if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. Their eyes had met, Karen was sure of it. Naruto had seen her, and recognized her. That had to have been what had happened, because, otherwise, she would have been nearly completely drained of her chakra and thrown against the side of their makeshift shelter for no good reason. As predicted, Burumi and Kazami hadn't taken it well when she suddenly stopped and told them she had lost track of the chakra. They hadn't been able to catch sight of the ninja that blitzed past them, and were still under the impression it was Shior's ghost that they'd been chasing. Karen wasn't stupid. She didn't tell them that Shior was long dead. Instead, she let them bite her arms and guzzle down her chakra, before snoring away on a full stomach while she kept watch. It was a full moon, her whole body ached. And yet, somehow, the light seemed to ease the aching in her chest just a little bit. As the first day of the exams drew to a close, an Anbu Black Op approached Naruto and traded off with him for the night. The Lord Third apologizes for putting you to work so soon after your return, and bids that you get some rest before resuming duties in the morning. Both he and Naruto knew that he would be leaving his clones overnight, but he obligingly inclined his head before leaving the forest. It had been quite some time since he'd returned home. Stepping inside his apartment, Naruto turned on the light. Flickering once, and then twice, it turned on, illuminating the area in a stark, fluorescent light. The first thing Naruto noticed was that someone must have recently cleaned it, for instead of the thick layers of dust he'd been expecting, it was spotless and smelled vaguely of detergent. For a split second, he wondered whether Kakashi could have had the foresight to clean it beforehand for him, but the very thought of the Jonin even picking up a mop was so ridiculous, Naruto dismissed it outright. More likely, the Hokage had gotten it cleaned in order to curry some favor or to invoke whatever feelings of nostalgia Naruto may have had for the village. Unfortunately, if such shrewd calculations had indeed been at play, they may not have been entirely off the mark. In the 3 years since he had last been there, the space seemed smaller than he remembered. He knew, however, that the only thing that had changed was himself. His apartment had always been plainly furnished, with little to no personal effects. The few items he'd once valued, his tanto, his hitai-8, he'd always kept on himself. And yet, here and there, from the markings of use and wear, he could see bits of his past flash through his mind. There, that armchair, that was where Kakashi had once preferred to sit in their discussions of chakra application, and there was a resultant dent in the cushion from the constant use. There, that crack in the wall by the entryway, that was from all the times Rai had slammed the door open when Naruto didn't answer on the first knock. And there, in the kitchen, it was hidden away, but Naruto knew that if he opened the first drawer to the right of the sink, he would find the waxy stubs of 11 candles. In a way, it felt as though his apartment had been frozen in time, waiting for him to return. But now that he finally had, he almost felt like an intruder, as though he was not quite the Naruto the space had been waiting for. Silently, Naruto looked outside his window. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a lone dog whined. All of a sudden, a sharp knock rapped at his front door, and at the same time, memories of one of his shadow clones began to flash through his mind. He made for the door, simultaneously reviewing the information the clone had obtained. To his disappointment, There wasn't much he didn't already know, as all it confirmed was that the Hidden Rock was participating in the exams for less than amicable reasons. Though it was nothing the Hokage wouldn't already be fully aware of, he made a mental note to send along a messenger clone later on. The door swung open to reveal yet another familiar face. Sasuke, said Naruto, not entirely surprised, but still taken aback. What brings you here? Though they had once helped the other put away his futon in Wave Country, Naruto could not for the life of him remember ever having a proper conversation with Sasuke. All he really knew about Sasuke was that he was the lone survivor of the infamous Uchiha clan, and that Kakashi seemed to hold him in high regard. For his part, Sasuke seemed rather confused himself as to what he was doing there outside of Naruto's apartment. I had some questions regarding your journey. About what you found out there. Naruto paused, and then stepped back. Come on in. He could have turned him away, and the faint look of surprise on Sasuke's face as he crossed over the threshold suggested that had been his expected outcome. While that may have been the case 3 years ago, after everything that had happened, the sanctity of his private quarters no longer seemed quite so important to Naruto. He couldn't even feel the entire right side of his body anymore, but Kakashi was still pushing at the boulder in a futile attempt to roll it away. Don't. It's okay, Kakashi. I don't think I can make it, he mumbled, before coughing out blood. Obito, he heard Rin cry out. Something about that seemed to break Kakashi, who stopped, and fell to his knees. Damn it, if only I'd listened to you from the start and we'd come to save Rin, this never would have happened. His voice broke into a raw cry. So what if I'm a captain? So what if I made Jonin? Kakashi's words cut through the dense fog that had become Obito's mind, and with his last fleetingly cohesive thoughts, he made his decision. Oh yeah, I had forgotten. I was the only one who didn't give you a gift for becoming a Jonin, Kakashi. I was wondering what to give you, and I just had a thought. It was getting harder and harder for Obito to talk, but somehow, he pushed through. I'm giving you my Sharingan. Whatever the village may say. Kakashi, you are a great Jonin. His lone eye visible through the mask flew open. Breathing hard, Toby sat up. It was dark in the hideout, and as his breathing evened, he could make out the dark outlines of the various sound operatives scattered throughout the cave. Near the entrance, the pair on guard duty glanced at him before returning to their game of cards. Putting some distance between himself and the hideout, Toby eventually found himself at the edge of a cliff. He exhaled, and looked up at the sky. It had been a long time since he had last seen that dream. The night was still, and the moon was full. Ignoring the inevitable staring that followed as soon as he had entered the stadium, Naruto seated himself in the stands. He was technically there to gather information on the foreign participants, though he suspected the Hokage had just wanted to keep an eye on him. However, he couldn't complain. The mission fell along the lines of his own interests, what with Amakuro detecting a Jinchuriki in the forest. It seemed this year's crop for the Chunin exams had more than its usual share of talent. The number of genin passing the second exam's criteria had exceeded expectations, and the proctors had set up a preliminary stage to trim the proverbial fat. The same thing had happened when Naruto had taken the exam. Had it really been only 4 years ago? So many things had happened since then, it almost felt like the events of a past life. Back then, he had still been under the influence of the taboo seal, and his biggest preoccupation had been on improving his standing in the eyes of the village. But now, he was here, on the other side. He sat in the stands as a part of the faceless audience that had once jeered down at him. Their spectacle was the group of genin that stood at attention at the center of the arena. Several faces immediately jumped out at Naruto, first and foremost, a male Suna genin. He was pale, with auburn hair and black-rimmed eyes. It was a distinctive appearance that Naruto immediately recalled having glowered at him during his short time in Sunagaku. Even without seeing him fight, Naruto could tell that he was strong. Given the amount of attention he was getting from the rest of the spectators, it was clear he was a popular contender. The next face he focused on was a Kunoichi from the Hidden Grass. She was the same censor that had pursued him in Area 44 during the second exam, and now that he looked closer, the persistent sense that she looked familiar grew even stronger. His eyes locked on her bright red hair. It wasn't every day that he saw a shade so similar to his own. Unlike the third exam, the victors of the preliminary matches will be determined on a first blood-drawn basis, said the third proctor, a Chunin with a spiky ponytail. The first match will be between Tamari from the Hidden Sand and Akamichi Choji from the Hidden Leaf. A blonde kunoichi, yet again, another familiar face from the time when Naruto had taken the exam, and the chubby genin he'd seen in the forest stepped up to the platform stage. While he hadn't stayed long enough to see the outcome of their fight against the Iowa team, he supposed they must have emerged the victor. In terms of aptitude, it was an oddly balanced match. While Tamari was clearly the more experienced ninja whose skills would easily have matched those of most chunin, her primarily long-range wind release techniques were weathered without too much difficulty by her bulkier opponent. Choji, on the other hand, seemed to rely on a clumsy but powerful technique that combined his sheer mass with his chakra, turning into a ball that left a destructive crater wherever he landed. If he had actually had the speed to keep up, he would have demolished Tamari in a single hit. The specific conditions of the match, however, gave one of the pair a clear advantage, a fact that she clearly realized. Abandoning her fan, which seemed to multiply the power of her techniques, but slowed them down in the process, Tamari began to circle Choji, swinging her palm towards him at every opportunity, while always staying just out of his range. Each swing generated a blade of wind that propelled itself towards Choji's body, and it was a testimony to the level of her mastery over wind release that each struck with deadly precision. As Choji switched to a more defensive position, Tamari picked up her offensive, and soon, it was almost as though she was dancing around him, each swing of her hands adding to an inescapable net that closed in around the leaf genin. It was a slow but calculated execution, and eventually, one blade of wind slipped through Choji's defense, slicing through his sleeve. A thin, inarguable line of red glistened on his forearm. It was the barest of cuts, and would have hardly hindered the genin. However, rules were rules, and the first blood had been drawn. "Stop," shouted the proctor. "The winner is Tamari from the Hidden Sand." His declaration was met with a polite smattering of applause from the audience. The Jonin in front of Naruto yawned. It hadn't been the most exciting match, and had ended on a technicality. Judging from the neutral expression on Tamari's face, she knew it too, and she descended from the stage without celebrating her victory. However, something about her had caught Naruto's attention, and he found himself admiring her composed attitude. She knew her strengths and her limitations, and used her given constraints to her advantage. She would make a great chunin. Her face wasn't bad to look at, either. From his travels with Jiraiya, Naruto had seen more than his fair share of beautiful women, but with her sharp, even features, he thought Tamari left quite a lasting impression on her own terms. "Something catch your eye, Naruto?" asked Kakashi, who joined him at some point in the battle. Naruto immediately removed his scrutiny. While it was an innocent enough question, given the shrewd side-eye the Jonin was directing at him, he thought the safer bet would be to deflect the question. "Looks like it'll be a strong group of contenders this year, especially from the other villages. There's not much I can say about Konoha's showing, however. Well, there's been some buzz over the Hokage's grandson, though that may be more due to his lineage than his prowess. And I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the others." Having said that, Kakashi offered him a mysterious smile. Following Naruto's return to the village, he had wondered how to resume his relationship with his former teacher. It seemed he needn't have worried, however, as Kakashi was clearly making a conscientious effort to maintain the amicable atmosphere of their meeting at Ichiraku. The next match will be between Ajisai of the Hidden Rain and Yamanaka Ino from the Hidden Leaf. Beggy. Even before the proctor's hand had fully extended into the air, the blonde leaf genin made her move. Making a square with her hands, she directed them at her opponent, a stone-faced female. Ninpo. Shinranshin no Jutsu, mind destruction technique. While Naruto had certainly heard of the Yamanaka clan, the only Yamanaka he knew in person was Menma, and he had never gotten the chance to take a close look at their famous clan techniques. The result was in equal parts instantaneous and impressive. A look of perplexity crossing the AIM genin's face, she raised her own kunai to her arm, and nicked it, drawing blood. Naruto felt his brows rising. Kakashi's smile widened through the mask. Much like the preceding match, it had been a victory determined by quick-thinking strategy rather than a show of power. However, perhaps because of the victor's local origins, at the proctor's declaration of her win, the stands broke out into noticeably more enthusiastic applause. The preliminaries continued. Some matches were determined in an instant while others were more equally matched and drawn out. Throughout, Naruto couldn't knock the sense that he was being closely watched by someone, and he quickly identified the source as the red-haired Kusa genin. The moment they made eye contact, the girl's face broke into a big smile that made Naruto blink. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one to have noticed the unsolicited attention. You know her, Naruto. It seemed nothing ever escaped Kakashi when he put his mind to it. I faced off against her during my Chunin exams in Sunagaku, said Naruto evasively. The memory had come to him shortly after first catching sight of her, though from what he recalled, nothing had passed between them that would have warranted such a warm greeting. And that's it. Kakashi didn't sound convinced, though he dropped the topic. The next match will be between Sarutobi Konohamaru from the Hidden Leaf, and Haku from the Hidden Rain. Called out the proctor. A young male leaf genin and a fair-skinned AIM genin of ambiguous gender headed up to the stage. The jonin who'd been dozing off in front of Naruto perked up, no doubt, an effect of the Sarutobi name. Begin. Crouching close to the ground, the leaf genin, Konohamaru, brandished a staff that became swathed in bright flames. With a defiant shout, the boy shot forward and leapt into the air, gaining momentum before bearing down on his opponent. In an effortless dodge, the AIM genin slipped past Konohamaru and returned with a barrage of Senbon directed straight at the leaf genin's exposed back. Not so easily outdone, Konohamaru twisted and spun his staff, the needles bursting into flames as they were batted away. For a moment, their respective weapons held out defensively before them, the two regarded each other warily, and then shot towards each other once more. Despite Konohamaru's obvious talent, the AIM genin called Haku wielded an agile speed that would have left the average jonin in his dust, and Naruto was surprised the battle had progressed as far as it already had. This phenomenon only started to make sense when he realized that, for some reason, Haku had yet to use any ninjutsu, and that on top of that, they weren't using their right hand. Naruto swallowed. Alarms were going off in his head as he watched the shinobi weave in and out of Konohamaru's relentless attacks. That speed and Senbon-based offensive, combined with their disabled right hand, could it be? Was it the mercenary he'd encountered at Gato's hideout? Naruto had left him alive, after all, so it was well within the realms of possibility. But if that was the case, why wasn't he using his ice-release ninjutsu? Eventually, the fight between Konohamaru and Haku drew to a close when Haku's swift movements threw the younger genin off balance. Stumbling, one of the Senbon slipped through his defenses and cut his cheek. The winner, Haku from the Hidden Rain. Visibly disappointed, Konohamaru lowered his staff, and the flames faded away. You did well, honorable grandson, shouted out the jonin in front of Naruto. Raising his head, Konohamaru returned the praise with a glum nod. However, he hadn't been the only one to look in their direction. For a moment, just as he was descending from the stage, Haku's eyes flickered up to their seats, and froze. It passed in a flash, and then Haku looked away. To any other bystander, it wouldn't have raised any flags. But for Naruto, it was the final nail in the coffin. Haku knew who he was, and that could only mean he was the hunter nin from Wave Country. What was he doing all the way here, masquerading as an AIM genin? Was it for revenge? But there was something odd about the way Haku had been looking at them. Given that the moment had passed, it was difficult to say for sure. Rather than at Naruto, it had felt as though the shinobi had been looking at the seat beside him. Casually, Naruto glanced at Kakashi. There was no reaction there, making it a difficult situation to decipher. Before he could ponder on it further, however, the coming match would quickly overshadow its significance. The next match will be between Gaara from the Hidden Sand and Furuyo from the Hidden Rock. The proctor needn't have announced the next match. The moment the Suna genin stepped onto the stage and saw his opponent, the sheer wave of malevolent bloodlust he exuded swept over the stadium, stunning the entire audience into silence. Naruto felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. As for the match, it was over in a flash. One moment, the two genin were facing each other on the stage. The next, sand erupted out of the Suna genin's gourd, enveloping the other before he could react. When the sand receded, it revealed a broken corpse lying prostrate on the ground. Dark blood trickled from the agape mouth and swollen eye sockets. The stadium descended into chaos. The proctor must have realized what was happening, for he'd used a technique that extended his shadow to immobilize the Suna genin. But it was far too late. It wasn't difficult to piece together what had happened. The sand had infiltrated his opponent's body through every orifice and crushed his organs in a single blow. It was cold-blooded murder. Ironically, it could also be considered merciful, for the genin's life had been snuffed out so instantaneously, it must have been a painless death. Several medical nin crowded the dead genin's body, as futile an effort as it was, and the third exam's proctor continued to hold Gaara in place. The genin did not fight against it, his icy cold eyes glowering out at the audience, he stood stock still. His tremendous bloodlust had abated to a steady stream, as though it was a separate entity that had been momentarily satiated. Naruto felt his heart tremor. He didn't need to summon Imakuro to confirm. He had found him, his counterpart, the other Jinchuriki in the forest. Eventually, after an emergency meeting between the proctors, Gaara's win was declared valid, on the technicality that first blood had been drawn on the moment of his opponent's death. His name was added to the brackets for the official third exam, and the preliminaries continued. However, none of the following matches proved to be of any note for Naruto, with perhaps the lone exception of the fight between the Kunoichi and her leaf opponent, a bout from which she emerged the victor. By the end of the preliminaries, the skies were red and orange as yet another day drew to a close. Reflecting on the events of the past day, Naruto decided to take the long route home as an opportunity to stretch his legs. There were multiple things to take into consideration, most notably the hunter nin he'd fought against in Wave Country, and the Hidden Sands Jinchuriki. There were so many forces in motion, so many unknowns, and he knew it couldn't be coincidence that all of this was happening at the same time. It seemed that Naruto had returned straight into a predator's web. Here and there, with every discovery, he thought he could just barely make out the faint outline of a spinning line. Who, or what, was the mastermind pulling the strings? Deep in thought, before Naruto had properly realized, his lone footsteps had taken him the opposite way from his apartment. While it wasn't too late to turn back, he kept going, and soon, he found himself staring at a series of names inscribed in a stone face. Kamizuki Mayu, Higain Rai. There was a white carnation at the base of the memorial stone. Taking care not to disturb it, Naruto sat down. He let out a slow exhale, and the numerous thoughts crowding his head faded away. These days, for Naruto, time seemed to fly by in an instant. With his training, there was always something to learn, something to practice. Like clockwork, the sun rose and set without fail, the world moved without rest. But here, just here, for a moment, he felt timeless. "I'm home," he said, at last. "You're welcome," he said at last. "I'm so glad you grew up hot," added Karen, a bead of drool dangling from the side of her mouth. Women are all the same, Naruto thought to himself, and walked away. On the first day of the second test of the Chunin exams, it was the first time in a while that a messenger bird with an urgent summons to the Hokage's council had tapped on the shoulder of every veteran jonin in the village. Heeding the call, the chamber was soon filled with clouds of smoke from multiple jonin body flickering in. One of the Chunin exam proctors had reported to the Hokage her shocking findings of a team of faceless corpses. The photo evidence was now presented to the jonin. While disturbed, most of them seemed blissfully ignorant of its implications. However, a select few immediately turned pale. The vanishing facial copy technique. But that can't be. Predictably, it was Anko who would baldly spit out the name of the culprit. Orochimaru. "That snake is back." "Yes," said the Hokage heavily. "I, too, believe he has returned. It cannot be coincidence that this has happened in the midst of the Chunin exams, when our village is filled with foreign ninja. Should we cancel the exams then?" "No, Orochimaru knows that this technique would give him away in an instant. And yet, he left those bodies out in plain view. He is challenging us, and losing our composure is not the right choice to make here." "But Hokage-sama, that means our suspicions are true and that Akatsuki is involved." The Hokage's face turned grim. "If only that was the least of it. We have reason to suspect that Orochimaru is connected to not just Akatsuki but other hidden villages, perhaps even our allies." "You think our allies would partner with Akatsuki and betray Konoha?" "Well, the treaties of alliance are really no more than verbal agreements," Kakashi interjected. "It's just like the world wars of the past. In any case, right now we still have too little information. We must not make too many assumptions." The Konoha councilwoman added, "We have already dispatched Anbu Black Ops to each nation to gather intelligence. It is imperative that we not make a single careless move. Our enemies will pounce on any such opportunity." The Hokage looked around at his agents. "I have the utmost confidence in all of you. If it comes to it, we shall consolidate all of the Hidden Leaf's strength and fight." It was cold. Snow drifted down from the sky, covering the bridge in white and melting away where it touched his bare skin. A cold wind brushed against him. He shivered, but he had nowhere to go. The blood on his face had long since dried up and crusted over. He was all alone. The snow continued to drift by. Slowly, serenely. He wondered, if he closed his eyes, would the rest of the world disappear? Suddenly, a dark shadow fell on him, and he looked up. There was a tall man there, a ninja. Bandages covered most of his face, leaving just a pair of dark eyes. The man spoke in a low, brusque voice. Do you want to be needed by someone? Can you give everything to me? In a trance, he stood up. His eyes fixed on the face of the ninja before him, he felt his heart throb. He took a step and another, and then the man rested his hand on the top of his head. His eyes filled with tears. It had been too long since he last saw the man. He felt the man pull him to his side. But when the man spoke again, it was a hiss. Come find me when your own strength can take you no further. His heart dropping in his chest, he looked up, and instead of a bandaged face, he saw now the head of a snake, its maw opened with wicked fangs bearing down on him. Haku! Shouted a familiar voice. Ajisai! Everything was blurry. His head was spinning. One moment, a snake was about to tear into him, the next, his teammate was standing over him. But it was too painful to think, to be awake. Haku felt everything fade away into black. Unlike the Chunin promotion, which hinged on the evaluation of the host village conducting the Chunin exam, the Jonin promotion was by appointment of one's own cage only. It was also a much more subdued ceremony. Naruto distinctly remembered the excessively elaborate sand structures from his own Chunin certification event. Do you swear your loyalty to the village of Konohagakure and to the incumbent Hokage? Yes. Do you swear to protect the village and its people, and to take its secrets to your grave? Yes. Then I appoint you, Uzumaki Naruto, to the rank of Jonin, under allegiance to the village of Konohagakure. Henceforth, you will respond solely to me, for as long as I hold the title of Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Eyes beaming out from below his hat. The Hokage regarded Naruto proudly. You've done well. Minato and Kushina would have been proud of you, as would have your old teammates. Thank you. It is customary that a Jonin go on his first mission solo. That being said, the Hokage's smile faded. I have a pertinent update for you, Naruto. I have received information that all but confirms that the Akatsuki have started to make a move against the Hidden Leaf. Akatsuki, the mercenary group that was hunting down Jinchuriki. He'd encountered 2 of their members in Wave Country. Even with the power of the 9 tails, he'd barely managed to kill one of them. And now, it seemed they were bearing down on Fire Country. Perhaps sensing Naruto's unspoken questions, the Hokage continued. I have decided not to cancel the Chunin exams. However, in order to gather more information, I have sent out many operatives, and this concerns my urgent mission for you. You will escort a medic nin to aid a wounded undercover agent in Earth Country who may be in possession of vital information, and bring both of them back to our village before the start of the 3rd exam. This is a mission of A-rank difficulty. Discretion is the rule. The Iwa nin must never find out that we have been spying on them. You think the Akatsuki won't attack before the 3rd exam? It is unlikely. They will be waiting for when the foreign delegations have all arrived, that is, when we are at our most vulnerable. Naruto paused. While his next question was impertinent for his position, he figured they had been sidestepping the issue for long enough. Did your council have you request this mission of me? For a long moment, the Hokage mulled over the question on his pipe. And then he sighed. No, they did not. Given your Jinchuriki status, they would prefer to keep you close by. And I feel the same way, Naruto. You must consider me a puppet, dancing to the tune of my advisors, and by extension, the village. Perhaps over the years, that has become the case. The Hokage spread out his hands. However, putting all that aside, Naruto, you are not just a Jinchuriki. You are a Jonin now, with qualifications that make you suitable for this mission. That being the case, will you accept it? The Hokage's face had been lined with wrinkles for as long as Naruto could remember. When he was a child, the Hokage had always seemed ancient, a legendary piece of history, in a phrase, the god of shinobi, as some called him. As Naruto had grown older, the Hokage had become a leader behind a mask, someone with ulterior motives, someone whose true face he couldn't see. Yes, Hokage-sama, replied Naruto. An unreadable emotion flickered in the Hokage's eyes. Thank you, Naruto. As always, the small, cynical voice in Naruto told him that this show of vulnerability was yet another tool at the Hokage's disposal to bend him to his will. But in that instant, he thought he'd caught a glimpse of the face behind the mask. With the sudden change in plans, it was decided that Naruto would leave for the mission at sunset. Time was sensitive, and although getting to Earth Country on his own wouldn't have been an issue, he would have to deal with not just the medic Nin, but possibly an injured operative, all the while avoiding detection from Iwa Nin. Certainly, a challenging mission for a Jonin barely 5 minutes into his initiation. Still, what with Kakashi busy these days training his Chunin team, and Jiraiya having disappeared on his own business, Naruto thought it would make a nice change in pace from skulking around the village. There wasn't anything Naruto needed to pack for the mission. Over his years of travel with Jiraiya, he had learned to become self-sufficient and knew how to obtain food and shelter no matter where he went. Still, just in case. When Naruto left his apartment, his clone stared back at him just before he closed the door. As he headed to the gates, where he'd been told the medic Nin would be waiting for him, he looked up at the stone faces of the Hokage monument that bore down on the village. Several people had told Naruto that he greatly resembled his father, the fourth Hokage. It was part of the reason why he kept his hair cropped short. He had never known his father, and if he wanted to endure the world around him, he had to live his life in the present, not the past. And yet, he couldn't help but think, now what? He had once wanted to become strong enough to protect those he cared about. But after Rai and Mayu had died, there was something he had realized, though he hadn't been able to put it into words at the time. No matter how strong you were, when it mattered the most, all of that power couldn't save anyone. Because in the end, everyone was alone. Naruto wasn't the only one who had lost his team. Kakashi had as well. The same could be said for Jiraiya, the Hokage. The most powerful people he knew hadn't been able to save the ones they'd wanted to protect. With all his years of experience, Kakashi had said that all they could do was to endure. That was what being a ninja meant. However, Naruto had thought there was more to it than that. That there had to be more than that. So he had traveled the world in search of all the things that he couldn't understand. But rather than finding answers, he had only found more questions. Until now, each step of his way had been obvious to him. It had been easy to move forward when he could clearly see where it would take him. But now, the way ahead was dark. Though he kept stepping forward, he no longer knew where it was that he was heading. Hyuga Hinata. At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, Hinata immediately answered, "Ah, yes." She turned around, and felt her lips part in surprise. Him, of all people. While Hinata had known that a Jonin would be escorting her on her mission, she certainly hadn't expected the village's pariah to be the one to approach her. "I'm Naruto," said the young man, as though there was anyone in the village who didn't know of him. Not to mention, they'd once been in the same academy class when they were younger. "Are you ready to leave?" Swallowing, Hinata nodded. Yes. Unceremoniously, they lined up at the exit gate, and soon, Hinata found herself trailing the Jonin along a well-trodden path. He didn't seem the talkative type, nor did she really want to hold a conversation with him. She didn't remember much of him from the short time they'd been in the same academy class, but she'd heard the stories about him from the other Chunin. While they acknowledged his skill, they all knew he wasn't someone you got involved with. There was also, of course, the one blemish on his otherwise spotless track record, the disaster of the wave incident from 3 years past. Both of Naruto's teammates had been killed in action, and though the specific details of the mission had never been released, after Naruto disappeared from the village, the majority opinion held that it had been his fault. And now he was mysteriously back, and Hinata was alone with him. Naruto had been examining the map, but suddenly, he turned towards her. "You're a Chunin, right?" "Why yes," said Hinata. Starting to feel somewhat self-conscious of her repetitive replies, she added, "Only medical ninja who have received a Chunin certification are allowed to go on missions above C rank." "I see." With that, Naruto put away his map and began to pick up his speed. It was apparent that he knew nothing about her. However, despite the fact that this was technically an escort mission, he obviously expected Hinata to carry her own weight. Somehow, that brought a small smile to her lips. It made a welcome change to be thought of in that way. In the crowds of Leaf Nin and foreign ninja alike streaming in and out of the village, nobody noticed the two Suna Nin speaking quietly to one another. "Everything is in place," said Baki. "I will return to Wind Country now to report to the Lord Fourth. Make sure to keep Gaara under control, Temari." Temari hid her frown. Her given task was far easier said than done, but it was her duty, and she would see it through. It was the least she could do while her countrymen prepared for the inevitable war that rapidly approached. Yes, Baki. Safe travels. While she may have been the daughter of the cage, she was currently no more than a glorified babysitter for Gaara. Nonetheless, they would play a critical role in their scheme against the Hidden Leaf, and if all went well, she would become a part of her father's inner circle. Of course, that was a big if. Even Tamari, who only had a shadow of an idea of what was going to happen in the third exam, knew that the scale of their mission was nothing like they'd ever attempted before. The annihilation of a powerful hidden village, one of the major powers of their era. Once the dust had settled, what would the resulting world look like? By the time Tamari returned to their quarters, the sun had set and the moon was a crescent in the sky. There was a dark figure standing outside the building. Tamari froze, as she realized Gaara was waiting outside for her. However, a hurried glance at his face told her that, perhaps with the decreasing influence of the waning moon, he seemed to be in more control of himself. Slowly, she let out a breath that she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Where were you?" was his cold greeting. "I was seeing Baki off. Did you eat dinner?" Gaara didn't respond, instead looking sullenly away, meaning Tamari would have to figure out dinner for the two of them. For the two of them, not for the first time that week, a haze settled over her. For all her flippancies, Matsuri, their teammate, had been a good cook. Tamari would miss her miso soup, in particular. With a heavy heart, she wondered how Baki would explain Matsuri's death to her family. Would it be killed in action, like last time? Of course, everyone would instantaneously guess at what had truly come to pass. These days, with so many families having lost someone to Gaara, Tamari found even herself, purely by association, being subjected to the villagers' hate-filled gazes. It hurt, when she had worked so hard and sacrificed so much for the sake of their people, but she couldn't blame them. A cloud must have covered the moon, as for a moment, everything was dark. Then the moment passed, and the glow of moonlight shone down on them. "I think I saw a ramen spot around here," said Tamari, forcing herself to smile. "How does that sound to you?" As expected of a Hyuga, the medic nin with pale eyes seemed to have no trouble keeping up with Naruto's steady pace through the wilderness of Fire Country. What was more surprising to Naruto was that a member of the main house of the Hyuga clan would have deigned to join the medical field at all. While an extremely difficult and accomplished field, the main impression that he'd gotten from his limited interactions with their branch members was that they were far too proud to play a mere supporting role. They had reached the border of grass country before the day was done, and in that time, they must have exchanged only a handful of sentences between them. He could feel the waves of curiosity coming off of her, though whether out of politeness or apprehension, she didn't voice any questions. On his end, Naruto refrained from commenting on Hinata's lineage. He'd butted heads with her clansman Neji enough as it was, ever since they'd first had the misfortune to meet in their Chunin exams. It wasn't until they were well into Earth territory that they finally ran into some trouble. Though Naruto had spent a non-insignificant amount of time in the country while traveling with Jiraiya, they had usually journeyed undercover as civilians, and went out of their way to avoid clashing with the foreign power. "If you ever get into a fight with someone from Earth country," Jiraiya would say, "you'd better plan on either losing the fight or killing them outright. Stubbornest people I've ever met, and I knew your mother." "Ha, you trying to pick a fight?" said the short, weasel-looking man blocking their way across the bridge. "It's simple. You want to cross, you pay the toll." "But it doesn't say anywhere that we have to pay a toll here," protested Hinata. The man gave her the stink eye. "You two don't look like you're from around here. What would you know about how we run things? Pay the passage of 300 Ryo, or I'll call the police on you, and you definitely don't want that." Naruto knew for a fact that this was a bluff. The official police force of Iwagakure didn't bother patrolling this far from the hidden village. Even if there was a local police body around this area, it was most likely a hodgepodge group of volunteers, who were at best academy level. Still, as tempting as it was, he couldn't simply overpower him. While it was unlikely any passing Iwa nin would pay attention to his blabbering, there was a much easier way to settle this matter. Naruto quickly assessed the situation. One of his clones that he'd sent out to check their surroundings was in the vicinity, and another passing traveler was approaching the bridge, making the setup complete. He pointed. "Aren't you going to charge that person too?" The weasel-like man turned around, and saw to his surprise a bald man about to step across the bridge. "Wait, stop right there. But, first, you two." One hand forming the ram seal behind his back, Naruto's other hand opened to reveal 3 gold coins that he wordlessly handed over. In a flash, the coins disappeared, and the man's menacing glare turned into a wide, beaming smile. Have a good day. With a quick welcoming sweep towards the bridge, he scurried away towards his next bewildered victim. The golden coins rattled ominously in the man's breast pocket. He's gone. Opening her eyes, Karen dropped to the ground. Somehow, in the short period of time while she'd been training her taijutsu, Naruto had managed to leave the village in her range. A mission, but for how long would he be gone? Suddenly, a spinning blob shot out at her. Gritting her teeth, Karen blocked the brunt of the blow with her arms, but the force still sent her reeling backwards. The blob came to a quick stop, revealing a large man with a shaved head, her teammate. Panting, Karen felt blood drip from her nose. "Burami," she heard Kazami admonish. "I told you to hold back a little." "That's what she gets for zoning out," Burami sneered. "You've been acting uppity ever since you made the finals, Karen. But don't forget that in the end, you're only good for your chakra." Karen bristled, but as usual, her throat constricted, and she didn't say anything back. She knew she'd only regret it when they returned to grass country. Clink, clink. More and more these days, it felt like her whole body was being restrained by chains. Chains that tied her to the hidden grass, to Zosui, and to herself. She hadn't felt this way back when her mother had been alive, and sometimes, she wondered whether her mother had felt so trapped in her final moments. Karen dared not hope, and yet she couldn't help but wonder whether this chakra power of hers, the only thing that she was good for, would Naruto find it useful as well. Hinata looked down at her map, and then up at the narrow cave opening. She wouldn't have even noticed it, if Naruto had not pointed it out to her. "This cave isn't on the map," she said hesitantly. "It says that if we go around the base of the mountain, we'll eventually find a hidden stairwell." Naruto shook his head. "That'll add another half day to the journey. I've been here before, this is the fastest way through." "Okay, but just to confirm." Concentrating her chakra to her eyes, Hinata activated her Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan. The secrets of her surroundings were unveiled to her, and she realized that he was right. The cave quickly widened out to a large man-made tunnel that traversed the mountain and emerged near their destination. As they made their way through the dark tunnel, Hinata deactivated her eyes and instantly lost all visibility. However, the way was straightforward enough, and there were no other nearby chakra signatures. Even if there had been, she doubted she would have noticed, what with Naruto's strange chakra following her. Her Byakugan allowed her to trace the chakra circulatory system of any individual within her range. Everyone, even civilians, had such a system. The main difference came from whether they were able to control their chakra flow, and their innate chakra reserves. But it looked as though Naruto had two sources of chakra. In a flash, it struck Hinata. Did it have something to do with the reason why everyone thought he was a monster? Suddenly, she realized she could see the vague outline of the walls around them. The tunnel was growing lighter. They were still only halfway through, so it couldn't be sunlight. They soon emerged into a small cavern filled with a glowing pale light. Hinata walked over to the walls and to her amazement, realized they were covered in some kind of spongy moss that emitted the light. Hinata turned back to report her findings to Naruto, but saw that he was already looking up at the luminous ceiling with a strange expression on his face. If she had to put it in a word, it was wistful, and it was the most emotion she'd seen from him since they'd left the village. What was he thinking about? "I'm sorry I doubted you," she said at last. Without looking at her, Naruto replied, "You should always confirm things with your own eyes. Even more so for someone like you. But sometimes, even my Byakugan doesn't tell me the entire truth," Hinata said softly. Naruto lowered his gaze, and she saw that his face was blank again. "Let's keep moving." The roar of a summoned beast echoed through the forest, followed shortly by the deep rumbling of the ground splitting apart. Soon afterwards, the sound of 1,000 chirping birds swelled out from the trees, accompanied by sparks of lightning. From Kakashi's vantage point, he could get a general gist of the ongoing battle, and given the battering he'd undergone at the hands of his former student, he was rather glad he was all the way up here in the tree, instead of down on the forest floor. Furthermore, what with training his team, he didn't feel like he was simply twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the inevitable attack on their village. The group of missing nin calling themselves Akatsuki, the Jinchuriki, the presence of their allied villages in the Chunin exams, even though they knew there was something tying all of these together, it seemed they could do nothing until their mysterious enemy first made a move. The tense shroud that enveloped the hidden leaf these days was not unlike what had covered the village 15 years ago, when the Nine Tails had attacked. While Kakashi had been too young to be allowed in the village's main line of defense, this time around, he was more than prepared to put his life down on the line. He'd be damned if he lost anyone else without a fight. They hadn't been fast enough. Or perhaps, it had been a hopeless mission from the start. They'd found the Leaf agent they had been sent out to rescue lying on the floor of the designated safe house in a puddle of congealed blood. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly up at the ceiling. A leg and an arm had been amputated, both in a single, powerful blow, by the looks of the cleanly sliced flesh. The nearest window had a missing curtain, allowing a stray ray of sunlight into the otherwise darkened room. It seemed the dying ninja had used it in an attempt at a tourniquet. Naruto watched as Hinata knelt by the body and checked for a pulse. However, it was a futile endeavor, and after a moment, she looked up at Naruto and shook her head. He's been dead at least half a day. It looks like he lost too much blood and went into shock. There was something missing here. The Hokage would not have spared a medic nin and a jonin on a futile mission. The perpetrator wasn't able to finish him off. If he had time to try and patch himself up, he should have had time to leave a message. Naruto searched the corpse, however, nothing turned up. The only thing that seemed to be there was a cold, stiffening body. To his surprise, Hinata spoke up. "Allow me, if you will." The muscles around her pale eyes grew pronounced as she activated her Byakugan. She scanned the corpse, before coming to a sudden stop at his stomach. "There's something there, a message. He must have swallowed it. His stomach acids have already started to digest it, but let me see." She paused. "Akatsuki is making a weapon to control the world. The Leafs, Jinchuriki, is their last target." Her ominous words rang in the resultant silence. A weapon. Naruto looked down at the corpse's still face, the ninja who had died for this one message. There was an old scar running down the side of his face. Naruto couldn't remember seeing anyone with his features at the village. But then again, he'd never paid too much attention to others outside his immediate circle of acquaintances. Reaching over, Naruto closed the man's eyes shut. "We have to inform the Lord Third as soon as possible," said Hinata. Getting up, Naruto nodded. That much was obvious. The question was, would they make it back in time? At a hard pace traveling, they had reached their location after 3 days. But now, the sun was already setting on the day, and the third exam would be starting early in the morning. Should he send a clone back? No. While shadow clones were hardier than your average clone, they were still vulnerable to too many attacks for them to serve use offensively against any opponent worth their salt. Then, should he leave behind the medic nin and speed back to the hidden leaf on his own? Not only would he be abandoning his duty of escorting her, it would drain him to cover that much distance using his lightning chakra. But if he summoned a Makuro? Suddenly, Naruto's head spun as a deluge of memories rushed into his mind. One of his shadow clones had been taken out. More specifically, the one he'd transformed into a coin and left with the weasel-faced crook. He'd planned on letting it linger there as a safety measure and as a potential spying mechanism. But now, it seemed, the man he'd left it with was dead. "Give you money," said an unknown male voice. It was dark in the pocket, but the clone could still hear everything happening around him. The male voice spoke politely, and yet something about it told him its owner was not someone to be trifled with. Unfortunately, the weasel blocking the bridge must have had a rather successful day taking advantage of passing travelers, and let it get to his head. "That's right, and if you don't pay up, I'll have the police go after you." "Today's not your lucky day," said the voice. "If I wasn't alone, you might have lived." "What are you talking about, you shark-faced bastard?" Abruptly, the memory stopped there. Presumably, a single blow had taken out his clone as well. Naruto blinked again. No matter how many times it happened, it always managed to disorient him. "Naruto," said Hinata, "right now, I'm just dead weight. But I can take care of myself. Please, go back ahead of me, and inform the Hokage of our discovery." Naruto stopped. Her too, he thought. What gave her the strength to be left behind? What had given the undercover agent the loyalty to die for this one message? What inspired Jiraiya to write books? What pushed Kakashi to train his students? They must have all had their own reasons, an answer to something that they valued above their own lives, an answer that drove them. The question was, what did Naruto have driving him? Was it the desire to be respected by the villagers? He had forsaken that dream ages ago. To gain the strength to protect those he cared about. He had already failed. To avenge the deaths of his teammates. There was nothing left to gain from their vengeance. To cling to life, to survive. No, he realized. He had nothing. There was nothing at all. During the past several days they had spent together, Hinata had not shared with Naruto her life story. He couldn't possibly know that her father had disinherited her years ago for failing to hurt her younger sister, or that she had ranked rock bottom at the Chunin exams and become a laughingstock in her clan. Naruto didn't know that for someone like her, who had been drowning in a world of senseless violence, medical ninjutsu had become her lifeline. He couldn't have known. He was a prodigy, after all. A natural in ninjutsu, and the art of assassination. But she knew that he must have had more than his fair share of troubles. And what she had sensed in their short time together was that he was not quite the monster others had made him out to be. No, said Naruto. He held out a hand towards her, and suddenly, to her shock, lightning chakra began flickering around his form. I won't leave you behind. This feeling, what was this feeling, coursing through him? His thoughts, usually so sharp and focused, felt like they were in a jumble. One thought led to another, before falling short, and then scrambling to another, before repeating, like waves on a shore. When he opened his mouth, however, what somehow came out was, no, I won't leave you behind. Lightning began to course seamlessly through Naruto's body, his hair standing on end. Hinata looked taken aback, her pale eyes widening with surprise. Are you sure? Don't worry, you won't be electrocuted. To prove his point, Naruto encased his hands in a top layer of wind chakra. No, it's not that. Won't I slow you down? We're surrounded by enemy ninja here. I can't leave you behind. Somehow, his mouth was moving automatically, forming the words he needed. If it makes you feel any better, you're a medic nin. If the village is in any danger, we'll need every medic we have. A beat passed, as Hinata considered it, and then she nodded. Her features tightening with purpose, she unfurled a scroll. In a flash of smoke, the undercover agent's corpse and its accompanying bodily fluids disappeared, leaving behind no evidence that anything had ever been there. She was an excellent ninja, Naruto thought. And loyal. She was willing to compromise her own safety in exchange for the village's protection. It was strange to think that he had once been like her. Naruto, are you ready? Refocusing himself, Naruto summoned two shadow clones. He didn't need to give any commands. With a nod at their originator, they simultaneously formed a tiger seal with their hands before flickering away. Their job would be to gather natural energy for him. The journey back to the hidden leaf would be taxing, and he needed every resource he could get. Turning back to Hinata, Naruto extended his wind chakra to the rest of his arms and his chest. This is going to be a little uncomfortable, but hang on tight. In a forest cave not too far from the hidden leaf, a group of sound nin chittered in the darkness. By some stint of their village's ninjutsu, their voices traveled no further than the entrance to the cave, assuring that their relentless advance towards their goal remained undetected. Man, I'm itching for some action already. It won't be long now. Just a few more hours. Those leaf bastards won't know what hit them. Brave words, but Toby could smell the stink of fear coming off of them. While the hidden leaf was not as formidable as the hidden cloud, you couldn't expect to partake in an invasion against one of the great hidden villages and walk away unscathed. What are you snickering about? It seemed one of them had noticed Toby sitting alone in the corner. Snickering? What gave you that impression? With an unflattering yelp, Toby hunched over. I think that fish I had earlier was bad. My stomach hurts, bleared. Hurriedly, the others backed away and returned to their mutterings. Dropping back down to the ground, Toby leaned his masked face against his fist, and regarded the silhouettes spread out in the cave. It was very likely that not a single one of them would survive the coming battle. Fear not, he thought. Their sacrifices would not be meaningless. The sun had just broken across the horizon when they crossed into Fire Country. The increasingly familiar scenery around them passed in a blur as Naruto blitzed through the trees, pale lightning crackling in his wake. The journey so far hadn't been as draining as Naruto had feared. Hinata was lighter than she looked, feeling nearly weightless in his arms, or perhaps he was just that distracted. All of a sudden, without warning, a dark shadow tumbled down from the sky. Flailing limbs, the rustle of a cloak, it was the body of a dead man, and right as it passed Naruto, he saw its dark eyes, staring accusingly back at him. A jolt running down his spine, Naruto almost skidded to a stop, but he kept going. And then one by one, more appeared, ghostly figures in ragged cloaks, falling down from the sky around him like leaves in the wind. It was nonsensical, it wasn't real. However, while it almost felt like the times when Imakuro had played an illusionary trick on him, he knew that it wasn't a genjutsu. No, it was a memory, distorted, drawn up from the recesses of his mind. He hadn't thought of them in a very long time, his first kills. It had happened on his first mission involving bodyguard duty. He and his team had been escorting a silk merchant's caravan to Yugakure when bandits had attacked. Naruto had ended up killing all of them, even the one that had begged for his life. At the time, he had thought that was the only way to carry out his mission. He had steeled his heart and committed himself to his cause. And yet, following that, when the missing Nin Hidan had attacked Yugakure, he had thrown himself in front of a civilian boy during the middle of the fight. Naruto hadn't been able to explain it at the time, other than feeling a need to save the boy. As they fell, the ghostly bandits looked at him, their necks gleaming red and their dark eyes searing into his back as he swiftly passed them. Was it the same impulsive need driving Naruto right now? Despite everything that had happened since then, the people he had encountered, the training and journeys he had undergone, had nothing about him changed at all. The throng of bodies milling about the stadium was a security detail's nightmare. As civilians and senior shinobi alike crowded through the gates, any attempt to herd the masses in an orderly fashion had long since dissipated. Rather, any effort to exert control would have been superfluous, for numerous members of the Leaf's elite were scattered throughout the audience, their presence revealed not so subtly by their painted masks. After the village's prolonged hiatus from acting as host for the Chunin exams, it was a blatant show of power, an audacious greeting to quash any possible thoughts of betrayal from their so-called allies. The participating nations' cage overlooked the stage from the lofty apex of the stands, their shadowy figures distinguished only by the color of their hats. After an outwardly pleasant exchange of small talk, the three had fallen silent. No doubt, the real discussions would have to wait until they were behind closed doors. The third exam was about to begin. In one of the tunnels connecting the stadium to the outside, two shinobi walked side by side in seemingly companionable conversation. The hitai on their persons signified their allegiance to the hidden rain, their privacy was secured by the watchful presence of two others from their village. What? Ajisai couldn't believe her ears. The Jonin was still talking, but while his lips continued to move, Ajisai couldn't comprehend a single syllable. She couldn't have heard him correctly, and yet there was no other way to interpret his words. After the Chunin exams are over, Haku is to be given over to the hidden sound. The Jonin had already moved on to another topic, namely that of the next set of orders from the Lady Angel. It was unfathomable for Ajisai to even dream of interrupting, when she clung onto every mention of their savior, and yet, this, she could not let pass. Wait, I'm sorry, she broke in. What do you mean he's to be given over? The Jonin eyed her darkly, clearly irritated at being cut off. What are you even talking about? She stopped, her heart beginning to sink. Haku, what do you mean, give him over to the hidden sound? What about that seal on him I mentioned in the report? Oh, him, yes, we're aware of it. We've made a deal with the hidden sound to give him to them in exchange for their cooperation. The Jonin paused, taking in her expression. He's not even from our village, you know. This is coming from Tenshi-sama. Ajisai sputtered. The Jonin raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning her word? Ajisai shrunk back, her mind spinning at the thought of such blasphemy. Of course not, never. Be grateful you were even given the honor of being a part of this plan. Now, do you understand your next orders? Yes, sir. Do not fail us. The lady's salvation is almost at hand. And with that last warning, the Jonin left, disappearing with the other two nin. Her heart thudding in her chest, Ajisai looked out at the audience still streaming into the stadium. Somewhere below the stadium, she knew that Haku was waiting for his upcoming fight. The seal shouldn't have been affecting him physically, and yet, he had been barely able to get out of the hospital bed that morning. Oh, Suiren, Ajisai quietly called out her fallen teammate's name. How could she have let things turn out this way? As team leader, she had utterly failed. The sun climbed higher in the sky as they drew closer to the hidden leaf, and Naruto could feel the burn of chakra exhaustion inching upon him. Though the ghostly bandits had faded with the distance, as the sun's rays trickled down through the canopy, Naruto saw three new figures regarding him. They, too, were drawn from his memories, and they spoke words they had never said aloud to him. You actually thought I considered you one of my shinobi? Said the Hokage, his lined features twisting amusedly. You fool, I was simply using you. Jiraiya shook his head irritably. You're nothing at all like your father. Are you really his son? They should have given me my new team to start with, said Kakashi, looking away. Swallowing, Naruto picked up his speed, and with a crackling sound, burst through the jeering phantoms. As he did so, his whole body felt cold, and yet, he could feel a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. This was no time for this, he thought to himself. The village was going to be attacked. He needed to regain control over himself. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of blue. Wings outstretched, a bird flitted by. The quarterfinals flew by in a series of increasing mismatches, as the foreign ninja overwhelmed their Leaf opponents with ease. Gradually, the riotous crowd, predominantly made up of Leaf shinobi and civilians, that had started the day quieted down to a disappointed buzz. The last quarterfinal bracket was a match between the female Suna Genin, Temari, and the Leaf's final chance at redemption, Yamanaka Ino. This is going to be unfortunate, Sakura thought to herself with no small amount of glee. True to expectation, it appeared Temari had been paying attention during the preliminaries. As soon as the match began, she kept her distance, remaining constantly in motion while distracting Ino with her wind jutsu. Come on, cousin, Menma shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth to magnify his already loud voice. Beat that crusty sand bitch. Menma, Sakura hissed, dragging his hands away. Shrugging her off, Menma scowled. What's the big deal? Everyone else is doing it. Would you jump off a cliff if everyone else was doing it? Well, it wouldn't be my first time, he stubbornly maintained. A loud groan sounded from the audience around them. The two returned their attentions to the stage, only to see Ino's prone figure lying face down. Temari landed on the ground and folded up her giant fan. The proctor, Shikamaru, raised a hand. The winner is Temari from the hidden sand. There were two shadows leaping beside Naruto. He knew he shouldn't have paid any attention to them, he should have gone straight past them. But despite himself, he turned to look at their faces, and at the familiar sight, he felt a lump rising in the back of his throat. I always knew you were a monster, whispered the girl, fearfully. You're not real, Naruto replied instantly, his heart thundering in his chest. It's not fair, the boy spat, his scarred features twisting in disgust. You don't care about anyone besides yourself. So why are you the one who survived? You're not really Naruto, said the girl, her voice growing louder. The real Naruto disappeared a long time ago. You're just an empty vessel trying to pass as a human when really you're the Nine Tails. That's not true, Naruto, came a voice from below. Are you okay? At the sound, the two shadowy figures faded away, and Naruto shook his head in a daze. When he had stopped, he saw a pair of concerned, pale eyes gazing up at him. He wondered if she could feel his pounding heartbeat. We're almost there, he said quietly. Footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel where Gaara had been waiting his turn. He opened his eyes and saw his sister's face, pale and drawn. Remember, Gaara, at the signal. Uncrossing his arms, he straightened up, and without a word, he brushed past his sister. As soon as Gaara had crossed into the open, sunlight struck his face, harsh and unforgiving, momentarily blinding him. Then, as the white spots faded from his vision, he found himself standing across from a girl with hair that burned like fire in the daylight. Moving on to the semifinals will be Karen from the hidden grass versus Gaara from the hidden sand. Cried the proctor. He fixed Gaara with a sharp look, before snapping his hand up into the air. Begin. The girl didn't waste any time, bursting into action with a quick series of hand seals that sent her plunging bodily into the ground. The audience began to murmur uneasily, no doubt waiting for Gaara to retaliate. He didn't move from his position, though he couldn't track her as well as he could have in the desert, there was no attack his sand couldn't protect him from. All he had to do was wait, and his prey would come to him on its own. Sure enough, before long, the ground at Gaara's feet suddenly exploded, a paper bomb planted below him, perhaps. It made no difference, as the sand that immediately rose up around him as a shield absorbed the heat of the sudden explosion. His arms still crossed across his chest, Gaara moved only the pupils of his eyes as he looked around for the girl. However, it seemed she had not revealed herself with the attack, choosing to bide her time underground. A wise decision, staying out of sight, he wasn't interested in fighting her. And if it had been anyone else besides him, Perhaps it would have extended her life for just a few extra minutes. But time was of the essence, and it was running out, both for her and for himself. Mother is growing restless. Gaara watched as his chakra-infused sand began to trickle back to his gourd. The smell of old blood wafted into his face, and his nostrils flared. From the corner of his eye, he caught a sudden burst of movement from the audience. And then a dark shadow unfolded itself over Gaara. Temari stood on the rim of the stadium, her giant fan raised into the sky and blocking the sun. It was the signal they'd agreed upon. Without hesitation, Gaara formed the ram seal. Tanuki Niri no Jutsu, feigning sleep technique. For the first time in a long while, the sweet and terrifying bliss of sleep descended forcefully upon him. He could feel Mother roaring in delight, rising out of him. His eyes fluttered shut, and his last fleeting thought was a question. When he awoke, if he awoke, would the world have come to an end? Deep underground, the moment Gaara fell asleep, Karen sensed the shift in chakra, though she hadn't yet realized its ramifications. For a split second, the overbearing feral and bloodthirsty chakra seemed to recede, and Karen sensed the chakra lying underneath. It was cold, it was furious. But it was also tired and lonely, and in a way, it reminded her of Naruto's chakra. Then, it exploded. Pure, unadulterated hatred and wrath. Words couldn't describe the churning mammoth of chakra exploding above the ground. Immediately, Karen opened her eyes, but she could still feel the chakra. Her limbs went cold, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The sheer malevolence was so overwhelming, she found herself frozen, but the earth around her shook with a rumble, and Karen knew that if she didn't move, she would be buried alive. Give me strength, she prayed to the stars. Making a snake seal with her hands, Karen burrowed as far back as she could, molding apart the earth with her chakra, before shooting above ground. When she emerged, she found herself just outside of the stadium, and what met her was chaos. The first thing she noticed was the giant monster with seal markings all over its body crouched inside the stadium. It had a horrifically jagged maw and there was a strange roaring sound coming from it, and Karen realized, her stomach flip-flopping, that it was laughing. It had a single tail which came crashing down with an explosive sound, tearing through half of the entire stadium. A cloud of thick dust swept through the air, and giant slabs of shattered rock crashed into the ground. With that single sound, the world became unmuted, and Karen realized people were screaming. The civilians who had survived were struggling to escape the stadium, but there were foreign ninja, suddenly descending upon the chaos, and they slaughtered anyone in their paths. The Leaf Nin, after an initial scramble to overcome their shock, seemed to have rallied together. They must have somehow been prepared for the possibility of such an onslaught. As Karen watched, several masked Anbu ripped through a mixed gang of Suna and Aim Nin, body parts and blood splattering the broken concrete. Karen, to her horror, a bloody figure was dragging himself to her. His stomach had been cut open, and he was struggling to contain his slippery guts from spilling out. While it was difficult to make out his features through the blood and dirt coating his face, the body could only belong to one person, Burumi, her teammate. Karen, your arm, he howled, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Heal me. Desperately, he reached out for her. Automatically, Karen started to offer her arm, and then she stopped. Why did she need to heal him, when Zosui wasn't here? When nobody was watching her? When she hated him? She took a step back, her heart pounding so hard she thought it would burst in her chest. No, Karen said, relishing the taste of the word in her mouth. The freed one-tails beast roared, and enemy ninja rained down from the sky, landing in their village. The ground shook with every step the beast took, and a wall of purple flames flickered on the rooftop, isolating the Hokage and Cage. Before Jiraiya could cry out a warning, one of the Anbu threw themselves at the wall, and let out a scream as they immediately burst into flames. It was a near-impenetrable barrier jutsu, erected into place by 4 sound shinobi. And that could only mean one thing. Visible through the wall of flames, before the Cage even dug his fingers into his face to rip it away, Jiraiya already knew. Orochimaru, he said soberly, looking into the waxen face of his old teammate. After all these years, it seemed he had finally returned to the Hidden Leaf, to kill their teacher and destroy the villages he had once promised. Jiraiya had known this day would come, and still, he felt his heart ache. It was his fault he had let it come to this. He hadn't been able to bring himself to hunt Orochimaru down and kill him, as he should have. Raising his hands, he prepared himself to break through the barrier, even if it cost him his life, when suddenly, a hulking figure landed with a crash beside him. It was the bodyguard that had been accompanying the fake cage. Before Jiraiya's eyes, he burst apart in an array of flying limbs, and he realized it had been a puppet. There was someone else hidden within, controlling its every movement. He was dark and hunched over, and wore the black robes of what Jiraiya now immediately recognized as a sign of his affiliation with the criminal organization Akatsuki. "Your opponent is me," growled the man. Plumes of smoke rose in the distance, clouding the sky. There could only be one explanation, and it was what the Hokage had foreseen and yet failed to prevent: an attack on the hidden leaf. "There are enemies straight ahead," said Hinata, veins bulging around her Byakugan. "Naruto, let me down. I'll take care of this," he replied. "You head on to the village." With a nod, Hinata leapt down from his arms, disappearing through the canopy into the forest. The enemies weren't far ahead, and didn't bother trying to hide their presences. Soon, 3 unfamiliar ninja blocked Naruto's path: 2 men, 1 woman. "Sound nin, by the looks of their attire and Hittite. We were told to be on the lookout for you," said one of the men, a tall, smirking ninja with spiky black hair. The second, a female with long hair, added, "You'll have to get past us if you want to enter the village." Despite the chaos that must have been waiting for him ahead, Naruto felt oddly distant. Everything that could have gone wrong was going wrong, but he felt cold and unreachable. The 2 ninja advanced upon him, their confidence in their own abilities bolstered by their superior numbers. Naruto felt his eyes glazing over. Running wind chakra down his tanto, he dropped his body low to the ground, and disappeared. When he reappeared behind them, the pair collapsed in 2 identical spurts of blood. Since the day he had first killed, Naruto had taken many lives without a second thought. He'd told himself it was because it was easier that way, that it was the only way to live as a ninja. But now, his head was filled with thoughts about what he had just done, and he knew, these 2 who he had just slain, they must have had missions of their own, team members they wanted to protect, ambitions they'd longed to achieve. He had taken all that away in a single instant, and the more he thought about it, the more Naruto realized that he felt absolutely nothing. He really only did care about himself. Everything he had ever done had been for himself. He had only wanted to be acknowledged by his village so that they would look at him. He had only wanted to protect his teammates so that he wouldn't be alone. They had all been right about him. The 3rd member of the cell, a man with a bandaged face, looked stunned. He must have realized that there was nothing he could do, for he was frozen. His gaze inched up until they met Naruto's, and in a flash, the man fled. Maybe even just a few hours ago, Naruto would have finished the job. Now, however, he didn't bother to pursue him. Instead, he directed his gaze back to the village. An inhuman roar came from beyond its walls, and he knew that the tailed beast within the hidden sands Jinchuriki must have been released. How many villages had linked hands to launch this siege against the hidden leaf? An attack on this scale was unprecedented. Despite all their intel and preparations for an attack, how many casualties must there already be? Would there still be a village left standing after all this? Did it matter? We endure. Naruto had spent the last few years trying to figure out the meaning of these words, and somewhere along the way, he may have come to terms with it. But he realized now, it wasn't that he had nothing to endure for. It was that he had no reason to endure. There was a hole inside of Naruto. He had tried to fill himself up with his training, his missions, even the people he'd cared about, but no matter what he put in, he knew he would never be able to fill it up. His whole body had become ice cold. He raised a foot to step forward, and then, he lowered it back down. Why was he rushing to return to the village? What did the hidden leaf's fate mean to him? Another distant roar echoed from beyond the village gates. Black smoke filled the sky, a pyre's smoke preceding a burial. Slowly, the sound of his heartbeat slowing in his ears, Naruto began to turn away. And then, in that instant, he felt the familiar sensation of memories flooding his mind, the memories of the clone he had left behind in the village before he'd set out on his escort mission. The door to his apartment opened with a creak, revealing a masked ninja. Naruto. Kakashi seemed surprised to see him. Why are you still here? Weren't you sent out on a mission? A pause. Oh, you're a clone, aren't you? You'd think you'd have learned by now, said Naruto's clone. What are you sneaking into my apartment for again? With a flourish, Kakashi pulled a book out from his breast pocket. I'm just here to return this. I'm done with the read. Has Jiraiya-sama told you when the next will be coming out? Why don't you ask the man yourself? Muttering something about not wanting to interrupt such a busy and important person, Kakashi thrust the book into Naruto's hands. Before he left, he asked, assuming Naruto doesn't come back in time, will you be coming to watch the third exam? Yes, I'll be in the audience. Alright, I'll see you then. I've got a training session too. Kakashi's voice faded away, replaced by another memory that followed a well-trodden path past a training ground. A lone figure stood in front of the memorial stone, his face awash with the light from the setting sun. To the clone's surprise, it was Menma, dressed in civilian clothes. He held a white carnation in his hand, and kneeling, he carefully laid it to rest in front of the stone. So you're the one who's been leaving these, said Naruto's clone. Menma jumped at the sound of his voice, and his face coloring, he nodded. My aunt runs a flower shop, so it's no trouble for me. He paused. I heard about your promotion to Jonin. Congratulations, you deserve it. In a splash of color, Menma's uncharacteristically embarrassed face faded into black, and then Naruto found himself in a stadium full of chattering people. Ignoring the looks from the others in the audience, Naruto's clone seated himself on a bleacher. He would have been content to have been left alone, but soon, a large shadow fell over him. He looked up to see a tired-looking Jiraiya heave himself into the seat beside him. Where have you been? The clone asked. I've been keeping busy, Jiraiya grunted, clearly not in the mood to talk. What about you? You're a clone, right? Where's Naruto? On a mission. Jiraiya seemed surprised. I'd thought Sarutobi-sensei was going to put that off until after the exams. Well, let's enjoy the show, shall we? His surroundings froze, and in a jarring shift, Jiraiya disappeared, and the stadium was in shambles. Screams. Chaos. It was pandemonium, and for a moment, Naruto's clone dumbly watched the tailed beast roaring into the sky. Was that how monstrous he had appeared when he lost control over the nine tails? Protect the lords, shouted an Anbu commander. His agents, who had burst into action from their scattered posts, leapt to his bidding. In a flash, Kakashi appeared in front of him. Sakura, Menma, get the civilians away from here. Sasuke and Naruto, with me. If we want to stop that tailed beast, our best bet is going to be to wake up that Jinchuriki. Sound Nin had appeared over the village walls, and were now flooding into the arena. Nearby, an Aim Nin was exchanging blows with a Leaf Nin, and a Suna Nin charged towards Naruto's clone. Sidestepping the enemy ninja, Naruto's clone killed him with a slash of his tanto, before returning his attention to the unfolding battles around him. The hidden villages of the sound, the rain, and the sand, they were all betraying the hidden leaf. What about the grass and rock villages? Kakashi-sensei, started the clone. He stopped. A kunai gleamed in front of Kakashi's neck. The Jonin's eyes widened in shock. There was a ninja behind him, wearing a swirling orange mask. Where had he come from? I'll be taking this back, said the masked ninja, pulling up Kakashi's hit eye 8, and then in a single motion, he ripped the Jonin's left eye out. Kakashi let out an anguished cry as blood streamed down the side of his face. Shoving the Jonin away, the masked ninja turned towards Naruto's clone. Now, is this the Jinchuriki, or is this one of those infamous shadow clones? He raised another kunai. Only one way to find out. The tailed beast roared, thrashing its tail and shattering another section of the stadium. Down on the shaking ground, his face contorted in pain, Kakashi gritted out, Naruto, run. Naruto's clone raised his tanto to defend himself, but in the blink of an eye, the masked ninja disappeared, and before he could react, he could feel the cold certainty of steel bite into his neck. Naruto opened his eyes. For a moment, he didn't move. He stood stock still, breathing. Inhale, exhale. You're empty, remember, he reminded himself. Lightning sparked. Blood was rushing to his head, his face felt hot. Naruto felt the earth below him crack as his heels dug into the ground. And then, he was moving. Faster than he had ever moved before, he raced towards the smoking village. The jumble of confused thoughts had all faded away. Naruto moved now at the bidding of a single thought, a single purpose. Kakashi-sensei.